'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The ESL One Major is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, and welcome to the Berlin Major. I'm Trent, it's Purge, and we're here to bring you guys an entire stream, just us, right here. Wow, look at this magic, Purge. Look, there's lights around us.
Oh, I mean, it's a little bit unfair to say we are half of Earth Stream, and there's a giant staff supporting us while we sit in our chairs and do the easy part, talk about Dota. But yeah, it's our stream, totally. Yeah, I agree, definitely.
That's mostly accurate, I suppose. Yes, indeed. We got a lot of spirits on these streams here. We got an Earth, we got an Ember, we got a Storm. I think that sound about right. Those are the spirits.
That is correct. I think it's a lot better than ESL _ Dota 2 4 or something like that.
4 BC.
Stream 4. Much cooler. Yeah. Earth is better. Makes me think of Independence Day. Welcome to Earth. Welcome to Earth. When he punches the.
Okay, welcome to our stream. Welcome to Earth, and welcome to our teams. We also have here, as you can see on the screen, groups. Yeah, the whole team people. They're the one who does all this. Purge is right. We don't do anything. So in Group A, we have the left teams. I'm not going to read them all to you. In Group B, we have the right teams, and we're going to start in Group A because you can see there's BetBoom as well as Aster. So those are the teams that we're starting with here today. But yeah, these are kind of like the best teams in the world, guys. What do you think?
Interesting.
Best teams on Earth.
Surprisingly, unlike Dream League Season 19, a lot of Chinese teams. During Dream League, the only Chinese team was Aster, and we got to watch them. And frankly, I was becoming a little bit of a fan. Their mid player did underperform at times, and things kind of fell apart for them. Unfortunately, they got eliminated. But they got this like new stand-in guy. Sumail's playing for him. I don't think he speaks Mandarin at all,
no.
But he does play Dota very well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Aster does this tournament, I got to say.
Yeah, thankfully that should translate pretty well. So, yeah, pretty ridiculous. On the other side, I guess, BetBoom also dealing with a stand-in here as we're going to have Resolution playing as they weren't able to get Pure here yet. Not sure if that's going to change, but Nightfall has taken up position 1 back to the old me, which is terrifying because originally I remember watching his first PL games and he was an absolutely gross PL player. And wouldn't you believe it, the guy starts practicing position 1, this humongous patch drops, and who's the most broken carry right now? Kyle looks like it might be PL.
It did get slightly nerfed. I think his agi gain, actually maybe not slightly, the agi gain went down a lot. I think down to like 2.8. So his overall damage, armor, attack speed is going to be a bit weaker. But I don't think that's going to dent the 60% win rate or something that it was riding at in Divine level pubs. So
yeah,
it's definitely a good place for him to be. And I think that's probably the offlaner that has like the easiest transition period because he is so creep focused in his normal games anyway. So definitely going to be interesting to see how the teams match up. On paper, they're both very skilled. BetBoom's history, though, they formed that super team. Everyone was like, oh my god, this is going to be the best team ever. And then they really underperformed at Lima. So that was a big wake-up call for them, hopefully. In their second DPC season, They got third place, losing up to Spirit and Hellraisers, who's now the Pandas or whatever the heck they're called.
The 9 Pandas, yes.
The 9 Pandas, of course.
Of course, yes. So, hoping to
here's
do
the prize
better
pool.
than third here. That will be the goal. As obviously first place, 200K, but we don't care about that. We care about the points, ladies and gentlemen. Those points get you to TI, and getting points in your region, that's one thing. A lot of teams can do that, but getting points in the majors, that's what's really going to set you apart, especially if you're in a region that's very competitive. You know, if you don't know if you're going to get first or maybe third, like BetBoom, with every season, you got to grab these points here at the majors. So would not be a good time to fall behind. I can't believe we have another major right now, Purge. I feel like Lima just ended. What is happening? Didn't we just do this?
It did feel very, very recent for sure, and especially with Dream League being such a high caliber of Dota as well, coming right into the major. It's kind of cool to see a little bit different teams. Here's the players, beautiful photos. There you save second from the right. That's actually Resolution. That's a mistake.
We're almost
and on
there.
the left, that's Nightfall. These are all fucking wrong. All 5 of these are fucking wrong.
They're all wrong.
These are not their names. These are the correct. Well,
It was a
Fear's
quiz.
Not supposed to be there. Anyways, the photos are great. The name tags not so great. Let's see how correct Aster is. Oh, also wrong. XXX.
And blank.
And one guy just doesn't have. These are fucked. But the pictures again, excellent pictures. That is XXS on the left. That is Sumail. They got that one right. In the middle,
Yep.
that is Boboka. Then we got Monet, and then Cheshire Cat, Siamese Cat. What's he
Pichu.
called? Pichu. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. We got
Boom.
him. You don't need it. Just, hopefully you can't read. If you can't read, we're good. If you can read, sorry, we'll fix that. Promise.
Literacy will only slow you down on this stream, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to be there.
Definitely true. Just listen to our soothing words and watch the beautiful Dota. That's all you need right now.
Here on Stream Earth. And, well, I don't know if they're ready to show it to you, but I can tell you guys the game has started.
I'm ready.
Beautiful.
Show it to me.
Thank
All
you
right,
so
but
much.
before we start, can you just double check, tell me how to broadcast my microphone? Is it Open Mic Team? Is that
I
the
would
one?
love to, buddy. Yeah, you're going to go audio. You're going to go open voice chat team, open mic. Yep. That's all you got to do.
I think it's working, but I don't see the pop-up on the screen. Is that normal these days?
Oh, yeah. The pop-up doesn't show up anymore, like when you're casting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sick. Then I'm maybe working, and I'm only going to find out in 45 minutes when I get some angry messages.
That's right. All right, here, look, I can save like 5 people right now. Listen, if you only hear me right now, you have to reselect the box, and then you'll hear Purge too. All right, in Dota TV, ladies and gentlemen, I got you saved.
Oh, is that in case I didn't turn the setting on until like
Yes.
partway through the cast? Well,
Yeah.
Luckily, I pressed that setting before the game launch. I just wanted to ask again to
Oh,
ruin
you're good
this
then.
VOD broadcast, but also make sure that I wasn't like irreparably damaging the Earth stream for all the viewers. Very important.
Okay. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And no surprise here in the opening of this draft. We got a lot to talk about. Obviously, there's a brand new patch. There was even a patch overnight that you and I have both sort of run through, I think, a little bit, but definitely hasn't sunk in for me yet. But the main thing is that Chen and Ench are still first phase bans. But look at this AA Disruptor opener. Like, is there any more we are going to pick IO bans than that?
I suppose that's true, huh? At first I was like, oh, A must be better than I thought that he was, because he also did get a nerf. His cold feet, I believe, cooldown went up, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was a buff.
Was it? I gotta
Maybe I'm crazy.
Naturally, I cannot find the patch notes on the Dota 2 Twitter.
Oh, no, you're right. The cooldown was increased by 3 seconds at level 1.
Okay. So I was like, oh, A must be strong. Nerf it. They're going to go for the IO Storm combo, though. Fueling mana into the Storm Spirit, allowing him to do things. Is this the Sumail Storm? I guess it is, huh? They're like,
I believe so.
They're like, now that we finally have the power of Sumail, we must wield the Storm Spirit ourselves.
They're never going to let those old tournaments go, you know? Is this DAC?
Tournament was a long time ago.
Find
But,
his
on-
power.
On the other side, Bounty Hunter got buffed in some interesting ways. He can stun from invis now instead of slowing. So he is generically better against all heroes instead of being like kind of useless against a lot of other cases. So he is interesting, and Death Prophet is approximately the same. Or Ghosts do less damage, I believe, the farther away that you are, but who cares? It's still fine. Still a fine hero. And Silence I really like as an ability. It's generally... I think it flies under the radar a bit by how strong it is. but just being able to AoE silence like multiple enemy heroes really busted.
Yeah, I think the problem with it too is that it's like kind of unreliable, but at the same time, it's like it's dodgeable, so you can't like super count on it. But then you have this chance to catch like 3 heroes plus or something, and it can just like own a team fight. So it's like you can't rely on it, but sometimes it just like wins you an entire engagement. So
Yeah, definitely.
pretty sweet. I was curious about Broodmother with the patch, just because obviously she was incredibly important in our last patch, and it was something that BetBoom were always ready to bust out whenever necessary. So I wasn't sure if it would be coming into this phase, because the webs got a lot bigger, back to like where they kind of were before. Everything just got like slightly better numbers, but at the same time, can you really wake up and be like, oh, is Brood back yet? And do we want to gamble down in our group stage matches?
It's probably still garbage though, right? Your base damage got mega nerfed, so it's just really dangerous, I think, to commit to it at this point of the patch. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if it just got over nerfed, honestly, because your level 1 damage is like something very small, like in the 40s, like mid 40s or something. So and it doesn't give much regen either. So I haven't played it yet. That's just things that I've heard.
That's true.
But
they still haven't given back the regen. Yeah, never mind. We're done.
Yeah,
the webs still suck.
It's unlikely. Second phase ban stuff looks pretty straightforward. CM has been really enjoying an ice win rate. I haven't actually had a chance to play her yet. It turns out that's what happens when you fly across the world after a tournament ends. But CM's win rate is pretty solid, so interesting to see her get picked. Mana, the lockdown against Storm is good.
Yeah,
so it works.
I think she was my second game. I'm a big CM fan here, but she just feels good because like no roots got nerfed, and she's already had a really good root, and it's like roots are better relative than they were before because stuns are all worse. So that feels great. I know when I was playing other heroes, I always felt like I was running out of mana because there's so much to do on the map. So even though the aura, it's like you're keeping it level 1 for a long time, but surely that doesn't hurt. And Glimmer Cape is now fixed, so that's huge for her. Because now you don't lose the benefits of Glimmer Cape if the barrier dies. They fixed that bug, guys.
I wonder if it could also be the shard thing, because her shard is pretty valuable, but I don't always want to spend gold on it. And the fact that it increases your ulti damage could be really nice too.
Yeah, that's
but I think you're right that it's probably mostly the whole frostbite is not nerfed thing, and it kind of just works at all levels. So of being high duration uptime, so that's cool. And you can also cast it on people whose BKBs are active.
Oh, I use that.
And it'll set in immediately afterwards, which is cool.
It was sick. Like they were like trying to defend their high ground, and they like poked out of the base with their BKB on, and then I just frostbite them, and they went back high ground and got stunned. Like because they couldn't just like temper the way you usually do with a BKB. It was so funny.
Yeah, that is cool. And and the other thing that's probably most significant to her actually is that when people press BKB, she's like, okay, let's see if I can live through the BKB. But now at least you can do some damage to them when it's active. So it's like no matter what, her spells will always do something damage, or the disable's obviously a big component of it, but it's not exactly like the biggest, hardest disables ever. So just being able to do some damage, I think, is probably making a bit of a difference in her win rate as well. So.
Yeah.
And even if Frostbite just does damage, you're like, well, that shit's going to be back in like 3 seconds anyways, so.
Yeah, it's true, actually. If you guys watched Dream League right after the patch, you probably saw a lot of Underlord and Ursa. So not too surprising to see these two heroes. We have like triple global mobility potential here from Aster with Io Storm and Underlord. And then from BetBoom, you have the Bear, who at least in my experience of watching the games, seemed like the best way to get these objectives.
It actually did go down in win rate in pubs when it came out, but my assumption is that's because people got overexcited about the ability to kill Tormentors and Roshans and all this extra stuff, so they overpicked it probably. But that was the first hero we saw basically for the first series of Dream League after the patch happened. And the value of the Ursa in a lot of ways is that he is always this like carry that hard counters melee heroes. And by him being able to teleport to any lane, it's a lot harder to lane dodge him now. So you can kind of just always have a good matchup. So if there are lane swaps and he just shows up, you have to deal with him being there still, which is very, very annoying. So if he's got a good lane stabilizer, CM and Bounty can both do that for him, then he should have this good matchup against Underlord as well, and try to keep Underlord from having a good laning stage. But there are things teams can do to mitigate how well Ursa does and how well Underlord does, but as long as they have a tanky hero like Rubik to body for the Underlord, it should be fine, I think.
Yeah. And now we have a Riki ban here, too. Despite it being probably the safe lane hero last, there's worry about Riki in every lane, because that hero still feels pretty crazy. Can't really blame them. What did the patch address last night for that? little
was actually
nuisance here.
It was quite a lot actually, because what the hero kind of shifted into this like right clicker pretty much, and the value was that his shard makes it so you can't cast spells on an ally that's in it. It lowered armor by 7, that got nerfed to 6, and they nerfed his agility multiplier from his ulti, so the amount of damage that backstab does got reduced. Sorry, it's not an agility multiplier, it's a backstab damage amplifier, I believe. And his third skill, Tricks of the Trade, amplifies agility. That number also got reduced, and his talent that upped agility got reduced, and his talent that gave more backstab damage got... Basically, his damage just kind of like went down across the board. And even though it's probably still worth banning, it definitely could be a case where like they haven't had a chance to like really feel out if he's that much worse, and his win rate was just really high. So it's a safe ban if you're worried about some like carry.
You know, speaking of Bloodseeker and Blood itself, I was pretty surprised to see that you can now stack Blood Grenade. I thought the whole, like, one slot was a balance thing, because it feels like that item's already kind of nasty. But, yeah, we can have 3 Blood Grenades stacked up now. Would you like to take a guess on how many Blood Grenades we will see at the start of this game in inventories?
It's probably going to be a decent amount. I mean, the coolest thing that I thought... I mean, it's not that fancy, but the coolest thing that I saw Blood Grenade do is it took some, like, 3-man... level 1, like before rune spawn move around gank, it made it a kill. You know, they did Blood Grenade into Split Earth because they didn't have any other stuns or slows. That was cool to me, that it like I just thought like this is the perfect Suraction Slacks item. You're like, it literally doesn't matter what heroes you have as long as Slacks buys like 2 Blood Grenades and goes and runs at people, because he's now going to be able to slow them by 15% for 4 seconds or 5 seconds or whatever. So it's a cool item. I sometimes forget to buy it, and you have to be a little bit careful when you use it, but pros are going to be the best by far at abusing that item to get kills. I just like that even though it's a strong item, it is costing them health and gold to get these trade outs. So there is some price that you are paying to do it. But yeah, I totally agree that we're likely to see it early, especially with some like CM plus Ursa. That extra slow is a really easy way to get a kill if you find somebody in the wrong spot.
Well, last pick here. We have the flex available here for Bet Boom. They could do the DP mid versus the Storm. That's kind of whatever. Or they can throw it to the off lane, which looks great paired with the Bounty Hunter. So that's kind of my assumption. But, you know, going mid, like, I assume if you want to go mid versus Storm right now, you probably want to pick something a little bit greedy. Just because, like, mid feels kind of isolated. And instead, they go kind of the opposite. They just grab the DK. I guess we still don't know who it is. And Rezo will be grabbing the DP. GBK is going to take that Dragonite to the mid. So he's going to try and just, like, shut down Storm Spirit. Like, he's going to focus hard on the CS. I feel like that's, like, the game plan from minute 1.
I think another thing they could be thinking is, like, how quickly you take the mid tower. I haven't played mid more than, like, once or twice so far, but because ganking the side lanes feels so good right now, you can gank the side lanes, go gank another side lane. It feels like having some mid that can push towers easily is also really helpful, because it very quickly means that your mid tower just dies. And even though you might think like, oh, that doesn't matter that much because mid isn't as important, it is still like a gold boost, and being able to push those creep waves in means playing in that area is still going to be a bit easier. So it's not as broken as it used to be, but it almost feels better because they care less about defending now. So you're just like, oh, okay, well then I'm just going to fucking kill your tower, and then it's not going to be safe for you to farm there anymore and get experience. And I can now use that relief pressure to go gank side lanes even harder and lose less.
It's so funny because like you used to like win mid to take, like you're saying, take the tower, and then like I feel like it became an avenue. It was like a pathway that you opened up to go into their jungle and do things on their side of the map and be annoying. But now it's like I take the tower so that I don't have to come back here and you do, and I'm just gonna go play on the edges of the map. I don't want to be in the middle anymore. This place sucks.
Yeah, it's like the creeps are hitting your mid tower and you're like, oh, I guess I have to go defend that. Before I'd be like, oh man, I gotta defend that. It's taking 200 damage or something, you know?
It would be like 3 TPs coming to the tier 2. Be like, oh no, I got it, guys. I got the wave. I can handle this.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So I feel DK is still good at that. It transitions well as like a stunner setup. I think people are still kind of going like Treads, Midas into Blink to give themselves scaling and setup potential. They definitely need it on their team. It'd be good to follow up on either a bounty initiation or a CM getting a hero or something like that. Setting tempo, basically. Very important stuff to do. Audio.
Wow.
I think XSS writing audio in all chat. I believe that's Sumail not speaking the right language. Pretty sure.
The Babblefish is not working clearly. But we got the go call already. So everything is all set here. And
cool.
And we are off here, ladies and gentlemen. And up top here for Bet Boom, as they all immediately follow each other through top.
You hear Cap
I hear Cap.
and SVG.
Yeah, they're talking about the Orb of Venom.
It's a great team
hype.
fight.
Oh, Snake King. I hope Snake King's able to handle it. Yep, sounds good. As we're gonna get that fixed up here, folks. As I mean, great caster duo. We're big fans. We were just hanging out with them in Sweden. Avery, a little obsessed with the Vul Rebellion. I'm not sure where his lore timeline came from.
Hey.
No, it's not at all. It's not whatsoever. But we're back in the game here, and all right. So this is the typical thing most people do at the start of the game. They run up and they ward the twin gates. Now they don't necessarily always go through them like this, but BetBoom have entered the bottom half of the map here. They're on a mission.
They have such good kill potential. Bounty Hunter here is Invis. He's got Orb of Venom and a Blood Grenade. So that means if he does find somebody, that guy's gonna die.
Yes.
And all of these extra slows. They've also got one on Death Prophet as well if they really need it. You do have a sentry here to spot this rotation, so they know they're all coming. Let's see how they react to this. All right, Pichu's gonna walk by, save. They're just so spread out though. I don't know if I see them getting this kill.
And it looks like Bobka is just gonna try and grab and get out, and doesn't get it though.
No.
But yeah, top bounty will be grabbed here from XXS, and it looks like the lanes are just going to develop pretty much exactly how you'd expect. One of the nice plays you can do now, of course, is that Save and Toronto Tokyo are just down here, and they can just TP with the gate back up top. You don't have to like waste a TP scroll, and Monet will grab his Watcher. But yes, this mid lane, this is what I'm imagining they're going to be putting a lot of effort into, trying to slow down Sumail, while XXS tries to deal with the fact that he is an Underlord versus an Ursa.
At least this is one way to start it in this 2v1 briefly. It's a little gold advantage. Saw a lot of Rubik bullying carries in Dream League Grand Finals there, or at least lower bracket finals from what I remember. But Rubik just very good at fighting still. High damage, solid armor. He's gone for this high stat build, this plus 5 to all stats. Pretty good here.
Yeah, this is sick. Man, he's actually so tanky to start. It's crazy. Like 700 HP and 5 armor. You know, like this CM has 538 and 2 armor right now.
It's a little harder, yeah. Frostbite's a really solid skill, but yeah, the actual fighting to the death part is not so good here for Toronto Tokyo, who actually didn't go a very Mango heavy build in the past. Mangoes were the way that CM's kind of played early on, but he just opted for 2 Iron Node Wrenches and a Magic Stick, so definitely a little bit non-standard here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a Toronto Tokyo classic. In some ways, like he basically spammed just Tree and Clockwork when he moved to 5, and he looked great on Clockwork. I would say it's probably his best 5, but I feel like when he gets into these other 5s that he hasn't spammed as much, the builds, it's like, it's kind of interesting because obviously he's an extremely good player, as Rezo will get right-click down. Very nicely done there from Bobka for the first blood. But like Toronto Tokyo, he almost brings like some new ideas that are good because he's not used to these heroes, but then he also ignores things like this where like, wow, this CM doesn't have mangoes, you know?
He actually skilled Arcanor at level 2. He does have mangoes coming now with the Courier. 2 Mango Sentry and a Salve, which he'll need to trade hits for sure. He's going to beat up pretty good here. And he's just dead.
That's just too much damage right there.
Yeah, I don't know. So far, not the best in terms of his movement. His positioning was a little bit goofy there, but he'll come back.
As long as the Bear's getting the right clicks, you know. He's getting some last hits in there. So far, everything's forgiven as long as your carry can still CS. Monet not having the hottest start down here. Obviously, they just managed to secure the first blood, and they've been putting a lot of pressure on the lanes. They're hoping to do some bullying here and continuing the secure. Oh my god! Did he actually not get that last hit? Were you watching bottom? I don't think you did either.
I was, yeah.
Yeah, he just did a full blood right play down bottom to try and secure a range creep. At least it didn't get denied, but they weren't able to secure the last hit, so bit disappointing there.
Yeah, that was definitely disappointing. I mean, his CS is only 11 here. I guess it's not super behind his opponents, but it's a little bit lower for sure. They do push the lane to secure the Healing Lotus, which is great because that's extra healing for Bloodseeker and Io. This is the value of the Io pairing right now. So all this healing that you put into him is going to get spread out towards Bloodseeker as well. So, man, if there's any lane to survive, Bloodseeker Io seems like the one.
Yeah, it just seems ridiculous. I mean, on the plus side, Save, not too concerned about aggressive potential, just because they don't really have any lockdown and stuns, and so it'll be hard to like keep him locked down in any sort of vision. It is a, 8-second linger, though, on the dust, so even if you leave that initial area of the explosion, I guess they'll still have time to run it down with blood grenades.
All right. Threws their IO blood on him just to get the setup. It wasn't necessarily like a guaranteed kill, but I guess they got some good harassing, which is good. Not much regen left on the bounty hunter. It's a good place to be. I'll do mid 22 last hits here.
Yeah, it looks great. And he gets the rune as well. No problem. Even gets a little tether there from Bobica.
Ooh, what's this? Blades of Attack on Storm. Falcon Blade, I guess? Oh, yeah, I suppose.
Just, yeah, I mean, again, just focusing on the CS, keeping that that +9 damage versus the Breathe Fire. Well, up top, they get their revenge here onto Pichu.
Okay. Not bad for Nightfall. I mean, he's got more than enough mana, which is kind of funny because he hasn't even skilled Earthshock gear. Just using Overpower 30 mana.
Just spamming that.
But Toronto's got the spells at least, which is definitely very important here. Save's going to make a rotation top. This could be a really good setup here.
Yeah, I wonder who they go for. Oh, he's just going to hit XSS. Okay. All right. He saw the Vanguard. He was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's good luck on that one. Yeah, kill the support is the only option they have, basically.
Meanwhile, they
see save.
Yeah, they've unblocked their camp there, so the sentry is still remaining around here, helping to give some vision on to save, but just decided that bottom wasn't really for him. Going to give Rezo a bit of space, let him get some XP, and yeah, we talked about how Monty didn't have the best start. Check him out now. Top of the board as they dive Rezo under the tower.
Ooh, good body blocking there by Monet to land the blood right on him. But save comes back. I don't think it's going to accomplish a whole lot, but
it
keeps Rezo alive.
It's interesting that you can just do that now, though. Because since he used the Twin Gate top, he rotates up there, makes him harass, but then if your carry's in trouble, you can just defensively TP back down here. Kind of force them to have to do this twice or something, but Monace just says, is he still here? Because I don't really care. Bobka a little more concerned. Still has the Lotus, but wants to get back and wait for the next one to spawn in a couple seconds.
Yeah,
and
so
Pichu,
far not.
Ooh, has a defense to mail here in the mid lane, and the wraparound from behind. GPK, the damage is there. He's still level 5.
He's got a Fairy Fire.
Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. The Lotuses are here. Oh. Yeah, there is no way you're getting that kill. Bobica waves goodbye to GPK there and gets a high five from Smail in the process.
Yeah, nicely done. They did some damage to him or whatever, but not going to be nearly enough to secure the kill. So shifting back top again. I haven't really felt the presence of Save so far on the support bounty. He's gotten some levels, I guess, but he's accomplished 0 resources for his team.
Well, they still managed to get a kill onto this Underlord. Vanguard or not, it is not going to save you versus Ursa. There's a lot of heroes you just get to plant in lane versus, but if you allow, obviously just seeing all those rotations mid, he knows that save's not going to come from Bobica up top, and he takes advantage of that. Had a great time. Save, though, here's the impact you're looking for, right? This guy is looking for the Wisdom Rune.
He did nothing. Is that what you're talking about?
The Wisdom Rune. Here it comes. Oh, the dust is popped. It's a battle for the Wisdom Rune. The toss into the dragons. Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh. Save hesitating a little bit with his stun there, and as a result gets completely punished. It does cost Pichu a little bit of gold in the dust, but yeah, that's a bummer there.
My impact.
Again, his impact has not been good, Trent. It's not looked so solid. I do like the fast phase that Ursa went for this game, though. It's a good way to give you the rundown advantage over the Underlord and kind of secures his laning here. Now he'll probably transition back for Battle Fury at his own desires. But now mid is sieged, and Save is like, you know what? I want to go be useless in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, whose XP can I take next?
Though, he's like a great player. I really do respect Save as a player, but this game is not looking so good.
Yeah, I think it's just tough for the bounty to, as I said, impact any of these lanes. These eye rotations coming in. It's an Underlord who's crazy beefy up top. Whenever they kill Underlord, he's not really needed. So he's trying to do all these kind of theory craft plays of bounty, like stealing the Wisdom Rune that we've been expecting to be really strong. But the pressure still remains here from GPK. He is sitting under a ward, but with Toronto, Tokyo, and Save nearby, he felt pretty confident getting a couple more hits off. Oh, he thinks it's a ward, but or a bounty hunter, which they've probably figured out by now as he runs past their off sentry combo. So they see Save. Oh, don't go back in, Save. Okay, he's going bottom. And all right, well, what now does XXS do? Because top seems kind of dangerous, but I guess he's going back here anyway.
I mean, you got to get farm. This is the value of the Ursa, right? Zoning out whatever the bad matchup is. He very wisely is going to poke his head out occasionally and check for him. It's going to be a harder game for him as the game continues, but his net worth right now is not that bad on the Underlord. Just that Ursa's having a really good time now. That part gets kind of scary. So I don't think it's really worth the stick supports here to try to like kill the Ursa. I mean, you can occasionally jump in and try to kill him, but that's going to require big rotations, and it's more important for Storm to probably keep his tower alive mid.
Yeah.
And to maybe go for kills of his own. So I think it's just kind of access hits neutral creeps when he can, and that's just what he's gonna have to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his ulti too, so like if they try and make a play with the IO somewhere, I mean, he can like join in on that, maybe dive behind a tower or something. As we're amassing several units down bottom right now. Monet's here, Pichu's here. Bobica, though, he's going to rotate mid with Sumail, as they're probably predicting that GBK is going to pop his ulti here after this wave, and I wouldn't have been surprised if he did. He's actually going to come bottom instead, though. This is where they're going to put their pressure.
Okay. He's actually not going to go to the Mice build. He wants to go straight Blink, and they are getting ready to dive. Esther doesn't exactly see anybody here. They've got more items coming out. It's another Sentry and a Wand. Nothing that special. Yeah, the dive will start.
Yeah, he starts with a Scout here. They're going to pop the Exorcism and just go right on the Monet. The Rupture is there, but the damage is fast from Rezo. The Rift comes through. Exorcist. He's the only one there for now. You're very alone, my good sir.
Dude, Nightfalls. This is actually so cool how they did this rotation, because they were grouping all their heroes here, and like the moment the gank started, that was when Ursa came out of his portal. So like Ursa basically gets to show up to this like 5-man rotation, and it costs him almost nothing, maybe a couple creeps, but it made that killing the Underlord even better. So it's like both Underlord and Ursa left their lane to come bottom just for Ursa to kill him. You know, it was like it's what he wanted to do.
So weird. Yeah, that it's just so straight. Like that was such a good move.
Yeah, it was really cool. When he popped that, I was just like, oh my god, the timing that he had to walk, 5-8 seconds to the portal, start channeling the portal for 4 seconds just to get there at the exact time that Underlord pops out was like impeccably well done by Nightfall.
Yeah, and there's just these camps up there too, so like you can play kind of greedy while you're waiting for your team to make this rotation to take that tower, and
yeah.
And in the back lines while that was happening too, GPK got the kill onto Pichu after that as well. So lots of gold going their way, and I think is that Blink done now? Oh yeah, save. Okay, well, that's actually his first death, which is kind of impressive. And the Blink Dagger is done for GPK, so we'll see if he grabs the Midas now. I would definitely be down to see it, but yeah, maybe he wants to just like get other items instead.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way he's gonna go. I guess he could for sure. It wouldn't bother me at all. I mean, it's either that or you delay for some like utility BKB like that, but BKB against Bloodseeker is not the most incredible anyway, so it wouldn't bother me too much if he just leaves it. But
Monet is down there farming in the well right now with the Well Wishes bounty. Well, we're talking about the Well Wishes buff here, bud. I mean, these are important things, Storm Spirit Illusions come through. They don't take the jump. That's good.
They have a ward down spotting this also, plus the illusions move in, so they will retreat though. Cool to see teams defending their towers like this, though.
It feels very valuable now. Like, before this tower, you could only hold it for so long, but, like, with the Twin Gate and the fact that you can guys, like, TP to the outpost, I mean, I guess at the same time, you can always TP here anyway, so it doesn't feel as important to protect, and they will jump in. Just gonna get the free grab on the Toronto Tokyo. Everyone else is abandoned. Any hopes?
That was such a valuable ward. Just got to watch BetBoom the entire time, just making their decisions about where they wanted to go.
I feel like I'm going to get really tired of centering the Twin Gate. I feel like it's going to be like every time you're here as a 5, I think you have to sentry.
That is kind of what it feels like. And I don't know if I'm into the fact that they got to like sit there and like, it almost feels like they can make the decision too many times. Like, they can like, they were like channeling it, then they'd stop, then they'd channel it, and then they'd stop while they're waiting to see like what the best thing to do on the map was. I almost think the game is better if you have an internal cooldown for the Twin Gate or something like that.
Yeah, I was surprised
like
that wasn't added
scroll.
yet. I feel like we'll maybe get there, but for now, they are smoking back from the mid here, as you guys can see. They're approaching up onto save, and they're going to jump. He did just leave the sentry area that they had next to that ward, but they had some detection, so they'll grab themselves another kill. It's a dangerous game for a bounty versus a Storm Spirit. I've heard a lot of people talking about the sentries obviously not being quite as good as they used to be, and with the map being so big that it can be tougher for these Invis heroes to be caught. But so far, a couple AoE areas protected from Sentry Obs combos and grabbing a free kill.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Just the Sentry with Obs combo has always been really good. against these Invis heroes. So the fact that you pair a jump hero with it is kind of perfect, because then you can always go where they're about to be anyways, and you don't necessarily lose your opportunity with the ward that gets passed. Oh, they're going to relocate bottom, though.
Coming right down on top, in addition to the Underlord, too. So it's just a complete swarm. They just jump right on top of GBK. Like,
Boy, did
you really can't do much. As long as someone's there to cancel the blink initially, then that's a great play.
Yeah,
and Pichu thinking about hopping right back through the twin gate as well here, but instead just going to grab the Watcher and get himself some Lotus by the looks of it.
He did a little D ward. I like this Observer ward that Toronto Tokyo placed on the bottom Watcher, though. That ward next to the twin gate. That way it's not as likely to be D-warded, but still spots rotations to that area very commonly. Very smart ward placement.
Speaking of which, I was going to say that ward was still there on the twin gate for Radiant, but it is D-warded now. Getting aggressive, though. Sumail starting to lead the charge.
Ooh, he's not going to spot the sentry as Safe places the obs down.
Oh, track starts here from Save. Give them an idea of where the Storm's playing. They're going to smoke up here from BetBoom.
Instantly kill the ward. That feels bad for Save here. A lot of people buying Urn here. Bounty Hunter's got one.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
And I think Rubik also has one too.
I think, I don't know, it might be a necessity these days. Like, with the deaths giving you a charge, it's actually so huge. Jump in for GBK. Oh, he gets to the low ground, though. He's stuck in the river. They're going to throw down the root grab on, but the silence onto Sumail. Have to get the savior from Bobica. The mech is there, but he doesn't have relocate right now. Has to just keep him fighting instead. So they're going to grab onto the DK. GBK getting low. Toronto goes ulti, not hitting for enough damage right now. Rezo, the exorcism is pumping right now, but he is just on the run. The little piggy's going to get put on the spit. That's 3 kills for Donata here for BetBoom.
No more oink can happen now. That's a dead team fight. Yeah, when you blink like that and you miss your initiation, it feels so bad because you are basically channeling all of your net worth into getting out of position. Oh my gosh. And that was like the worst place to get caught, right? There's only one way out, so they're like, okay, Firestorm, just Dragonite tanking an entire Firestorm by himself. What a tough one.
That stinks, man. That's like the best place I can think of, like, to vacuum people now. Just like throw them down in this pit of death.
Yeah, and he did it himself by trying to long blink or something like that, so he lost his range.
Man, he should talk to Crit. He can explain the mechanisms, you know. Crit's very well versed in it now, so he can give a tutorial.
With that said, even if his blink isn't bad, they're still dealing with a really fast Crimson Guard. This did get nerfed, thankfully. The survivability that it provided was a little bit too high. Right now, it's giving you about 100 damage blocks. Let's just take a quick look at the enemy heroes. Oh, Dragonite does 120 damage. So that means Dragonite is doing, between 10 and 15 per attack. Death Prophet does less than that, so she does 0 damage. And Bounty Hunter does do a little. So, yeah, very good item to have this early.
Oh, man, that is brutal. Just catching Rezo. And again, it's just the overwhelming damage. And in this case, they don't even need the Fiend's Gate. They still just get 4 heroes right on top. Soul and Cryptstorm only level 3. Nice benefit there for BetBoom. Rubik doesn't have a crazy high damage spell right now. And Aster just feel like they can play the whole map. So wait, but... Oh, okay, it is 50% now. Okay, because that's not actually on the item, if you look.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait, yes it is. It's at the top of the list. I looked at the bottom. I'm stupid. Save. Another kill here for Sumail. 6-0 and 3. Sumail wishing he was the one who's getting a little bit of track gold. Pichu, I mean, maybe time to steal track here. Got to help out your Storm Spirit. But for now, they'll just take the kills and a 5k lead. That's 17.5 minutes. Oh, an Orb of Destruction, though, for BetBoom. That's hype.
Yeah, that one feels good. Wait, Orb of Destruction? I thought you said Philly Stone. Who's got
that as well?
Ursa?
Yeah,
Ooh,
Ursa
that's
got
a
the
good
orb.
one. Which is kind of interesting. He basically replaced his tier 1 neutral item, which was the green lance, the Lance of Pursuit. So both providing a slow, but this one, -3 armor.
Yeah.
Juicy stuff. It's like a 15% damage increase or something.
If we're trying to save a game in this state as well for BetBoom, we're approaching the time where Ursa, the Tormentors will be coming up. Maybe that'll help them out. It's all getting around Roche time as well. Could be something for them to consider pretty soon. And definitely something Aster would also like to grab for themselves since they do have a Storm Spirit. But obviously, it's hard to compete with Ursa doing the old Roche.
He's super, super good at it. But yeah, Astra's got the heals coming from the IO, so they definitely can succeed. They're going to know someone's nearby because of the tornado that got used here. Oh,
jumping stun here. And the fireball as well. Silence, though, first off on the XSS. So Bobica prepping with the relocate save. Pulls him out just a little bit. Little dance off the left-hand side there. Now allows Sumail to jump in on the save. Gonna try and burst down the bounty hunter first. And turning back the damage there. Peach, you're breathing some fire onto GPK, saying, I can do that a little bit better than you can. And they're gonna grab 2 kills. BetBoom just cannot get through the shields and heals of Aster right now.
And they're going to try to turn this straight into a Roshan. Doesn't look like we'll see BetBoom reacting to this. But yeah, they just keep kind of losing their fights. Jumping on Underlord is not exactly ideal. You know, that's the guy that has the Vanguard built into his Crimson Guard. He has 8 armor from Crimson. He has a Chainmail just casually sitting in his inventory. He grabbed the 5 armor talent from his talent tree, and he's got a Cult Bracer for 10% magic resistance. One of the best level 1 neutral items for your tanky heroes. Frankly.
Damn, that's actually sick.
So he's just, and Asan. So it's like, if they definitely want them to go on it.
Well, they're going to go on Rezo again. That looks familiar. Just like the last time he died near the mid lane. They just immediately leave the Roche pit and head in for some free kills here and save, praying that there's not detection here this time. Notices there's none on the Underlord, so he feels confident enough to throw it a track. And a BKB is finished up here for Ursa. Probably the one thing that didn't go his way in these updates, considering the hero does rely pretty heavily on the item. I feel like, you know, I was thinking like, man, why isn't Primal Beast like broken this patch? I went to look at his win rate, and it is tanking. And I'm thinking, shouldn't Primal Beast be really good? Like, he's got low cooldown ulti, he wants to fight all the time, he's got long range initiation that goes over all these new cliffs. And then I thought of BKB, and I thought, oh.
Does his ulti go through BKB now, or is that a talent?
I think it just does.
Okay.
Which is cool. But,
yeah.
man, that hero really liked his BKB, and I feel like he's pretty sad now.
He did. The upside that you can grab through BKB always is kind of nice too, but yeah, maybe it's maybe there's something like general stats are higher or something. Like, he does a lot of physical damage. Oh my god, he almost killed him. I was like, why would he rupture? There's no way he's gonna kill that guy is what I was thinking.
Yeah, that was way too close.
It's the perfect time for them to push on the Aster side though. Push into the tier 2 at the 20-minute mark when the Tormentors are spawning, which means you get the tier 2 and transition into Tormentors.
That hurts. That hurts.
Mech just offsets all the heal. Io just gets a free shard, which now amplifies his teammates' Spell Amp and Spell Lifesteal. Great on Storm, good on Bloodseeker, and he's got a, I believe it was called a Pavis, somebody told me, not a Pavis.
Oh, really?
I haven't verified that. Just one of my friends said, I want the casters to stop calling it Pavis. It's not Pavis, it's Pavis, and maybe I shouldn't be saying that without verifying first.
How to pronounce Pavis?
Said it was a Eastern European shield.
Oh, that kind of makes sense.
Does it? Does that make it sound better? Or more likely to be correct? I don't know.
Oh.
You learned anything on your journey?
In English, it's often pronounced as Pavis, but it's a French word originally where they would say Pavis, because looks like a French word, you know, with my Canadian French.
Okay, okay.
So I'm just gonna use my Canadianism to call it Pavis.
It was not Eastern European either. It's French. All right. Well, you have rights over here. Bounty Hunter dying in the bot lane.
Shocking.
Simple kill. I don't know how they always know where this guy is, but I feel bad. It just feels like they're dusting the ground and they see him. It's like up here. It's very easy. Oh, my Dota crashed. You too or no?
No, I'm still in. We're good.
Thank God for PGM.
Yeah, that's right. Still saved here. But yeah, I mean, they lost their Tormentor opportunity. There is still a Radiant Tormentor as well as a Radiant Wisdom Rune, which I think is one of the funnier things that, like, you never want to go back and grab it. Rezo, well, he's going to get grabbed one more time here in the mid lane. This time, though, it's not an instant death, but they can't even find the turnaround potential, unfortunately. They're a little bit too scared right now. Obviously, they're fighting into the Aegis. That really feels great. And on top of that, he has a regen rune. So he's got essentially 3 lives on the Storm Spirit.
It feels like he's just not slowed down in any way. He's had such a good game with the IO boosting him up. He keeps getting all these free kills. This like lane advantage that BetBoom wanted didn't really materialize. The Bounty Hunter has felt completely ineffective, honestly. All he really does is like walk around scouting. And while they got a Blink Dagger on Dragon Knight at a decent time, the fights that they took were not very ideal and leaded to them kind of getting smashed. And then Death Prophet did buy Greaves, which is good. But Greaves is not the same as Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard is just better. And on top of Crimson Guard, he also has Atrophy Ore, so it's like their damage ratio is just like negligent.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is the pipe, right? Like I feel like pipe just seems insane now with the like your own resistances. Like I feel like pipe is kind of the new Greaves in some ways. Feels like it should be the better offlane item versus a lot of these lineups, particularly the one that Aster's got running right now. A lot of initial magic damage here, as you're gonna see Sumail jump right in. Send it to a Nightfall. They're gonna try and go for the turn, but again, the Aegis is still there for the 25 seconds. This is one of the worst signs for Bet Boom to fight. They don't want to get dragged into this one, but at the same time, they might feel forced with the DK ult being popped. Still holding the Exorcism though, as they jump on to save. So Bet Boom not making the commitment on this one. They're just saying save. You're not getting saved right now.
Okay. It looked like Sumail's second ball jump was a little bit unideal, but he had Aegis for another 30 seconds, so no matter what happened there, he was going to be fine. And with his Lincoln Sphere, he's protected against like Dragonite stun. It's just it's a good spot to be in for him. He can just do exactly what he wants to as a mid player. It's been a while since we saw Sumail kind of pop off like this, but he's having a well. That's not exactly true, but it feels like this is just like nostalgia Sumail doing like whatever he wants to on Storm Spirit, and his opponents can't stop him. So it's fun to watch.
He definitely does not look like a stand-in right now. That is for sure. As Monet and XXS gonna take down the Tormentor. Sumail zips in right at the end, and Rubik will grab the shard. So Pichu getting himself a little bit of a save here. That feels
Very
pretty
nice.
good.
Puts their net worth very high. So like what, 2,000, 3,000 gold more than the enemy supports. Sitting great. Bet Boom is gonna group and look for a team fight though. They are triple smoked here on the top side of the map.
They have the fresh Spirit Vessel as well. Finished up for save. He's working on for a long time. And
Okay.
Monet, though, has the BKB. They got to burst him fast. Big damage. And the heals from Bulbika. It's enough with the reload out. Goes straight to the well. XSS comes in. They're stuck in the river again. Do not go down here. It's not the place to be. Sumail does manage to get back out. Nightfall just looking to hop his way out of here. Doesn't want to be down here. And the relocate back in from Bulbika will result in his death. But well worth the save there onto the more important players. Sorry, Bulbika. It's just the life.
Great save there, for sure. That looked like a great moment for Bet Boom to actually get back into this game in a big way, and unfortunately they're going to have to settle for the IO kill and the Tier 1 tower, which is okay, but costs them a lot of BKB charges, and this will give a little bit of a moment maybe for Aster to do stuff if they want, but I don't think they care. They're still farming well. They're in a good spot.
It must have felt great to actually... Wait, GPK? The Watcher? Is that their Watcher, or is that is a Radiant Watcher that's walked by, right? All right, whatever. I think they all just ran past the Radiant Watcher. That's fine. The main thing is they actually managed to get a kill, and they killed someone after initial stun, which got to feel great. But Sumail just jumps in. What a ward up there sitting on the pillar. Very greedy moving here from GBK, I gotta say. Going past the Watcher, past the outpost that they still own. It feels like Bet Boom didn't check up on the objectives here, because that was still Aster's. So Bulbika just TPs onto it.
So
greedy.
I forget about these outposts lately. Do you have to take both of them to teleport between them? Is that how it works?
No.
Oh, I suppose you. Oh, I suppose
it's just like the old ones. The exact same thing.
Okay. You teleport to them. Yes.
Yeah. It's
They're not portals.
No, dude, that would be wild. Dude, that would be hype. If they become twin gates, you get both. You just own the whole map. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Crazy.
Now they're just no XP, but yeah, you can just grab them after tier 2, same as before. It's up top. Another potential fight here. Going to find Toronto Tokyo hiding in the tree line there. They're relocating as well. So this looks like both supports is going to get caught out here from Bet Boom. And back on the other side, though, they have XSS here. Going with the Spirit Siphon, as well as the Ursa getting through that Crimson Guard. Gets the bash, has to pop the BKB. He's trying to get a final bit of damage. Swipe him, Bear. Oh, they can't quite get it. Sumail's in there. They're going to bring down Rezo. Nightfall stuck in the middle. Does get another bash there on the Monet, but it does not matter. Oh,
he's blood misting him.
The blood.
I didn't even notice. I just saw I just saw Ursa stop moving as soon as he was ruptured, but it was a mix of things. Bro, I cannot believe XS lived. He was so close to it. He was a fraction of a second from that last attack, but Bulbika came in at the perfect timing there.
Yeah, I mean, that Ursa did 3,800 damage in that fight, guys, but did anyone die? No. That is pain.
Casual chainmail paying off.
I mean, it actually is such a tanky build. He's sitting at 36 armor right now as they all siege this tower together. Sumail jumping in completely fearlessly right now. There's still a great healing bonus available for the IO if they ever decide to need it, alongside that mech. So plenty of saves prepped up here for Aster.
Trent, Sumail is a good Storm Spirit player, it seems like. He is so clean when he does these jumps, dude. They must be really feeling good about this compared to how XWI was playing some of his Storm games at the end of the last tournament.
Come on, don't let him catch some strays here. You know,
look,
this guy's sitting at
I
home
like
watching
the
the
player.
Trent Purge stream. He's like, man, I'm gonna, you know, he's like the Chinese casters have been flaming me relentlessly. I'm gonna go listen to my favorite English duo, Trent and Purge.
He's like Earthstream. That's where I want to be. I mean, he's there's a high chance he's watching this game regardless, for sure, right? But
Oh, he's definitely watching.
and I like the player generally, but his Storm Spirit had some things to be desired in terms of his initiations. Maybe he would be like, well, this is just an obviously easy Storm Spirit game. Let's see if they can save once again.
Oh, can it happen? One more time?
Yep.
No, say it ain't so. Come on,
God.
dude. I thought he was actually dead. The BKB comes out from GPK. It's just a TP out BKB. And Nightfall probably wishing he was able to do the save. Oh, it hurts. This is all while they were just waiting for Roche. And if they go check now, they'll see that he's actually back. There for the picking.
And they're going to do a quick teleport to Fountain and back. I can't even tell that Sumail is having any language difficulties with this team. It is just so straightforward. Everything has been great. Maybe it's just because it's a winning game. Maybe like a losing game it would feel harder or something, but...
Well, let's watch Roche, though, as he's about to do the transition here. Run away! Dive! Be right back. Oh, guys, come on. Oh, this is so clowny. All right.
Roche's channel time 4 seconds too? Or is it...
Oh, you know what? I don't think his got patched. He looked faster. Does he? Yeah, he just jumps right in there anyway, so... They chase him down. They're going to kill him. It was just the second roach. There's no difference between the night and the day anyway, so no tactics here. We're just going to grab the Aegis and the cheese.
They're kind of collecting Lotuses. I was sitting on... he's got a Great and a Healing.
Maybe they can find something with it if the game goes long enough, because right now they're just grabbing heroes and killing them. There was still 3 more seconds on the BKB for DK. Not that it's really the best save these days, especially now there's a Basher here on Monet. And, okay, so let's see. The Blood Mist Barrier. What does it max out at? Up to 50% of Bloodseeker's max health. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's really high. It is going down pretty fast, so just by hitting creeps, it's not really becoming like the biggest thing. But killing big creeps, it does. That's for sure. Yeah, it's got about 900 barrier here. So just like the amount of HP you probably get from max is just really, really high.
Dude, that is so cool.
Between what it gives you and what you're getting from kills. Yeah, it's keeping him quite high.
And Sumail getting to dodge buying a shard this whole time. He's going to grab it from the Tormentor. I assume everyone has a shard then, obviously, because he's the highest net worth. Oh, not everyone. Okay, Underlord also was missing. He just got the lucky coin
Raw,
flip.
dude.
Big Roth, yeah.
Top net worth and he gets it. I mean, that's what happens if you really dominate the map, I suppose. Let's see if they can try to defend this.
All right, let's
They
see
got
if they
the
finally
IO.
get the burst. Yeah, they go for the IO first. The big target actually goes down. Can they turn this into something good for Bet Boom? Does the comeback begin here? Sumail, he's saying no. He's going to immediately go on to save. The buyback is there. Remember, he's dying to get the Spirit Vessel charges. It is tactical. GPK, BKBs, but he dies through with the bash on top of poor Nightfall as he retreats to the tier 4s. Save me my towers. But everything's just being broken here as Monet grabs a triple kill. He's just blood misting all over them. Damage, though. It's actually stacking up on the XXS. He's going to fall. They actually lost the Bloodseeker as well. Now Sumail turning on the GPK. Oh, both got massive heals with the cheese and the Lotuses. And that's going to be enough for a GG call from Bet Boom. They try the buybacks, but it is not enough to turn this one around. And Aster take a completely dominant game number 1.
The perfect game from Sumail. He was like 12-0 and 17 or something.
Yeah, he
Incredible.
was. That's
Holy crap.
gross.
Laning stage was great. He got tons of pickoffs. They were never able to kill him. He got Aegises to cover himself in other cases. Like, he just completely did whatever he wanted to that game. Even Bloodseeker in that last fight was doing whatever he wanted. Just had the Blood Mist going. Walks in BKBs at the perfect moment.
That was so
He does
impressive.
die, but yeah. Made Bet Boom's draft look pretty useless. They had like 2 fights and it didn't work out. It's just the Underlord with the fast Crimson Guard. How do you fight it?
Man, I gotta say, like, I feel like the strategy from Bet Boom too of just trying to shut down Sumail, like picking this DK. Obviously, it's like stuns for the whole game, but like DK, like this hero has just been crushing every lane mid because he just stuns and he denies the range creep. There's not much you can do about it. And GPK is an extremely good mid laner. Like, You know, the guy, he's got other issues in terms of like self-admitted tilt and stuff like that, but there's one thing he's always been really good at. It is just hitting those creeps for the first couple of waves. And to see him like kind of, I mean, go even or even beat by the Storm Spirit. It is the Sumail Classic, so extremely impressive. And heading into game 2, I'm thinking they're probably not going to get that IO based on how they drafted and really angled for it so early.
I would agree because the map's a little spread out. Long-range jumps are a little bit more valuable, and if it's on a player like Sumail, the amount of mana that it provides him is just way too much. He's able to jump across the map, get kill after kill, while keeping his mana high, and then that transitions into him having good team fights and leveraging his net worth advantage that he got from it. So definitely agree. The laning stage with the Bloodseeker was solid. The mid game with the Storm was good too, and the relocate also helped. So
dude,
yeah,
they were so on page, man. Like the relocates plus the gates, that was such a sick way to just dominate that mid game. But in order to see what happens in game 2 of our best of 2s here, we're going to take ourselves a little break, and we'll be back to see if BetBoom can turn things around. Stay tuned.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
And we're back. Aster versus Bet Boom, game 2. Thanks for sticking around there, guys. And nice. We'll stretch it out. Nice and early morning here in North America. Yeah, that's right. All you NA fans, stretch it out. And you're up, I guess, go have your lunch or something right about now. Little afternoon snack here as we hop right back into game 2.
You know what they're stretching is they're stretching Sumail's KDA points right now because they're looking good after game 1.
That's right.
When you get that many kills and assists without dying, what a performance. People are chattering about it necessarily because it was sick. Can happen again, though. Astra's going to start off with the same bans. The AA.
Imagine
the
they banned Disruptor. It was Disruptor, right? AA Disruptor and then Ench, Chen Ench. Those were our bans last time. There's no way. Like, I assume that Astra are going to prep to get Ench first. Wow. Respect.
Okay. I guess they didn't like the bounty. I'm a little surprised, but it does have good potential. I mean, if the game was closer, it would have mattered a lot more, obviously, because then you got track gold and stuff like that.
My thought maybe is that they want the Ench, and like the Ench would be more annoyed by the bounty, like stalking her around and stuff.
Yeah, that makes some sense. Isn't it kind of wild that we went from Enchantress being the top support in the previous patch, and then it's just kind of like, well, sorry guys, we wanted to buff these creeps, so like it's just another patch of Ench. It is a good time to play this hero, I gotta say.
I'm wondering if she might surpass Chen at a certain point. Maybe it's just because Chen will just keep getting banned out, but there are parts of Ench that I really like. I love how she transitions a little bit better into like the semi-K with the damage. Like auras are cool and Chen with all the creeps are awesome and stuff, but like if there's one thing that I feel like is kind of missing right now, it's like high damage to try and cut through stuff, and having all this pure damage that just appears later from a position 5 or 4 feels really good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And the other thing that makes Enchantress better as a hero, in my opinion, is that you aren't completely a shit hero if your camps get blocked. Like, Enchantress's level 1 is just far better than Chen's. Obviously, you don't get as much, like, aura grouping type shit, and Bet Boom is still valuing it as a better hero, but Enchantress is maybe stronger in that sense because you don't have to worry about the camps as badly.
And you have a Purge.
That's true. 2 Purges in one game.
Versus Pugna. Don't have to go grab a creep for it. So
right.
This is a bit of a classic for Bet Boom. The position 4 Pugna. I feel like Ari and Save are probably the 2 position 4s most known for doing this. I'm expecting the TSM games to also feature this Pugna plus Storm because everyone's running out of mana and the map's bigger. So Pugna being able to fill you back up like the old gas station is pretty cool.
Yeah, and you can amplify the heal that you are dealing to your ally, so it's in some ways better. You just have to decrypt the guy that you are life draining into before you'd have to decrypt yourself, because the amount that you healed was based on how much damage you took. So you decrypt yourself to lower your magic resistance, you take more damage, and thus give them more heal. So this means that basically it's going to cost you a little bit more mana to heal them, but it's going to cost you less HP because now it heals up to 20%. It kind of depends on the skill build, of course. Like if you just have 1 decrypt and you have more Nether Ward, which is sometimes the case, then you won't heal as much, but I think it's cool. Trent, I need to take a moment to tell you about Phylactery. I played one Pugna game yesterday.
Please do.
And I bought it on Pugna, and it actually felt quite sick.
Really? With the decrep?
Yeah,
and your ulti? Does it work with your ulti too?
And you can cast it while you're ulti, and it works with your ulti, yes. It only got better. They just buffed it. It has a Sage's Mask now. And the slow is like 1.6 seconds. Because imagine, like, you walk in, you decrep a guy, he's slowed by like 60%, and the Phylactery hits him for 50% for 1.6 seconds.
Dude, you found the one hero this is good on.
And he needs raw HP and stats. Like, I went like Aether Lens, I went Phylactery, and the Storm with an Orchid jumped on my ass, and I didn't fucking die because I had so much HP. It was pretty sick. And I just bought, I had a plate mail. I bought a plate mail afterwards. So it was like, like my raw HP was just so stupid high that I just survived against the Orchid combo. And then my teammates fucking killed him. It was great. But yeah, it's pretty sick. And so you can be like life draining for like 7 seconds and use Phylactery like twice because you just keep decrepping people while you're sucking away. It was pretty cool. Actually, I don't know how I got the idea. I just like opened Diadem and I was like, what can I build? What is this item building in? I was like, oh yeah, there's that thing. Oh fuck, I'll buy it. It was beautiful. We're not going to see it this game because it's a support probably, but
that's funny.
Tangent.
No, thank you. Because my brain immediately went to Universal Heroes because they all have because it's +7 all attributes, and I was like, ooh, like is there some universal hero I can use this on? Did you know that there's only like 5 universal heroes that have unit target abilities?
Okay.
There are
So
not a
not
lot.
good.
No.
I mean, they don't have to be universal. It's a good universal item, but it's
Yeah,
more
yeah.
about the fact that it's a point booster and the stats, I think, is what makes it strong in terms of a survivability item. But actually, the way you need to think about Phylactery is it is a survivability and damage item, which isn't always the most common combo. You get it out of Ag Scepters in a lot of cases, but for somebody like Pugna, it's kind of perfect. Because his stats and his ability to survive are kind of good anyways. So I don't think it's necessarily a good item on like Skywrath Mage maybe because his survivability is not very high otherwise, but it
Yeah.
kind of can work. Anyways, there's options, but we can talk about the game, I suppose. Doom.
Almost.
Getting Doom is good.
We have to also mention that they did fix Dazzle so that his bad Juju now works with Phylactery, I believe.
Oh,
So, kind of interesting right there.
okay. I heard that.
Wait, never mind. It now works with the Shadow Wave. Maybe it works with the Shadow Wave Eggs and with the Phylactery. That could be good.
I believe I heard that it does.
That makes sense. All right. Yes, Doom. Ace made this look really good.
It's a good hero. Good strength gain. Buy the Crimson Guard. Buy whatever the hell you want because you're Doom. You got lots of gold. So he'll be able to frontline for his team. They're going to probably go mid Ricky, I'm guessing. Is this Sumail playing Ricky?
Yeah, or Monet. I mean, obviously, they could definitely just safe lane it too. We saw the ban come out for that in the last game, and I think either could work, but probably it's Sumail because he sees the Storm being mid for GBK and assumes that's the way to go about it.
And it actually works really good too with the Shard because whoever you go on, you put the Smoke Cloud down and a Pugna just can't heal the guy.
Oh, I should probably mention, we are missing GBK. We are remaking the lobby after the draft.
I was wondering.
That was notified by production. Yeah, he does not have an invisible name.
I was like, why do they only have 4 players? That seems a little unideal or something like that. That's all right. He'll make it back. But yeah, Crystal Maid and Pugna all to combo and make Storm better. Seems good, but Astra has lots of solutions anyways. They are going to go for Phantom Lancer. So they'll have a lot of shit that Team Astra is going to struggle to deal damage to.
Back to the old me. Nightfall's back, baby.
Nightfall
Let's
PL.
see. If he's going to come back in the next lobby, he'll just be Epileptic Kid. He's going to turn it back. He's going to time travel a little bit here.
The PL should be pretty solid, though. He can run down the Enchantress and the Rubik without too much worry. The Diffusal upgrade is pretty useful at times. He could use it to get out of Ricky's Smoke Cloud, for example, if he's caught.
Huge.
I think you can target yourself, right? It's just allies can't target you, I think. Man,
yeah. Sorry, in the Ricky Smoke, yes. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's just so many things about the new patch that's hard. Normally when a patch comes out, I play like a lot of games within a week, but this one's been harder because of the travel and the casting and stuff. But
yeah. Now we just gotta watch.
Feel vulnerable not knowing like how all the interactions work, but it was a big patch. That's just how it works.
That's the fun. That's what we want to see.
All right,
yeah, they banned out the Lesh, and now the Underlord removed there.
Sumail Classic banned one of his favorite heroes. And they banned the Primal Beast, surprisingly. Interesting. I guess it's pretty good against killing Enchantress Rubik type heroes. That part's good. Gives them an Initiator too. Pretty tanky, very high strength gain. I think that's probably how you probably play auras on that hero now, actually.
I wonder if they want like a mid, like a safe thing like TB or something. Anything like a big hero. I'm trying to think of like what Primal Beast makes sad,
They're worried about the AM. Yeah, some Battlefield hero, very mobile, good against Storm, kills the supports. That would have been solid. I mean, they need an AoE option. They do not have good AoE right now. And they're going to have to deal with PL somehow. So whether it's going to be like a Sven or something else, I'm not sure.
They could be really greedy and go like Nature's Prophet and do like a Mjolnir build or something. Like that's the only other thing that comes to mind with like the Primal Beast ban. But yeah, I kind of like just either Mjolnir hero or Battle Fury hero. Sounds pretty good. And how about a Radiance hero? Alchemist. Common out hero.
I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think Radiance is in a cool spot. The amount of evasion it gives you is excellent. Just it adds up nicely, even against your like Storm Spirit type heroes. It did get nerfed a tad. I believe the Acid Spray AoE got reduced. The minus armor got reduced by 1.
Yeah.
Is there anything else on him that got nerfed?
I think movement speed went down, if I'm not mistaken. Should probably
That
bring
one
the
I'm not
patch
sure.
back up.
Or where are you looking at the patch? I legitimately could not find it.
Oh, I'll
in my
send it
brief
to you,
look.
but I got you covered. I'll check Alchemist here. He has movement speed reduced from 305 to 300.
Oh damn, I missed that one. Okay.
you go,
Yeah, that
bud.
can work. You can go like a Mjolnir on him or something too. Ah, yes, this looks correct.
Oh, they increased bots 2 back to 40 seconds? Damn.
They did, yeah.
No more bots 2 rush? What?
It was probably too good. to
I
jump
missed
around
that one.
quickly.
Oh, Disperser. The self or ally targeted suppress can now be dispelled by enemies. That means if you have a nullifier or whatever, they won't be able to hit themselves out of that Ricky cloud. So if Ricky has shard and nullifier, oh my god, how do you get out?
There's no way. You would have to run.
Primal Beast onslaughts through and bumps you out.
That
the
one
Kunkka,
inch.
the Kunkka wave does not hit allies, right? It only hits
Correct.
enemies.
Yeah.
Think, people, think.
That'd be a really easy way to grief your teammates. Like use the tidal wave to push the guy that's running away back, but it also takes your allies with them. I would feel so bad most of the time.
My brain's firing at all cylinders. All right, we're just stuck. That's the answer. Centaur War Runner. That's the save, I guess, right?
You could do that. I don't think you can click it though, because he's in the cloud.
Well, no, but like an ally, like Centaur could stampede you out.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah, that would work. All right, let's see what they pick for their offlane hero. It's going to be a Dawnbreaker. Little of a hero that kind of is not unexpected for Betboom here. A lot of their players play it, but Dawnbreaker against Alk Enchantress, potentially. And now we get to
And
go remake.
especially for Rezo, right? Like when he was doing his stint on Secret with Zayats, which is crazy that they what a weird end of the year for Rezo and Zayats, right? Like they're on Secret and then they perform at TI and now Rezo is standing in from OG on Bet-Boom at the major. Like it's just this guy's had a hell of a year. It's been a very strange one for him.
It has been kind of wild for him, yeah. Just to confirm, we are remaking, right?
Oh yes. Yeah, we do. New lobby will be created. Yes, please disconnect and go to the new lobby. Thank you. We definitely need to do that.
I took a screenshot of the game very wisely so we could talk about it without me being confused.
You are very wise.
I've been here before.
Well, the worst part is you ruined my copy paste of the password though, because I had to send you the patch. But I'll get us all to the lobby.
That's true.
I'm a hero.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay,
Alright.
so
Man, you're so smart.
I think Alchemist is a decent hero matchup against PL because you can go some Radiance, you can go Mjolnir on top of it as well to have like crazy attack speed. That should be fine. They have decent kill potential on Betboom's side, but I just feel like Alchemist with the right items will be able to deal with it all right. And he's going to be a little bit more able to get kills on the map is my hunch. Oh, it's Sumail Doom. At least that's what they picked.
Oh yeah, I think that randomed out at the end. But I guess we'll find out. That would be
We will
next
find
level
out.
if he did that on purpose on that, and then had something different in the next one.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, according to, I don't know if it's right, but it said XSS was playing Enchantress as well, which that just doesn't. I mean, it's got to be
honestly,
mid Ricky, right?
That could almost work though. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be mid Ricky. Surely. I had the displeasure, the unpleasure, the sad, the dismay. I had I don't know what word I want to say, but I had a really bad time because I tried to play one random game while I was waiting for my flight to leave Sweden. So I queued up, just unranked Europe West. I get thrown into a random game, and I picked Brew because I want to play some Brew, and someone had to pick offlane because I want to play support, but I had two people who instantly want support, and that's fine. So I take Brew, and then the last guy on my team, last pick's Morphling to go mid. I'm like, that's cool, we got a mid Morph. And then he came top. And he just went to the offlane, and he's like, oh, was I mid? So, like, first off, he was going to pick offlane Morphling, apparently. But then I get sent mid as Brewmaster with offlane items versus Ricky. And let me tell you, Ricky is very annoying to lane against right now because he just has backstab. And, like, you can bully him all you want, but he doesn't care. He's just Ricky. Did not have a fun time. I don't envy anyone who has to go mid versus Ricky right now. It feels really hard to just bully.
You should just like get your 6, leave the lane gank, and then I don't know, rush axe or something.
That's all I could do. But my teammates weren't very happy when the invisible hero came to their lane. Because even when you tell them he's coming, they don't like invis heroes.
Yeah, they don't. If they can't directly see it, the pain has to come for them to react to it. Yeah. It seems like okay. Now all the other casters are filtering in. Finally,
yeah, we're making our way here, ladies and gentlemen.
We won the race.
10 players. We did.
We won the race big time. Nobody else was here. Just players and us.
Yeah, in fact we beat some of the players. So for the record, guys, this is not on us. We were here ASAP.
Let me pull up the draft once again. So we're expecting probably Doom offlane versus the PL. Probably Doom Rubik, most likely, to bully the PL plus CM. And then the safe lane for Aster is going to be Monet playing Alchemist, with Enchantress most likely against a Dawnbreaker plus Pugna.
Oh, so, I can tell you here. I'm looking at the stats on Dota 2 Pro Tracker. So if you guys don't know, it's a site that just basically tracks anything. It's like 7K plus-ish for games. So it's very useful for like raw data. And obviously PL's being spammed a lot right now. So there's a lot of data on this hero. And not surprisingly, his worst matchup in pubs right now is Darkseer, followed by Elder Titan, Shadow Demon. So they're kind of like these classic anti-big illusion counters. In terms of heroes in this game, not a whole lot. The Ricky actually has been doing pretty well. He does drop down to a 47% win rate from 54% versus Ricky. So that's a pretty big deal. So Ricky, I mean, that kind of makes sense, right? Because, you're just annoyed. You're in the cloud. You can't doppelganger out. Mm-hmm. And then Pugna also has a slight advantage. Same thing with Alchemist. They both lower his win rate to around 50%. So theoretically, they have 3 heroes that are performing very well versus PL in pubs right now.
Okay. He might get pressured a lot in the laning stage, though. We'll see. I could see Enchantress doing a lot to affect the game in a positive way.
Yeah, for sure.
Right,
I think that PL definitely needs a lot of help, right? You just want to get him to that point where you're like, nice, there's a PL on my team.
I can't see who's picking who.
Oh, right. The Pugna was on his own team. My bad. I was thinking the Pugna was on the other team. All right, that's good. I did not have the draft in front of me. All right, so these heroes are all popping up right now. We are getting there.
Is this Doom? Oh no, it is Ricky. Okay.
Dude,
I thought.
loading.
They just slowly picked all their heroes for me. I just got anime screen. Well, new anime screen.
I got a Rezo Dawnbreaker screen.
Yep, that's you're caught up now.
All right, we're there. Last match is Dawnbreaker 8-5 and 11. Not bad, not great, not bad. Dawn, I think really strong this patch in terms of teamwork. Feels like it should be a good hero in competitive because of the ability to use global stuff. Because it feels like we're just everywhere and fighting all the time. But everyone is back, everyone's in, and it is indeed the male Ricky.
See how that turns out from. Wow, he's gonna go Meteor Hammer. Who could have guessed it?
Wild stuff. Nothing can change this hero apparently now from the mid lane. It's just a bit too good there. As GVK drops the Ricky emote, I believe that was. Mm-hmm. So up for a laugh. And this seems to be where, like moths to a flame, teams are drawn to come down bottom here.
Yeah, I mean, helps spot those lane rotations in the laning stage. It's a really big deal, especially with somebody like CM who can impact ganks pretty well. It's a big difference.
That's a greedy ward to go for, though. This ward never lasts. This is just a first blood ward. Can they actually do it, though? It's under the tower. You don't really want to be there. Now they see all these heroes. Concoction is ready here from Monet if they want to go for the chase down. Smail not skilled yet. He's going to blink strike in on Toronto Tokyo. They see their target. Rezo trying to interrupt things. Jumps in there with the hammer. Means no stun to follow up here, but XSS is dropping fast. Blood grenades drop down. Toronto Tokyo grabs the first blood. Rezo gets out on low HP. Save. Keeps on chasing. The low cooldowns there with the Nether Blast. They're going to help secure a second kill this time for Nightfall as they kill Monet. Bobica, the next target. Another Spirit Lance coming out here. A little bit more damage. Bobica turns. He wants the final hit on the save. They can't get it. That's 3 kills now. Now Pikachu's coming back with a Fade Bolt. Grabs 1.
Give him the
double. Takes down save. He almost did it.
That would have been really sick if he got them all.
If he manages to turn and grab that too, but...
Oh, now because TPing.
That's bad. That's bad. That was pretty greedy here. And now he's going to chase after Nightfall. Can't get the toss in time, so he'll have to self-explode a little bit there, but They're going to chuck some damage. Bobka, unfortunately, doesn't have one more impetus. Definitely should have saved the impetus, you know, for the TP to end. Come on, Bobka.
I think TPs do disjoint projectiles, though, don't they? I don't know if that would, but it was still very good damage to Nightfall. He's going to lane damage here. Surprisingly, the game's even after all said and done. That out kill definitely made a big difference. And don't forget, guys, he got 3 extra gold from that kill because he has Grievel's Greed at level 1 now.
That's right.
Nice advantage for him.
Man, you know what's... this is a bit of a tangent, but I can't believe what's up with the pillar wards on Radiant versus Dire. Like, why are there 3 pillar ward spots in the Dire half of the map? Or sorry, 3 on the... am I crazy? It's 3 on the Dire side, right? Yeah. I don't know. It's weird. There's a lot of pillar inconsistencies here. You can like control off like the Dire top part, but not like the Radiant one. I don't know.
That was such a good stun bottom actually, by the teleport areas, and he's gonna get the kill.
God. He's getting smacked down here. But yeah, and chase down after from Monet with the concoction chuck here. Save, and gonna be able to juke his way out of that one. So he doesn't manage to dodge.
That was where CM did die right there. He yeeted a very nice concoction. It caught both Pugna and the Rubik. I don't remember who was down there. Pugna Enchantress, I think. God, I don't know, man. I'm confused now.
We're getting there.
He did big damage. Shake, go, boom.
I'll take the blame. I'm distracting.
Thank you.
Save, grabs a courier kill. Very annoying part of Pugna. 330 move speed with no movement speed items, so you can kind of snipe the couriers fairly well. As you're going to see Bobka TV back down here with the Twin Gate. And trying to find some creeps in. Oh, look, a Harpy camp. So a couple of zaps now going to be available here for Bobka. And see if they can continue to give Monet a pretty good time here, as he's already obviously picked up 2 kills even after his initial death. So that feels pretty good. And I'm going to try and combat some of the spam from Save with the help of the Harpy.
It doesn't have very many last hits, though. Only 4. That actually puts his net worth still amazing, though, having had that kill. So
yeah,
he's fine in there.
He's been hunting instead.
He just walked over to check for Toronto Tokyo, who went in and out to go D-ward the opposite side. They anticipated, or they figured out there was a ward there based on him throwing a stun earlier. So that gets dealt with. Save is actually on the Pugna. It's actually a pretty good trading hero. I mean, his movement speed is so high, like you pointed out, but also his nuke is a 5-second cooldown for 100 damage. So if you are right-clicking your opponent successfully, and, you know, he's got a lot of armor on these bones after all.
And the double, too. Even drops the Nether ward there, too. No chance for Monday to go for a deny or anything there, and no turnaround potential. As there is a lot of stuff happening right now. We haven't talked about mid, but GPK doing great. Doing his best Sumail impression here, which is a big disservice to GPK because he's actually an amazing Storm Spirit as well, especially over the past couple of years. Certainly his go-to hero alongside the Ember if they really want to win a game, as they're busting out one of those 2 spirits. And helping to try and bully through Sumail. Obviously, a lot of armor, sitting at 7 right now. He's able to tank through some of these non-magical right clicks.
Does have the Ring of Health, though, on his way to his Meteor Hammer. He's got more items coming out. It's Fast Gloves of Haste, actually. Interesting. Wants to be able to get more last hits. Some players just really prefer having this item because it means more denies and more last hits without having to use spells. So, but definitely a little bit atypical. Usually they just go fast Meteor Hammer, but he's actually just going to go Ring of Health into Treads instead. I'm just seeing another fight bottom.
Oh, easy peasy there. As they grab Rezo on the Dawnbreaker. Save, trying to get the turnaround, trying to sacrifice for it, throws it out, and the kill first goes to the shared bounty. So Save's a little bit late on the kill, means he's not going to get the XP on that one.
He did buy out before he died, though. He's got phase boots now and 2 sets of regen on the Alchemist. So,
oh my god, I thought you were saying on the Pugna. I was like, he bought phase? I was so excited.
It got buffed. 5 more movement speed. I promise
it's my time. He's going to immediately TP top. Oh, my God. Dude, the lane shenanigans right now between, like, when you die as support, you just look, where could I maybe do the most, like, nuisance stuff as I respawn? Because I'm just going to Twin Gate back to where I'm supposed to go.
Might as well. I mean, he did do a little damage to XSS here, which gives him more space for Nightfall to slowly farm his items.
Mid lane, though, they're on to GPK. TP in from Bobka. He's going to pump in the extra damage. There wasn't really a whole lot he could do. He's a level 5 Storm. They got a bit too up in the face of Sumail's Ricky.
Okay. Pre-6 as well, so got to be careful in those circumstances, I suppose.
Yeah, it's up top now. Nightfall also getting chased under the tower. Gets really low.
It's so much harder to figure out what the hell's happening, I gotta say.
Dude, it really is.
It's like I need like 10 seconds to just figure out who's in what lane when I look somewhere.
Bobaca's top. He wrapped around with the centaur. Oh my
Raking?
God. I literally had no idea he was there.
So shit everywhere is changing. Bottom lane, there's just 2 dire heroes, no radiant heroes, which looks so dumb, right? But
I feel like I just got ganked. Like I didn't even see him coming. I have omniscient vision.
free centaur.
He throws that into Nightfall here as Pichu keeps burning through the raindrops, but they're on to the tower now. XXS with the mana burn creep as well. Just chucking that out there. Of course, having the bonus mana regen to your allies. That's pretty hype. This is a Storm Zip mid. They want to get a revenge kill onto Sumail. Zipping through. He's low. Pops the wand. He's got some tools back in the tank. Jumps over to Pichu. And he's out of mana on GPK. Has 3 charges here and a regen rune, so he could maybe YOLO for something. But Sumail's just going home. They're going to send themselves top here with this regen. See if they can grab a kill into someone. XXS would be great, but he has a Vanguard.
Sumail's not planning to die this series, so, I mean, were they really going to get him there?
That's true. GBK's been keeping the regen going. And did it get popped yet? It does now, but obviously got a lot of value of that already. The Vanguard keeping him tanky. Oh my god, the pathing. I feel for you, dude. I feel for you.
Yeah, that was a pathing mistake by XXS. That's happening to all of us here. You think that there's a way through, and there just isn't.
Yep.
Those
or
big
if
map
you,
changes.
You click a little bit on like the low ground or the high ground, and you're just done because like all these new little ramps and stuff. It's pretty annoying, but you know, we'll get there. Some trees looking more pathable than others.
We will. Alchemist just pulling these stacks together. This is actually something I found I had a little trouble with in some of the core games I played. It was harder to pull camps together, which sometimes means that farming on a hero like Alchemist is more difficult. Oh, he's going to actually go for a kill on bottom.
Yeah, they're going to try it. 1 second left on the stun there. Chucks it out, and that is easy.
Was a lot of damage. And this is the big difference in this hero, actually, is that you can justify putting skill points into Unstable Concoction more than before. Because normally you're like maxing Acid Spray, 1 point Greeble Screed, but he just gets this like free point and Unstable Concoction that he wouldn't have had otherwise. More damage, more stun duration. Yeah. Like,
it's just weird to think that you don't need to, like, everything that you can skill now is you can just do it for greed and still have the Unstable Concoction. Because, like, your greed spell is essentially Acid Spray at this point. They jump onto Monet. He's going to pop the ulti here, trying to survive 3. He needs a little bit more help, and the help is not coming. 4 heroes here as Pichu tries to get a turnaround kill there onto Toronto Tokyo, but he can't quite get him. The Decrep save from save is there. Oh, but the Impetus Snipe skis from Bobica, top cheddar.
Bro, he's owning. He's 4-1-5 on Enchantress. What the hell? Just a support with freaking Power Treads finish. He's like halfway to a Dragonlance. He knows what's coming in this game.
And look at this. He drops the sentry down and sends in his creep to try and get the D-ward in time, but they already have the Ob Sentry combo on the Twin Gate.
Either way, it's a very fresh Observer Ward, so you can come deal with this a bit later. It's not that bad. He'll be fine. Magic Wand, 2 Ironwood branches, halfway to Dragonlance. Such a good spot. Oh, they're going to try to kill Ricky.
Yeah. He's backed up here from Bobica. Sumail's just setting up. He is but the T-ball to set up for Bobica's snipe on the home runs here, making it easy for this Eng. He just needs more points and impetus. You know, he's getting tired of this cooldown. Just wants to chuck some spears.
He's very close to spear chuck territory, I gotta say. And now he
there
gets
it is, as he said. Yeah, well, I'll be grab Pichu in trouble here. Still level 5. No stolen spells to help out right now as Bobica rotates back over. Has the Ice Armor on himself, but not quite on Sumail. So Sumail feeling very capable of getting aggressive here. Now he doesn't have the Ice Hammer on top. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, he had it on top before. I'm crazy. That's good. Because it lasts like 40 seconds, so of course he still has it.
Very good armor. Man, these games are crazy. There's just so much shit that's happening.
Who wants to play carry this patch, guys? Like, I feel like
do carries exist? Carries
I don't even know.
Carries are the heroes that hit creeps for like 20 minutes, but like there's no like static place that they're necessarily going to be at any point. It's truly just like they go whatever feels nice and they just don't show up to most fights.
Oh, Roach comes through the gate.
Oh my god.
He
lost half his HP. Oh my god. How can you expect that, bro?
That was the greatest thing I've seen in this new patch. Roach just with a drive-by as he heads to the pit.
I
Monet's-
really thought that wasn't going to be a big deal when I realized you. Oh, the Doom. We'll talk about it later.
Alright, there's a Doom. That's going to send back GPK. I think they're able to just sort of like rebuff back Bet Boom and maybe just lose Toronto Tokyo. Sumail manages to survive. He just came out of nowhere.
He just hits him twice too. It's like a nasty pango roll. So when I read that change, I was like, oh, I thought, and then I realized he goes through the portals. I was like, that's not going to matter very much. But teams spend so much time near these portals that it's just going to happen. Roche is going to fuck you up.
Dude, they still have this ward on this pillar right now. They're trying to deal with it. There's a sentry here on the ground as they're going to see Sumail. Finally, maybe he dies. It's like he's just baiting. It's like he knows, but he finally drops. Now XXS on the run here. Bobuka, the only one who feels like he can actually be strong in the middle of these engagements. Oh, perhaps the headdress, the chainmail, the vanguard. It's keeping XXS up, but they're also focusing down Pichu at the same time. And now under the tower, Nightfall arrives. And the tankier you are, the more illusions I'm just going to get. So onto Bobuka they go. Does get the TP out, though. So that's going to save that streak.
The carry doesn't die. They're safe.
Yeah.
5-1 and
Everything's
5
okay.
now. Almost got his Dragonlance. Very close. He needs to hit that level 7. There's a free experience Wisdom Rune on the top lane, actually. They've spent so much time trying to cross the river here and messing up Bet Boom. But Bet Boom finally wins a good fight. Ricky was only about 40% HP before the fight started, I believe. So
Yeah.
bursting him was definitely the key.
Dude, they're so poor. Both Ricky and Storm, honestly. Like, considering how high GVK started before all these fights occurred, like, I feel like we just traveled through, like, a portal. Like, some sort of time warp that it's now 12 minutes, and we just fought for 5 minutes straight.
Look at GPK's KDA right now. It's a 2-1-9 for a mid-storm. How often do you see those stat lines on that hero?
That is so weird.
It's very atypical. Not that he's playing bad or anything, but it's like he's just been everywhere in all these fights with his teammates, and he's just not necessarily the one getting the kills.
Where are the kills? They're just kind of evenly spread, I guess. I mean, Dawn has 4, Pugna has 3, CM has 3.
I mean, Nightfall's still owning 303 on him. His net
Yeah.
worth is actually pretty close to Alchemist. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's not good.
Alchemist died 6 times, but still. And he's almost got his Radiance. About 600 gold to go. He'll be there.
Radiant's obviously very effective versus PL just by the math, because 15% chance to miss means less likely to create another illusion, which means less likely to do more damage, and that's how things go. Famous Phantom Lancer player Banana Slamma-Jamma, I heard him mentioning that one of the nice things about PL now is that you can use your lance on BKB targets, like in a fight, just to help create another illusion, which is pretty cool.
Ah, that does sound nice, yeah. Before you were a little restricted there, and then the illusion itself hits you for physical damage, so you just don't care about the BKB, basically, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, you're even just getting half damage on that nuke. It's a pretty big nuke still. So they are going to find another grab here on Monet using the zip and the global jump there. Ooh, stolen CM ulti here from Pichu, but the armor's not enough to keep him alive. His save trying to do the same thing here for Rezo, though, and keep him alive. Bobuka, though, always got the big damage with the decrypt in the last second before the spear comes in. Save. Manages to keep him up. Now turns, gets the damage instead onto Sumail rather than going for the save on a GPK. Probably going to end up being worth it here as they try to focus XXS down in the hot tub. Hits him with the hammer. Oh,
Save
a little bit more. He gets through. Oh, Bobuka! He can't get him. He can't quite find it. Toronto Tokyo turns. He has Frostbite level 4. He's trying to get him, but the bird is just peeking.
To check the post-match, bro. How much damage did he do that fight? Save was just alive, sucking, blowing, doing everything. He's putting
apparently about 2,900 to be accurate there.
That was insane. 3 Nether Blasts, 4 Nether Drains, and the Nether Ward was down.
And the saves on 2 heroes with decreps trying to get the last hits there from Bobuka.
That was incredible by the Pugna. I've never seen so much in a fight from a 4 Pugna before. It's not over.
He's doing it all. Oh my god, that is such a big nuke as they bring down Pichu. And now GPK jumps in there. Finally going to get Bobuka. The 5x kill streak goes to GPK. Ooh, the dream.
And now he's got the Falcon Blade, the Witch Blade. Next up is the Kaya. He's having a good game so far. Not Monet again, no!
He just got Radiance. Can its defensive capabilities keep him alive? He can't get the stun off in time. Maybe he can. He chucks it, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, no.
He's already gone. And the fights are happening so fast, we didn't even get to find out exactly how much he got from that streak. I wanted the big numbers, but, I mean, GBK grabs that next kill as well. So he, oh my god, he just bought these items, and he's up to 1,300 gold right now. What is going on this patch? We're hitting a tier 2 in 15 minutes.
That's good. They can take these outposts. I hear these are good buildings. Probably
yes.
the least important or least noticed building in the update. Same shit, but you have to take them. Save will. He will remember. Very smart.
Oh,
Good player.
He's so wise. I mean, that's a Pugna player, you know. That's a support player who takes buildings. He remembers.
It is. You know, I'm not feeling Sumail's impact this game, I gotta say. He bought that Ring of Health. He bought Treads. He got a Blade of Alacrity. He has no items, effectively. He just bought a lot of small things that kind of make his hero marginally better, but it hasn't turned into, like, kills or utility just yet.
He does have the robe, at least on the courier, so he's almost done the Diffusal Blade.
Okay, he's got it now. But we're 16 minutes into the game. Like, the game is faster paced right now, and it feels like he hasn't been able to do quite enough. If he has Meteor Hammer, at least, then, you know, he's taken a tower by now and maybe lands a Meteor Hammer here and there. Not necessarily saying that build's better, but clearly he doesn't. Maybe it's not Sumail-like or something.
I mean, he is not a 4, guys, and he's below the Pugna net worth right now, so.
Well, understandably, Save's having a great game, but
yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah, he's basically a mid player, you know, when he really turns it on. So has his Glimmer and also has his Aether here too, if he wants to disassemble his Arcane Boots as the recipe flies out to him. So Sumail in trouble here. There's no dust though on GPK.
oh, dude, his courier almost got to him, and now the courier's going through the teleport.
Wait,
I
did not even realize that was a thing.
It almost combined his Aether Lens. I thought he was going to have to run back for it. Oh my god, dude, Sumail died. Cool ward though, really cool ward. This dire ward spotting the areas to approach.
Oh yeah, that is clever. Yeah, that's nice. It's outside of range of people centering the pillar too. What, are we gonna fight again some more on the other twin gate? Okay, Toronto Tokyo grabs kill there to Pichu, and now GPK hops on to Aster, someone obviously who's still very tanky with his Vanguard and his Greaves, but they're gonna wave at him and just say, you don't look very tanky here, sir.
Is this not a decent game for the Crimson Guard? There's a PL, you know. Good against the PL. Storm right clicks a bunch. Some Dawnbreaker right clicks. I'm surprised he didn't go for that over Greaves. Maybe Greaves is better to keep Alk alive or something, but I'm not sure.
No, I can definitely agree with that one. The Greaves feels a little bit rough here. And we haven't even hit 20 minutes yet, as the AK lead is here for BetBoom. So one thing that we've seen consistently be good in these post-patch games is applying pressure to this area of the map as the 20-minute hits, as you want to like pressure the tier 2 tower and hopefully grab the Tormentor. So I would think that if you're Aster, maybe you try and like defensively prep for this, but they're just going to drop it here. Snow hops in, trying to get a little bit of a save and a turnaround here with the smoke, but it's just not enough. He's to jump back out. Now in though, Toronto Tokyo though with the Ghost Scepter. No, that's not a Ghost Scepter. It's just a D-Crab, of course. He pops the ulti. He's still living. It's Save doing all the work here. Nightfall keeps pressuring for him on A.
Oh, he saves him again.
Not helping enough. Bobacat just trying to chuck some damage, but he can't get quite enough there. Now on the Rezo. It's not there. GPK jumps in, zips, helps. 4 heroes down. The last standing one, the Deer. Bambi also gone. As at 19 minutes, they just wipe all their heroes with no effort.
Dude, Save's performance is ridiculous there. There was like, CM was escaping from the fight, and the tier 2 tower started hitting her, and Save came out to decrep her the second before she died as well. So he is just covering everybody in this game repeatedly here.
I thought I legit thought it was a ghost because I had just seen him cast like a second ago, and I was like, oh, he's moving over there. Like, but with the Aether, just nice save there.
That was the first time he saved him. He saved him twice in that fight.
Yeah, that's true. As well, XXS and they feel like they think they can leave from underneath their towers or maybe even their own base right now. But BetBoom is trying to make it very clear that you're not supposed to be going there. And now we're going to see here a little bit of mana passed over to our Storm Spirit with that shield rune. He's feeling very confident about zipping back in. Sumail jumps him, just sees a bit of a barrier disappearing and thinks, oh, this doesn't look very good.
It's hard to dive Alchemist right now. It'd be hard to get back up. He's got the Sanch Kaya at least. So his mana regen is pretty fantastic. But yeah, just much simpler here to let Nightfall hit buildings. They've got Tormentors coming up in 2 seconds here. We'll see how it works with the illusion change. I don't remember exactly what it was. I think the illusions take less damage.
From the Tormentor, they don't like absorb any damage from your allies anymore.
Okay, only from the damage that you deal yourself.
No, basically they just don't absorb damage from the Tormentor. They just like it's like kind of like they're not there in a sense. Like you can still use them to kill it and do damage, but they don't make it so you can like solo it anymore.
Okay.
I believe is what the change was. I guess I could, like, read it. That would be a good idea. Here, let's do it. Tormentor's Reflect doesn't count illusions when dividing up damage. Illusions still take damage, but do not reduce the amount of damage taken by other units in the area.
So they were soaking up too much damage, basically.
Yep.
From other people. I did not realize. But they still looked fine. Like, it didn't look that bad. Anyways, who got the shard? That was Crystal Maiden. Happy for CM players and all supports out there. And then this is the strat, basically. You just leave your Tormentor on the other side of the map. The enemy team can't take it, so...
Yeah.
You take theirs, you get your advantage, you don't give up any space, and they're going to do Roshan next. Sure,
I think
Save
the thing...
would like to get the Ag Shard, but...
The only thing I don't like about Wisdom Runes is this. Like, because Bevum have not taken either of their Wisdom Runes from 14 or 21 minutes. Because, like, they're winning so much that you don't want to go back there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
it
it's better
strange.
in some ways to not lose the tempo, because they do increase experience by leaving them there. So if they go get them at 24 minutes, it is like a bonkers amount of experience, actually.
Or 21, yeah. Like, they can just get it now.
Is it 21?
Yeah, 17.
Oh.
Or 7, 14, 21. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Okay, that's the 14 and the 21.
Now, if we wait for 28.
Exactly. Let that shit simmer a little bit. Cooking analogy, low heat.
Like
That's
a
all I
fine
know.
wine,
Sure.
Maybe
Splash
put it in
some
a
wine, I don't
cask.
care.
Oh, I was
Just
going
eat
with
it.
like the aged like wine, like put in the
Oh,
cask.
okay, gotcha. I thought you were saying put wine in it.
I see. You're going for the simmer though. I got you.
I think so. I don't know. Is there like a PB&J equivalent that I can make here? You take it out of the jar, you smear it around, and it's just ready. That's like
You know what? You're still further than most of the Dota talent. You're past Uber Eats, so that's already a win.
That is true. I do choose to feed myself.
Attaboy. Jumping here from GPK. The Doom gets struck out though in combination with the Raking Smoke. Can they keep him alive? So far they've been able to. Save is just chilling, waiting for the decrep. It's not even needed right now. Bobaga chucking out some spears. That is not the real PL, though. I have a bit of a disappointing news here for you. The real PL, in fact, just picked up a heart, so that's not great. Pichu jumped on inside the base. GBK trying to bring down this Rubik. Can't get anything here, though. They're just all walking back. They can't go anywhere. Bobaga, it's just that's an inch. She can't move. She's too slow. Doesn't even look like the right hero.
This
buyback
tower's
here
not
from
ready
Pichu.
to be killed yet.
No, there is in fact still a tier 2, ladies and gentlemen. Nightfall, though, doesn't care. He needs to make more illusions with his creep wave that just spawned. Teammates, could you please hurry up so I can attack this tower? Thank you very much. Never mind. I'll just grab for Kichu as he's getting close to the well. Zipping here from GBK. Still has 3 minutes left on an Aegis, so he doesn't care. Mane hops out to throw one stun. Says, am I helping? Am I doing it? Well, GBK is going to give him a little wave. Going to hop inside the well. Tank some hits. Getting a bit dangerous here. They're hoping to force out a GG here as GBK tanks a couple of tier 4 shots, but back to the tower they go.
I mean, they basically just get to superpower themselves up, filling up the mana on GPK. The initial Doom on Storm, I've never seen somebody Doom to live that long before, but that's Pipe and the Greaves, and they probably hit him with heals or decrep as well to keep him up in that fight. And so they still have the Aegis here. He just backpacked all his items, got healed again. Save's going to now heal up on creeps if he really, really needs to, but just complete dominance here. Still no racks being taken yet. 18k gold advantage.
And in they go. The level 14 Alchemist just looking like a feeding frenzy here with Nightfall. Like a bunch of piranhas hopping on this prey of Aster. Bobka just getting decrept up here. He can't use his main help. He can't throw out these lances that have been saving the team. All he can do is just walk back as his allies die around him. Oh, they've already called the GG at this point. There is nothing left in the tank for Aster. We're going to split this 2-game series 1-1 in two very snowbally and convincing games.
Yeah, kind of wild to see it go back and forth, so one-sided, but BetBoom clearly just needed a warm-up because game 1, they laned at best okay and then looked very disconnected, but game 2, they laned still solid. It was like both teams did well in the laning stage, but BetBoom together played so much better in their groupings. Their 4-man of Storm, Dawnbreaker, Pugna, CM was really fearsome and hard for Aster to deal with, and they just did a much better job ganking the Aster carry, whereas Aster didn't touch PL like all game.
Man, how did Bobaca's game go so off the rails? I guess it's the classic Ench problem, where like you feel like you're kind of owning, but if you can't just like sync up with your cores the right way, and plus Save getting those giant decrep plays was kind of nuts.
I think that's what hurts it the most. It's like he has all this net worth advantage, and then if one spell from the Bet Boom squad stops his damage for like 4 seconds to 6 seconds or something,
Yeah.
that's like way too problematic for him to deal with. Like they're actually all really right click based. That's one area the draft kind of messed up. It's an enchant with right clicks, it's a Ricky only with right clicks, and it's an alchemist. That's 3 heroes that need to right click to effectively deal damage or get kills. And the first guy that Bet Boom picked was Pugna, who's got the counter there. So then once they started winning the fights and preventing any kills from coming, they just got really far behind. So that was the crucial game changer. And there wasn't any like alchemist net worth to swell and come in and do well. And frankly, Sumail's impact was negligible. It just completely stopped after those fights started going badly. He didn't have items. There wasn't a meteor hammer. It was just like nothing.
He had the lowest hero damage in the entire game, and I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah,
like because he couldn't really do much. He eventually did get the shard, but we didn't really see the impact of it. I wouldn't say, despite like these big saves being there. Maybe I'm trying to think like how did he live when they used the shard? I mean, he still had ages, and they doomed him with the shard, and he still just like walked out of there because like the AOE heals, I guess, of like Greaves and Pipes and like Solar Crest. Well, I can't Solar Crest, I suppose, but still.
Sometimes
nice.
they used Dawn ulti was the other one. So if he Grieve Pipes Dawn ultis. That's a lot of heal. That's a cool idea for the solution. That was their last pick, right? So I guess that's what they planned for. They're like, we're gonna save the guy that gets doomed. They fucking did it.
The Boots of Bearing would be a good counter as well to Ricky Smoke.
Yeah, don't need a centaur. Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
fits perfectly on CM anyway. So
that's really nice. All right, we're solving this patch, guys, one step at a time. Not gonna lie, I didn't even know that Vampire Fangs were back, but that's kind of cool that Monet got them on Alchemist. Not that we really saw it, but that is it for series number 1. And we are going to be back. Purge, what's our next series?
Is it Beast Coast versus Execration? Does that sound right?
Almost. Very close. It's Execration versus Evil Geniuses. You were so close.
Oh, that is actually very close.
Yeah, you were almost there.
So close. I got 2 of the players right.
Yeah,
whatever.
That's right. So we will catch you guys then. And obviously there's 4 streams going on. We've got the main stream, and then you have our 3 side streams here of Earth and Storm and Ember. So check them all out, and we'll see you on the next series. Bye-bye.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity.
Hey, hello everybody, and welcome back to our second series of the day here on the Earth stream. It's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Execration with Trent and Purge. Purge, did you happen to see any of that last game for Execration here, as that's what we were waiting on?
I caught some of it, yeah. Execration was doing well. They were ahead in net worth, and then LGD just kind of like grouped up as a ball and just kept smashing fights and getting advantage. How did it actually end? I missed that part.
And now that's very accurate. That's what happened. Yep. It got as close as to about, I think, a 2K lead. Like, they had really brought it back after the lead was growing pretty heavily for LGD. But they just balled up. They went high ground. They got the kills they needed. It was nice. It made me think back to some of those games that went a lot longer at the start of the patch, because I feel like teams wouldn't have risked going high ground there, even with the Aegis. But LGD executed very well, and then the game just kind of ended.
Cool. So not cool for Execration though. That's going to start them off with 2 losses, unfortunately.
Would you like more standings? I have more standings for you, Purge. Would you like that?
Please show me the group standings.
Bam.
Wow. And you know what's happening in Group B? Nothing.
That's right. Yeah, we're doing the groups back to back, so the players can get their games just out of the way and move on with their day. Very unusual, because typically we have like A, B, but this is the plan for today. So Execration, hot off their loss, will now be coming in versus Evil Geniuses, who went 1-1 in their series that they were playing versus GG. So pretty good start to the day for EG to snag a win there with arguably, of course, the best team in the world right now.
The best team in the world, definitely. Undisputably, they won. They
just lost to EG though. So I mean, does that mean EG are also
the Gladiators 2-1s once in a while, and that would have been a 2-1 if not for the system, this BO2 system, the so-called BO2 system,
keeping them down. I see.
Yeah.
Designed to slow down the power of GG.
But if we talk about how good EG performed at the previous tournament, some would say beyond performance, maybe. They did very well, but they didn't quite make the cut to get out of the group stage, if I remember correctly. So, bit of a bummer for them. They kind of went under expectations, but I wonder if they're going to do better or worse with this patch. I feel like Beast Coast is going to do better because there's more chaos and they already live in the chaos.
Yeah.
EG is a little bit more refined, like moderately more refined than a team like Beast Coast. So I'm not necessarily sure how EG is going to perform. But hey, going 1-1 against Gaming Gladiators, when Gladiators have had played against the best teams in the world, other than themselves, of course, on this new patch, that's a good showing for them. So could be something, signs of things to come.
Yeah, I think the big difference, of course, EG and Beast Coast are just always going to be compared, so we'll just compare them anyway. The big difference, of course, is the fact that that Whisper is here now, and he is on EG. He ended that second game that they won 14-0 and 14 on his Darkseer, which is just gross, frankly.
I just looked at the time, the lengths of these games. Gladiators won in 18 minutes, and then EG won in 22 minutes.
Yep.
What?
And did you see that? Look at that Quinn mid Ricky. It looks exactly like our Sumail Ricky.
It looks exactly like the Sumelo Ricky in item.
Yeah, he just got stomped and didn't get rolling. And that's kind of what I want to talk about with the Ricky, because like when I play versus the hero, I'm like, okay, I can't, if I'm not a real mid hero, the Ricky's just gonna go nuts. But if there's like these real mid heroes like a Leshrac or a Storm Spirit who can actually like bully the hero, it's gonna be a lot harder to get this like snowbally Ricky going, because he gets the XP bonus on the kills, which is kind of nutty. So you can see how he can get like totally out of control, but you have to get that stepping stone first.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about that buff to him, that experience gain from the kills. Definitely forget about it. And I guess that's why they don't want the Meteor Hammer as much, because they're like, I don't want to assist getting kills or towers.
That's right.
I want to murder heroes. But if the Diffusal Blade gets delayed, it kind of is a bummer. And I mean, the Meteor Hammer build is so sick because it turns your regen item into your first action item. But if you buy the Ring of Health and you don't turn it into something, it really does delay your timing by about 700 gold, which is not very fun. So yeah, it seems to be a big deal whether or not he snowballs it and turns into this like solo kill physical damage monster.
When I was looking at Ricky builds, I saw that a lot of them were turning it into Lincolns. So I mean, and again, like you're saying,
later on, I assume.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, like way later it becomes a thing, but it's just that's so much later into the game that it's not necessarily that relevant. So it looks like that's even falling off as we look at some of the builds across the board. But we can look at other things, and that's our fresh new draft here. So Chen, Underlord, Bounty Hunter, 3 heroes that we already saw in our previous series. Missing would probably be the Ench and the Io as the two the big heroes left.
Yeah, EG did ban out Chen in their most recent game. They banned Chen Enchant. In the first game, they banned Enchantress and Doom. So adjusting a little bit depending on the team. But based on Execration, who I consistently get confused of because their acronym is XCTN. I keep thinking Extinction. Does that happen to you?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It's been really annoying me for literally 10 years. Wish that would change, but I get... there it is. There's the first pick, Enchant, the one here they did ban first phase both games, so they're going to be happy with their opening.
Yeah, good way to start things out here. And the IO is still in here for Execration, so if you are, making any plans to bring this hero out in this patch, it's the group stage. Now's the time. They did not feature it. They banned it first phase versus LGD, and then it was ignored in the second game draft. So it seems Execration are not interested in this hero. I see a lot of bans in their recent history and no picks.
Of IO? Is that your story? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're off that hero apparently.
Interesting. All right. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes.
It's funny because, I remember we were talking to Stinger from East Coast, and he was talking about how, he was excited for the patch because they don't pick Brood, so they just ban it when they have first pick. So I think there's a lot of teams now where it's just like, yes, we never had to play Brood. Sick. So the drafts have opened up for many teams.
They banned just long enough. Maybe it affected their tournament performances. But,
just a little. Not being able to play the arguably most broken hero, but she is not of concern right now. And we're going to see another Doom and Rubik, which I believe they lost to this opener versus LGD. I believe that GG lost with this duo in the game 2 versus EG. That is correct, when they also had the IO. And then didn't they lose in our series too? Oh no, they won. Sorry, they won in game 2 with the Doom Rubik. Okay. All right, so we do have a victory for that duo today.
Okay. I like Slark Doom matchup, though. That one feels good to me, because Slark's Selenian stage should be able to beat up a Doom pretty well. He can get bullied by Rubik, but with cover from a hero like Enchantress, he should have a really good game. Slark changes... I don't remember him getting, very severely nerfed or anything like that.
Just Depth Shroud was a little bit shorter, but still very playable.
You're right. Dark Pact worse at level 1. The cast range is worth for Death Shroud, not the AoE.
Yeah, and he wasn't touched in B, and Diffusal's just better, so overall just seems like a better hero.
Yeah, seems fine. Very mobile. Maybe has to worry about game tempo or something like that, but yeah, he should be fine as an opening hero. Doesn't really reveal too much. And now they ban out the mid heroes. Actually, JK, Partial Whisper, you don't really know where that bat's going to go, I suppose. Could go anywhere.
Yeah.
I wanna see Whisper use make Timbersaw work. He did get some buffs. That agility gain, Whisper's salivating right now. Oh big God, 6 more agility by the end of the game.
I actually think that's probably the next ban. Frankly, I think it's not worth dealing with, because I think Timber should be a pretty good mid right now as well. Yeah, so let's just get rid of that. Because these are like triple flex heroes for them, like you were saying. Because C-Smile also plays the Primal Beast, and I'm sure they could throw it mid. Go Mirana.
Okay. Execration with the Mirana. Little arrow setup looks decent. Decent shard at the moment. If it's free, of course, I wouldn't buy it. Wouldn't pay real money for that.
That's right. Yeah, that's not a paid for shard. I haven't had a chance to play Mirana yet, but I feel like she should be really good. That's my gut check on the hero.
I mean,
Seems like the buffs were nice.
Yeah, they didn't touch Starstorm, right? And then Mirana Arrow Stun is the same as well. It's not exactly amazing against Slark because he'll dispel it at some point, even if he has like BKB up. So like some heroes you can like layer the Mega Arrow on people with BKB up, and then after their BKB runs out, they're stunned. That part's kind of cool, but it doesn't work against Slark.
Did not realize she was universal. Okay, my bad. I definitely thought she was still Agi. That's cool.
Yep, they changed her. Yeah, makes her a little better because a lot of the items she buys are usually like generic stat items. So this will be a nice way to like give her some right click. But largely they're probably picking her as a solution against Enchantress, so you can arrow that creep, because the creep is once Enchantress hits level 3, if she does get a big creep, even if it's just like a pine, what are they called, Pinecone Raider or something like that, they're just so fucking annoying because they run at you with like 10 armor and like 70 damage or 80 damage, and they just right click you, and you can't easily deal with them. You kind of have to get zoned. So it's either you block the camps or you just give it the death arrow, you know?
Well, the death heroes are here. This is what they dominate with in game 2 versus GG. It's the Nyx Assassin and the Darkseer duo. Matthew, an extremely accomplished Nyx Assassin player. This guy is not just Nyx is good this patch, I'm going to play it. He's one of those guys that is waiting for Nyx to be good. He has 91 pro games on Nyx with a 71.43% win rate. The guy slaps on this hero. It's probably one of his best. And the best Nyx players are the ones that really bully you with Carapace. So looking to see how much success he has with that this game.
That's a good point. Yeah, Carapace is a big deal. Great setups for reflecting this game. Very good against Doom to land some easy setup if he's just Scorched Earthing. Rubik, you can catch him. Kunkka, you can definitely catch him with Carapace as well. And this must be why he was picking Lion so many times. He really just wanted to shoot spikes out of the ground, and it wasn't working because Lion was not a very good hero. But Nyx here,
dude, he's got to go back to Lion. Have you used that new Earth Spike? That thing's insane.
I haven't seen it yet.
Dude, it's so fast. Like, it's insane.
Okay. The Mind... is it Mind Flayer? Is that his new second skill?
It is. Mind Flayer, yes. That ability is crazy. Oh, yeah. I actually checked the build he went. Let's see. What did Matthew do in his Nyx game here? He grabbed himself Drums, Blink, some Tranquils. So no Dagon.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, we're not there yet.
I'm not the most surprised. I mean, if you're playing like a core or something, it can kind of work, and it's better now for sure than it was before. Before, basically, just shit tier pubs is the only place it was effective. But it has some potential with the whole Mind Flare amplifying it. It's like there's just more and more ways to like play Magic Nuke carry builds these days, and Nyx maybe has some potential there someday, but not today.
He actually maxed Stun first, and then he went Carapace and Vendetta, obviously, but he took his talent before he even took his first point in Mind Flare, because he wanted the additional stun, which I think makes sense, because I think if you don't have like the Dagon, it's, you know, the Mind Flare is just not doing that much for you. Obviously, there could be maybe some situations with the int multiplier, but it's not that crazy, because it's not even like you're mana burning anymore, right? You're just doing damage, so it doesn't have that additional use factor that it used to have. Yeah,
I guess if it's just an extra nuke. And most of the time, you're not necessarily getting your ulti hit into the stun. If you are, then Mind Flayer makes more sense. But if you're not hitting very often, which doesn't always happen in the early mid game, then yeah, totally reasonable to skip it. Banning out the Viper. I guess the break against Slark is kind of good. You just slap down the Nether Toxin. Slark can't kill that guy. Hard to kill for the other heroes as well.
Yeah. And Execration Classic as well, in the Visage being removed too. They don't want to get just like snowballed down. Execration removed the Lawnmower combo of the Darkseer and the Ember, where they're just going to run around the whole time with Ion Shell and Flame Guard and do a bajillion damage.
Yeah, that'd be quite good. Have you noticed how crappy Rubik Lift level 1 is nowadays?
I have, yes. That is sad.
We saw it last game at the very end of the game, and it was against a Sanj Kaya Storm, so it was 20% less. But he lifted him right away, and he just fell right down. It was like so shocking how weak it was. It was basically like a was like a 0.6 second stun or something against
Yeah,
the Songed hero.
It feels pretty terrible. I mean, by the time it's maxed, it does double almost. It goes from like 0.95 to 1.7 here I'm looking at now, but like that is, yeah, not great.
And banning out the other spirits, not the Earth Spirit, of course. They would not do that on the stream. It is as part of the rules. If you play in the Earth stream, no banning the Earth Spirit.
You know, he does like Void Spirit. See Smile. He talked about it a lot. Lima wanted to play the hero. Did get nerfs in the B patch.
Played it already today. Lost, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's not good then. Okay, never mind. All right, wash it out, wash it out.
Got smashed that game, I think. It's probably still okay. I mean, that was one of the universal heroes whose stacking did not get dumpstered, basically. He only lost 5 movement speed and lost 10 damage on Resonant Pulse. Not that bad, frankly.
Yeah, hurts you with like the range creep, I guess, is probably the big thing.
But yeah, it doesn't make very much sense against a Kunkka type hero. Void Spirit is like a burster kind of hero. So if you have very high tankiness, Void Spirit does not feel very good. You'd rather have somebody that has higher long-term damage rather than short-term.
Yeah, they're gonna grab the monkey instead. Go for more like the lane dominator rather than like the game plan. I guess they're gonna rely on Slark to be more of their sort of spirit alongside Matthew. And, I mean, you have Boundless Strike jump-ins and stuff too, so it's not the consistency necessarily of the spirits or the pucks or whatever, but it's definitely gonna be better in the lane. And Execration now just decide on their flex. Do they want to do safe lane Doom or do they want to pick a real carry?
I mean, they still need better Slark solutions. They don't really have very good ones right now. Kunkka helps a little bit, I guess, because you have AoE nuke and some delayed damage type stuff, but they're not going to be happy about this like Kunkka Monkey King matchup. And the fact that both of their cores are these like tanky, weak to Monkey King heroes kind of puts Execration in a bad spot. And it's a hero that EG is super comfortable playing with.
Yeah.
They picked him often in at least two DPCs ago, the one prior to Lima.
Ooh, yo. All right. I was going to say Court, because Disruptor is actually insane this game versus Slark and Darkseer and Ench. It's actually such a good Disruptor game. But I've seen some people trying Core Marauda. If there was a time, you could pick Disruptor here. That'd be pretty nasty.
Oh, like pick a support and do Core Marauda instead.
Yeah. That's
yeah,
pretty YOLO,
I don't even know what items you go. Shadow Fiend instead, so probably mid SF, I guess.
Bob. Gonna grab the SF.
Okay.
So.
Well, we'll see if he's got enough mangoes. That's one of the things people were talking about with the mango change, is that SF is going to be sad about that a bit. But I think it'll be fine. It's not like his other heroes really need it that badly. Heroes as expected for EG, basically everything the same. Pakaz playing Slark, of course. Panda, the 5 is going to be playing Enchantress.
Yeah.
We'll see how the lanes end up matching up with them.
That should be really cool if it is Palos Kunkka versus Whispers Darkseer, because like one of the reasons I like the Disruptor is that it does really well versus the Darkseer in lane, because you can do like the glimpse plays, so you could sort of do a similar thing at like maybe one of the higher levels with the Kunkka in terms of like your X and trying to punish him after he tries to use a Surge Escape or something, but should be a pretty scrappy lane. Kunkka sounds like a really annoying side laner to just like run through the Twin Gate and just go mess with the other lane for half a second. Oh, that sounds really obnoxious.
That does sound pretty annoying. What else did Kunkka get buffed for? I seem to remember it seeming kind of decent, but...
Dude, he could like push out the wave too with Tidebringer and like focus on the Lotus pools.
That's true.
That's annoying.
As a Kunkka, I mean, his AoE damage is not that incredible early because it takes time for Tidebringer to feel really good, but...
Yeah.
He can Tidebringer even when he's silenced now.
True,
Broken.
That's right. Now it's disabled by break.
Ghost Ship stun goes down. Oh, they can area target Torrent Storm. That was the best change, actually.
Oh, yeah. That Axe feels way cooler now.
He actually legit just got nerfed. Except for the Tidebringer one.
Yeah.
His Ags is easier to use, and that's about it. Everything else is, we'll see. Yeah.
Well, the question is, will this be another 20-minute game? As EG have only played 2 games. They stomped one, got stomped in the other. Our 2 games for our previous series were also pretty quick. At least they felt really quick. Can't remember what the actual clock was.
They're both stompy. They were both probably like 35-minute games or something.
Yeah, definitely one-sided.
40
though.
tops. Yeah, they really were very one-sided. And Any really cool shards to get excited about this game? Little Friends, of course.
Dude, I think
Doesn't
the Ench
matter.
one is just sick. I know we're going to see Ench like every game, but like the fact that it does more than just Little Friends now, it gives you the second purge is so
Yeah.
sick.
And that's probably another reason Enchantress is kind of strong, because you can use it to dispel the Crimson Guard that's been really terrorizing a lot of games.
Yep.
That item. It only lasts for 8 seconds, but like if that's the 8 seconds you're hitting on a guy, I mean, that's so much HP.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
Ichi with a bit of a newer strat here. Radiant team invading up here. Not a place
it.
we've been seeing a lot of action. Definitely seeing more around the edges of the map. A lot of wards onto the twin gates. They're they are hiding under this ward and trying to get an early first blood here, perhaps on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, whoever ends up coming for it. I kind of like wards like this sometimes. Just that's one thing I like about the Cliff wards so far is that they are a little bit. They're not the same on both sides. It feels like. So I think that adds like some fun to Dota. Maybe it's going to make things a little bit one-sided when we figure out which ones are more broken and Radiant Dire win rates figured out a little bit better. But I like that the game just truly feels up in the air at the moment. I'm pretty into that.
And don't worry here, we're just adjusting
Just a
some
quick
settings,
peek.
but everything is fine.
These are the settings you need to be a very high level player. In case you guys were curious, screenshot these. Very important.
That's true. Yep. Take notes. Take notes. In the main game, Carlo gets stunned up, but he just leaps away, so don't worry. All
Just leaps away. Just skills leap level 1 to get away.
good. Okay. Well, we'll ignore that. I'm trying to help the people with the radio cast, all right? This is Matthew and Panda just making their way through here.
He's being zoned. Marana completely being zoned by both Enchantress and Nyx Assassin at the moment. And let's take a
And
look
still
at the mid.
has leap.
3 mangoes all into the SF. Great dodge there by C Smile with the mischief. Gets the triple raise off, but actually doesn't get burned nearly as bad as it would have been otherwise. But
That is kind of cool though. That even though you use the mischief, obviously it only reduces it prevents the damage, so you still get the debuff. So it's not a total loss for the SF.
it wasn't. But I mean, it's a big difference of damage.
Oh, huge.
We're talking like an extra 140 or something like that. Pretty monstrous.
As he just mischiefs his way around and throws out a boundless strike there to try and secure some more
Yep.
CS.
Nicely done by C Smile. He's really mitigated that a lot. It already cost SF a couple mangoes. Lane is fine. How the other lane's doing here?
Pretty chill. I mean, Carlos like back into it as he grabs the wave and just tries to bring it over to Palos essentially. Yeah, they're just hanging out up top. That's all right. We're getting it all fixed up. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna make sure you guys are gonna have a pleasant experience. I'll let you know that creeps are dying, but heroes are fine. So it's
That's true.
okay.
Looking relatively even. The safe lane Kunkka here. Oh, Doom might be in trouble.
Oh, Tino. Oh, that's a long one.
god. That did so much damage.
Good old Ench. Feeling like a very strong
he
hero
missed
right now.
his blood
I
grenade?
believe he just missed the blood grenade. Yep.
Oh no!
Do you think he gets that blood grenade and to chase down Fable? Probably. But I don't think the blood grenade was gonna
Gotta
kill.
stick.
It was a bit greedy.
Do you
But,
feel like really satisfied when people fuck up their blood grenades on you?
Oh yeah. This item's griefing. I hate this item. Not
I
a
think
fan.
it's weaker players grief with it a lot for sure, and even pro players sometimes. I mean, it's got projectile time, right? So you think the AOE's good, but if they're running away, it might
That's
not
true.
be.
Yeah, you got at least account a little bit there. But Carlo does what Mirana does pretty much best, especially when you have early points into leap, and that has helped to kill some couriers. He's able to grab that as he's chased down here by an iron-shelled flag bearer creep. Starstorm going to get hit there by the Carapace. And Carlo still holding onto that blood grenade, so getting some bonus 50 HP here.
Woo.
Helping tank up a little bit in the lane.
Totally fine. Good splash damage so far by Palos here. Was tied in his Kunkka. Oh no, they fight for the lotuses.
The
And,
Lotuses.
it goes straight to the Nyx.
At the same time, the pull was done from Carlo up top there, so it's going to bounce to the lane. Meanwhile, down bottom, as you're seeing here, Panda and Pakaz just laying it up here. Pretty even versus the Doom and the Rubik, so nothing
Doom
too
does have
crazy.
his Ring of Health now, though.
Oh, yeah, the 5 branches Ring of Health. The immunity build.
Currently hacking the Earth stream right now.
Yep.
Really quickly.
I'm just getting into the mainframe. Enabling. Palos, 2 points in the Tiebringer here, comes over and starts farming up this camp plus wave combo up top. That feels great. Meanwhile, down bottom here, Shanks and Panda trading some blows. As Panda has been blessed with being an ench picker now, which is great because he talked a lot about expanding his hero pool and needing his team to trust him on some heroes, and he's been busting out the ench even before the patch. So now is definitely the time to keep bringing this hero because she's real good now.
Trent, we have a level 2 Inferno Blade on Doom, and level 3's got Scorched Earth. The man doesn't even care about Devour. But I don't know what to make of this. I guess if you're against a Slark, the armor that you get is like it's only 1.
Oh,
so you're kind of
sorry.
losing.
I'm
You're
getting some
losing
production
your
in my ear here.
ability to do damage.
Okay, yes, I can help fix this. So you need to not leave the game. Or sorry, you need to close the Dota client. Don't leave the lobby, but close the Dota client, restart it, rejoin in, and you should be able to see everything. Hopefully. You can also try just hitting F1 and see if a Radiant Vision is, or all vision is just unbound, because that happens occasionally. Those are your two solution options.
Was he in like player perspective watching?
Yeah, I think he probably watched a
replay.
replay. Yeah, a classic.
Yeah, that happens. It like holds the perspective, unfortunately.
Yeah. So the best solution is to probably restart the client and then join back into the lobby. Yep,
okay,
sounds good.
Radio cast with us on camera. Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what's happening, guys.
You'll have to sense by our eyebrows what's happening. Oh my God, Whisper might
Whisper.
type first.
Whoa, he's of course. Finally, there we go. So there's a trade up top there. Carlo will kill Whisper, but then Matthew kills Palos. And then Matthew, with the stun, tries to get Carlo. Oh, he does! He took the Mind Flare early! He saw the situation.
This is very good. The best fight all game just happened. Trading hits. Yeah, Nick Sasson now level 4.5 here. Pretty nice. Kunkka teleporting back to the top lane. Back in the mid lane, actually. Gives a gank. Bob is being ran down by C-Smile and a lot of summons. They actually get the kill. Really nicely done. That was a Mud Golem broken into pieces and a Hellbear Smasher.
Man.
Incredible restart.
Making it look easy. Does not quite get back in time for the bounty, though, unfortunately. And, we got our vision, guys. Solved.
Beautiful. Game
is saved. And Panda will rotate back down bottom and throws an Ob Sentry combo up on that cliff. That is not an Ob Sentry combo. That is just Sentry. Okay, cool. Up on that cliff. All right.
Pips, and it is confusing.
We're working on the pips, yeah.
Right. Doom has gone back for Devour now at level 4, finishing his Vanguard. The Vanguard and 5 Ironwood branch strategy. Very cool shit.
No abilities quite yet, though, as he hasn't found the time for a creep that he could actually munch on outside of the lane.
Yep. Even though there's a billion more small camps.
That's right, yeah. Can't quite get there in this off-lane role, unfortunately. A little bit harder here. Is back up top here. Palos going to find C-Smile rotating to his lane with the Boundless Strike. And the right-click. Whisper actually gets the last little bit of damage there from an Ion Shell, presumably. So C-Smile not getting his lane tax on the rotation. Just going to try and take it out on the tower instead. SF in the meantime, though, Bob just pounding away on this tower in some form of redemption.
Imagine this ever happening like 2 weeks ago where like the mid player ganks the offlane and he stays beating on that tower while he lets the enemy mid beat on his tower. It's so interesting. They just literally don't care. I mean, this is the one that matters, that they really care about killing, and it kind of makes sense because it's going to kick Kunkka out of a safe place. And C-Smile is successful.
Matthew's getting 6 from this wave. This creep's going to die under tower. Matthew's going to get 6 at 7.5 minutes.
So early.
That is kind of crazy. I was wondering if we'd see more supports mid.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? If everybody is ignoring the lane, you might as well get some free experience.
Look at this,
perfectly spotted, though. Yeah.
Yeah. To have the early Ob Sentry combo, that could have been a bad sign there. Because we were talking about how like the Mind Flare isn't that useful unless you're actually hitting the ulti. But when it's 7.5 minutes in and you're finding a Shadow Fiend in the jungle, that's going to be a lot of damage.
Insane that he's 6 at this point in the game. It is.
Dude, Bob's done. He's like, where can he go?
He does get spotted. He's getting him with the damage for sure before this runs out. Oh no, he's going to go with that guy instead.
Takes the freebie. A little bit harder to execute on the SF. That early 1 Carapace, only 0.4. Doesn't slow down Bob very much here. X is out. The boat's coming through here too. It is going to land. Bob pops the ulti here to help out as they try and bring down C-Smile. Matthew was able to escape. And they're going to try and follow Palos back up to the north here. Boundless Strike hits. Panda's got 2 points. in the impetus, so there's a bit of damage here. Matthew also rotating back through, has the Tranquil Boots already as well, plus a Fairy Fire and a Windlace. So this guy is super speedy. This is the Trent build. This is my patented Nyx Assassin Windlace. You just buy all the items that use Windlace on this hero.
And then you become very quick at nighttime, especially.
Exactly.
Stacking this camp up for a squad here. Panda going to take some damage, but he's fine. He's got a very nice hat.
It's very warm and cozy. It keeps you alive in the coldest of nights.
How many fluffy hats do you own?
Dude, I have literally hundreds. There's just so many fluffy hats.
I bet.
They just keep surviving in your house. You move houses and they just like fall out of cupboards here. There's toques everywhere.
Oh, they might kill Carlo.
Oh, he's a fool of a toque. Oh no, it's Matthew who's the fool. Misses the stun. Shanks rotates in, but can't do a whole lot here because Carlo's not interested in this. He's like, bro, I just barely survived. Just let me go home, okay?
That was a tough one. Matthew, he kind of lost his opportunity to eat the Starstorm because he wasn't visible when it came out. Would have made it a lot easier to get a Spike Carapace Reflect. So just unfortunate timing. But the matter stands. That's 2 towers that they've just completely destroyed. And if you look at the tower health of the other towers on the EG side, both are very safe. The safe lane one for Bakaz is huge. Like, think how different these games are. Palos can't even, like, stay on the creep wave, but, like, Bakaz gets to push a wave, take a camp, push a wave, take a camp. It's just so much easier for him to get net worth right now.
And they're just trying to find these safe havens for Bob to become a hero. He's lowest of the cores right now in this game. Matthew, at least currently on the Radiant side. These earlier levels in Vendetta, it's a little bit more difficult. Later levels, it's 100% uptime. Right now, it's only 50% uptime with your Vendetta. So you can't, like, mega bully someone like an SF out of the jungle, but still something to be concerned about. Is they're going to start rotating down towards Tino. Vendetta up in 5 seconds. Let's see if the Vanguard plus the Lotus can save him. Starts in. A little bit of damage here. Tries to dodge. Not able to get there. And with Whisper here as well. And Pagaz. All right. Everybody relax. Now I see why Whisper's getting all the kills.
He wanted the Permagi. Is it the showing up to every single fight thing?
It's a genius.
He's got the Faded Brooch, so he definitely can get around pretty quick. Very good item to start things off. Though Broom Handle on Monkey King, in case his attack range wasn't enough. Very cool stuff. And he's going to go Echo Saber. I was looking at I was watching this other game in between the break, and there was some Ember Spear with an Orb of Corrosion and that other orb item. And it just looks freaking disgusting, I gotta say.
Well, it throws Boundless Strike into an easy peasy impale.
It's like you have 2 Orbs of Corrosion, basically. They both lower armor by 3 and slow your movement speed.
That is kind of crazy.
Nasty.
Maybe they shouldn't stack.
They do seem very good to stack.
Yeah, it's a bit much. But you know what else is great? Is stealing Ancient Stacks from the enemy. Bob does rotate in here, but they can't do much in time. The Doom comes out. That's going to dispel the Surge and try and slow down the escape of Whisper. Now they're going to bring out the monkeys here. The Wukong's Command C-Spell gets tossed to the low ground, though. That's going to cancel, but it also gets him out of danger. They're still chasing after Whisper. Can't get the deny in time. He does drop. Matthew has Impale in 1. The turn hits it only onto Palos, though. Can't get the second connection there with the Bob, so gonna get shut down there with the raise.
Trent, I don't think that was an Ancient Stack. I think that was a Tormentor that they killed, because they were trying to kill, because it was dealing a shitload of damage to them. And then the enemy squad came along to take it themselves, and they got slaughtered. Very reminiscent of a Tormentor fight.
It's an early preview of what might happen at 20 minutes indeed here. And that hurt, because they've been really controlling this map, taking these towers. That was supposed to be their reward for all that hard work, but great timing there from Execration, considering it all started with Carlo dying. Maybe it was a little bit greedy to try and take that after, considering like they're fully known to be in that area. And Execration get the punish.
Mm-hmm. So that puts Slark back into the jungle a little bit defensively. They do still have their towers, so they didn't lose that much, all things considered. But Doom's got his Midas up now.
I love this path for Nyx. It's so crazy that this exists. He's going to see him stacking the Ancients. He's going to be like, it's a bit risky. Oh, dude, I don't know. Oh, Obs. He lets the stack happen. They don't Sentry. I think he was scared they were going to Sentry at the time he did that. So now, do you wait here for 14? Is this the play? Because you're going to lose your Invis. And there is a Watcher that's taken over by the enemy here. So Matthew's currently sitting his... Uh-oh. He was just seen. He's trying to hide in between. He's going to cut down the tree. So Matthew in big trouble here. Juking around. Hopefully he can deny himself to the Ancients. Throws out the Carapace there onto the arrow. Not going to be able to find the big play.
Okay.
Just kind of didn't sync up with the good timings right now.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to sit around and hopefully steal the experience rune, the wisdom rune, when it came up in another minute, and kind of realized that he was in a bad place. I mean, his invis simply ran out. Maybe C-Smile's going to take this.
Yeah, they have the obs here, though.
So just going to split the experience. That's fine, too. Fighting by Tricamp. Nice kill by Because.
Oh, at the same time here, with the invis on the Palos, he's going to try and turn this play onto C-Smile, but C-Smile, pretty scary dude here. He does grab that wisdom rune, so the 560 XP will go to this Monkey King. And Matthew trying to go for a backstab here with the Vendetta in behind, but there are sentries up on that cliff, so a dangerous path to go. Going to try and use his own sentry for some protection here. He is now scouted by some Dire Wards and sentry combos here through the mid lane. Courier sent back, or else Matthew would have got it. Another sentry going to spot Matthew as he chases after Bob.
He's got a shield rune, though.
And trying to bait this out here, obviously knowing that he was coming, and Tino was rotating in from the jungle, but he doesn't have the mana to do a whole lot. Can't go for a Doom play or anything here, so it's just enough to keep Bob safe.
You know, Trent, people have been talking shit about my homies, the Watchers. The Watchers saved Bob's life. There's there. You just slap a little sentry down by the Watcher, and maybe like a person that's visible takes it once in a while, but sometimes it also spots the next assassin running past.
I mean, it was also the Watcher that got him killed by the Tormentor earlier, too. When he was waiting for that rune, it was the Watcher combo that sandwiched him in between those two areas when he ran out of Vendetta. If it wasn't for the Watcher, they wouldn't have seen him.
So right.
So, yeah, Watcher's doing stuff, guys. Turns out. I guess we do have to, would it capture these things? Light them? I noticed that the buff says that they're lit. So, Watchers are indeed lit.
The craziest thing was that Nyx hit 6 at 7 minutes, and he just got a wisdom room to hit level 8. So he had such an amazing laning stage, but it was very hard to find the kills afterwards. But his opponents did a good job kind of turtling, preventing that scary shit from happening.
Yeah, on the one hand that sounds bad, but at the same time at least he was using that early level advantage to try and slow down those enemy cores. But I feel like it definitely could have went better.
That's true. They go Boots of Travel on Doom as well, so you can get around the map a bit faster. I saw Kunkka going for an Orchid as his current plan. Went phase BKB normal stuff, but Orchid after to get some nice setup.
Gonna get pushed out here. The Force Staff early on here from Shanks. Nice double stun. Trying to get the last on to Tino, but they can't get it. He's still surviving Pakaz. Dark Pack's out of that one. So, some clutch saves here from Execration. Feels like they've always got those allies there nearby to help. And now in combination with this Force Staff from Shanks, we're going to have a mech here from Carlo as well to try and help out.
Okay. Good mech for sure. I mean, a Force Staff is obviously a little bit safer against a Slark, but this is going to work totally fine. Armor for himself and his allies. Help survive, keep them alive through some chain bursts that some Nyx provides. I was going to miss though. Because is so comfortable to sit here and farm.
Yeah, not feeling pressured at all. Panda, 4 points in the impetus as well. Going to chuck some damage back at Palos. But currently it's the Dire's Satyr creep that's in here. Just chucking it out. As that is enchant stolen from the Rubik. Well, Shanks just having his own tools here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they have found themselves a Bob. And, well, Matthew bobbing in the water here of Palos' ghost ship. He's not too concerned. C-Smile, Doom, but turning, getting out of there. Man, he was speedy with that surge, and now the big vacuum. The punish is here from Whisper.
Oh, in the back!
The stolen, though. The impale from Shanks, trying to turn this fight around, trying to get Palos back up to the high ground. He heals once more, but he's not quite able to get there. The Boundless Strike as well. They want to keep the chase going, get some more stacks onto Pakaz, but these Ench players keep stealing the kills. That's okay, though, because we're up to 6 permanent Agi on Pakaz now.
What a fight. I mean, it starts off with just SF dying, pretty much, and then they go to try to get a reverse kill with the Doom, but the Surge comes, and then the nice Vacuum Impale into the opposite Impale. 2 great Impales, but ultimately all of Execration are dead, and UG is going to continue pressuring the map. They've just done a really good job this game. I really liked how, it really did feel like C-Smile just started this off with his, rotation top into, committal to kill the tower. And then they took mid tower, and they've just been playing on the enemy side of the map. So yeah, they made a mistake here and there with a fight, but it just feels like Execration is playing defensive. Yeah. And EG is ready to farm the enemy map constantly.
They have constantly been dictating the tempo of this game. I mean, to the point where now Shadow Fiend has to pick up the Force Staff here in combination, trying to get this Hurricane Pike and maybe give himself some options here versus this Slark. But what I really like about C-Smile, like you said, is like he got active early, and then he knows that he's creating space for these two heroes. Darkseer is a greedy offlaner. He wants time to farm up, and like Whisper always delivers when you give him this space. So I also like that he went mech into the pipe before finishing off the Greaves, just because of how good we've seen pipe to be right now. You want to get that all done nice and early, and there's just so much magic damage on Execration in this game.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, Doom's damage is good. SF has huge damage. Kunkka has huge magic damage. It's perfect, and they're going to go in for a kill.
Yeah, Shanks is trying to get there in time. Yeah, they're going to turn onto him instead, since they're not able to get the kill onto the Kunkka. So forced to BKB and head back home. Not the worst for Execration, but they're going to give up some more space. Matthew hunting in here, trying to find someone else. Has a Yules to perhaps set up something if his allies can catch up in time. Gets the lead in. There's no BKB, so he's got the follow-up. Wants it. Goes for the wall. Still has the vacuum as well to pull him back in. He's going to do it. Boundless Strike coming in from C-Smile. There it is. Now Pakaz waiting. He still has both leaps here from the Aghanim Scepter. Going to hop right on top of Bob. There comes the ulti trying to drive them back, but the Dark Pact is there. Easy peasy.
And the pipe as well. The pipe and the Dark Pact there. Just completely protecting Slark. It looked kind of scary for him. I mean, he got nailed by that arrow right before the Requiem, but it just didn't do that much damage, surprisingly.
I was impressed with the commitment, because, yeah, it looked scary.
And now Ags is finished on the Slark, so anywhere that you show, they will leap at you. Visible or not visible, they're ready to fight.
Well, and there's the Tormentor spawn. They're going to move in. We have, I think, 0 purchase shards on the Radiant, indeed. So it's going to be a roll between our bottom two on the Ench and the Nyx Assassin. Either would be great, and it is going to Panda's Enchantress. So that's going to be Little Friends. Not the most relevant this game, perhaps unless Rubik steals Enchant again. But more accurately for the double Ench stacks. Just great stuff.
Yeah, it'll still be very useful for sure. Slap that on somebody that's not BKB'd, some melee core, Kunko or whoever else, and you'll have some really nice slow there. So, not the absolute worst. I really like this change because it just solves the whole like the rat race of constantly having to buff and nerf shards. Because like they want to like ideally when you're game designing, right, you want everyone to like potentially buy them. But there's just so many shards that you just never can justify buying for so many complex reasons that are hard to balance around. So just the fact that they come into the game more abundantly than before, whereas second Roshan it always goes to your fucking greedy ass carry. I just love the fact that it's now allows you to be like, well, my shard's not very good, but it's free. I really like that. I think it's a nice game design that makes people happy. Maybe it power creeps a network too fast or something, but it makes me pleased to watch people with really bad shards get it. Because it's like, well, at least we get to see somebody use Little Friends.
Yeah, not going to lie, I definitely thought that you got 2 charges of Enchant up until right now. So my bad. Yeah, it's just 2 enchanted units. Oh, I see. Were you on that page as well?
I think I couldn't remember what it did.
Yeah,
and
I thought
you said it, so
I mind pilled you. Yeah, it's all right. It's just 2 enchanted creeps at once. 2 charges would be insane with the double purge. That would be really, really strong. I mean, it's obviously still good to have double creeps. But yeah, still good.
It's much better now as a shard in this case then, because then he's like a half chen or something, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas if he had 2 charges of enchant, it would just be okay, I think.
Well, and plus the fact that
it's better in this case.
Yeah, plus it's the fact that you still have Little Friends as well, so it's just like a bonus factor of the shard, and the fact that it affects 2 abilities is pretty cool.
Yeah. Okay, I'm into it then. Definitely a really solid shard.
Moonlight Shadow, jump in here. Ooh, he uses the ranged Vendetta attack here to try and get their kill onto Whisper, but it's just not enough. Can't get there. That's actually crazy, too, with the damage not being enough. I mean, hey, at least they burned the mana of Whisper. That definitely hurts for a Darkseer. They can't throw down the wall after that vacuum, thanks to that Vendetta from earlier. Now Matthew chasing in, throws up the stun himself. They have vision here. They're going to take the pillar. Trying to get their own idea here. The BKB turnaround. The arrow comes out. Oh, he's able to dodge the damage, but not the stun there on C-Smile. So Tino comes in. He's out of mana too, though. He needs the mango if he wants to drop this Doom, but he doesn't want to go for it. Now he throws it out. They're going to doom themselves onto the Slark instead. Dispel this, he says. Oh, big stun there. Not able to grab it, though. The stun now back from Matthew. It's just a battle of the impales here between Execration and EG are winning as they finally pick up some kills in this fight. And Shanks on the escape here. Panda going to throw out the slow. C-Smile is here, but the impetus damage surely to fall. He just lets it happen so he can get a faster respawn. Get me back in the fight, he says. But they're on the high ground now from EG.
Yeah, another 2 damage for the Desolator here on Monkey King. Unfortunately for him, did not get his Corrosive Orb. Is that what it is? No, that's Orb of Corrosion. What's the other one?
The Orb of Destruction? Is that what it's
Orb
called?
of Destruction. Red Orb, of course. Would have been incredibly good on Monkey King, but this is great too. Little Van Brace for his attack speed. Oh man, they're comboing so well.
They just make it look so easy. Very in sync right here from EG. It was a
the
half-hearted defense from Excretion.
It was. I mean, their combo would have been really good if it landed. It was like X into arrow into boat combo. They would have done a ton of damage, but they just mis-executed it, and then their fight just looked terrible afterwards.
Gauze leaps in there on the Bob, but the Force Staff save from Shanks pulls them back, but they're just taking the towers at the same time. Pakaz gets the bounty on both there. Melee and range go down. This is one inch. She has surpassed Bob's Shadow Fiend at this point in net worth.
Bad sign.
Bad
Very,
sign.
very bad sign. Yeah, because whenever the SF is like right-clicking Sark, I'm like expecting a lot more damage to happen. It doesn't happen. That's the double net worth almost. That's not double, but he also went Hurricane Pike for the necessity to get away from their heroes, get himself out of the vacuum wall, and away from the Slark too.
Well, stolen tree dance here. Very helpful for Shanks in a game in this state. Wants to try and save Tino, gives him the Force Staff, and try and escape out himself, but it just might result in both of them dying. He jumps over, gets hit with the impetus. They're going to turn onto Shanks instead, leave the Doom. He pops the BKB, turns on the C-Smile.
Good.
The boat lands, big stuns. Shanks jumps back down. Can they actually
not
do damage?
dying.
But no, the vacuum, the wall, dropped by Whisper again as Matthew throws out the Impale. Bob's going to try and run, but they already know the end of this story. Everyone's just trying to escape. Tino TP's back to the base. Matthew's up ahead, gets the Yules. Doesn't have the stun to follow up, plus Palace is the BKB anyway, but my goodness, BKB does not look like much of a saving grace these days. That's an 18k lead as Pakaz picks up a killing spree.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
he's not done.
just in the base, no problem at all. He's going to lose his courier for that one, but I don't think he cares. And BKB's defense, that was a Deso Harpoon Monkey King with Phase and a Van Brace and freaking Orb of Corrosion. He is very farmed and does a lot of physical damage. Kunkka did not opt for any armor items this game. No Blade Mail type thing, so just Phase, I guess. So yeah, he got shredded kind of easy.
Absolutely dominated right there. And Execration looks like they're going to try one more defense. Shanks needs to find something good to steal. Tino ready with the Blink, the War Stomp, and the Doom. Has to find his target. Still no protections here for Pakaz. That's who he's going to go for. So there's the Doom right away. Matthew pops out with the Carapace and the Impale. They're trying to turn on Tino and get that kill first. But the Slark, he's dead. They do actually get the kill. Question is, can they actually turn this into something more than just a Slark kill? I mean, sure, they can be happy with that, but they need more to get back into this game. C-Smile still staying near the racks, trying to bring them down. Dropping low. X'd up here. 18 stacks on this death, so if he can turn, he's got the damage, but they get the arrow. Matthew comes through, hits the double Impale, but it's not enough to save his Monkey King in time. But Panda picks up the snipe in the back line. Bob looking for a couple of raid skills here. The Yules will delay his death just a little bit. I say that. He turns. Oh, Matthew. Oh, he's good. The stolen Mind Flayer there to help out there with the damage from Carlo for the kill as Panda, the last surviving member to stay near this base. Whisper's just farming on the other side of the map right now. And Shanks just, he can't do a whole lot right now. He's got a Mind Flayer. He's going to steal the Ench instead, or the Enchant rather. We'll just let her go. But hey, some big kills.
Oh, man. Crazy in the last couple seconds of those little skirmishes there. It looked like everything was going to be fine for Shadow Fiend, but that Spike Carapace really ruined it all. So they lose another set of barracks almost. Range barracks are very low, but they sort of won a team fight. They got 2,500 gold out of it. Mirana made 1,000 gold from that fight, actually. And now she has a buckler. Good luck smashing through her armor next fight.
Boom. Done. You know, I didn't realize how cool Carapace is now that actually, I mean, obviously it's still annoying if they BKB, but the fact you can like still do damage to it is kind of interesting versus some heroes.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point, actually.
Pakaz just hops onto Palos, though. The saves aren't there yet. They don't quite need it, as he's still just hanging out of the creep wave here.
He's like, I'm just here to hit creeps.
Yeah, you guys are pretty much creeps at this point anyway, so.
27 armor. Yeah, he really doesn't have a lot to fear here with his overall high raw HP.
And there is a Blink Yule's Force Staff build here from Matthews. The mobility is high. Well, Shanks tries to use the Force Staff of his own to escape, and the telekinesis, but with all the tools in his little box of tricks, he still can't survive. And Whisper is on a killing spree here. 5, 2, and 17.
Stuff. I'm sorry, Trent, am I believe in my eyes that a Sanjin Yasha on Monkey King that I'm seeing?
This forbidden item of years gone past.
People are buying it?
That is weird to see.
I mean, the status resistance is good if you get doomed. But normally people just don't give a shit. They'll just go like BKB instead. It does seem wild that he doesn't have BKB.
That's the thing. I think that's why we're seeing this item more, is that BKB just doesn't feel great.
It could be the reality of the pipe buff, you know? It's just like if you have auras on your team, you just don't feel the need to have BKB quite as much.
Yeah.
Like
I think people
like
are definitely going to try and greed away from it these days now.
I mean, Whisper did get a BKB himself, but that one makes more sense in my mind because he's the guy that needs to like buff up his allies.
Yep.
So him having BKB is pretty helpful, and his cores can just focus on doing like really effective damage instead.
It makes sense because like the damage isn't the main factor for him, I guess. Like he just wants to be unimpeded because he just wants to cast all his buffs. Like he doesn't. I don't care if I take damage. I just want to like press all my buttons and do my wombo combo.
Yeah, that makes sense to me as a solution here.
No rally coming in here from the troll as he gets knocked down. Another steal on the enchant here from Shanks. Perhaps that can help him. Maybe he can get this Monkey King or something in these fights and try and help out a little bit as he just sits on the tree. Carlo direct. Oh, you're taking ion shell damage. No Quelling Blade here from Carlo though, so no quick punish. C-Smile's kind of insane for just sitting there, not gonna lie. Also still very low HP here on the Pakaz as they jump into the backline. They're going to grab Whisper. So the BKB, it's a little bit useless right now, but yeah, he is out of mana. That is true. As the Wukong command comes out, they're still chasing Pakaz, getting low here. Still has the Aegis for 4 minutes, though, so they don't really want to focus all their efforts on him. Shanks takes a couple of impetus damage hits there, but does survive. And now things just sort of slow down as we retreat back to the high ground. They're going to grab themselves Tino, though, and this is a guy who already used his Doom. He gets back to the high ground. The Moonlight Shadow, not enough to save him. The Vacuum back, the wall as well. Shanks caught in the middle of it. Bob BKBing, retreating. Palos already used his BKB as well, so he's also just trying to get back to the well. Bob throws out the ulti from the safety of the high ground, but it's too late on the fear, and the GG is called all in sync there from Execration. That is another stompy game.
Another stompy game, yeah. It just feels like... What is it? It's like teams that... I mean, laning stage matters for sure, but it feels maybe not so much about the laning stage, but like the rotations you make after or something, the ganking. Yeah. It's just... It's hard to like stabilize once shit gets crazy, I feel like, because the map is different. You don't have your habits to fall back on because everything's just different. So everything gets wild fast. Which it's good to see pros encountering that as well, because frankly every time there's a big patch, the average player just kind of like falls off the rails. They don't know what to do, they don't know where to play, they stand around and farm too much, and maybe that's happening to some of these teams when they are losing. Yeah, because the path forward doesn't seem very good. But Execration tried in that last fight. I mean, their jump I thought was good because Slark was so low HP from the previous harass that was like an okay time to take the fight, but they just weren't close enough, unfortunately, to have a chance of winning. But well played by EG.
Yeah, it is always interesting too, because you know, I'm a rare unicorn who plays games outside of Dota as well as Dota, and there's one consistent thing that happens across all genres. I feel like in like card games as well as like fighting games, where whenever there's like a giant patch or like a new game that comes out, which is kind of what this patch feels like, aggro stuff just kind of dominates until people have a good answer. Like Zoo, for example, in like card games, like any sort of like summon thing, always like a good rush down. We often see that in Dota, a new patch. So it was kind of surprising at first when things felt kind of slow, but maybe people hadn't quite figured out the exact tempo, or they just were being too brained. Like maybe they just need to like go a little more caveman here in their strategy, because it definitely feels like the quick just run at you is starting to dominate a bit in this group stage.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. It paid off well in that game. But it did start off with some good laning stage. I mean, Panda basically ganked mid to get Bob behind. Matthew happened to get a super fast 6 due to his lane going advantageous for him. Something that they've done before. Darkseer has a great win rate right now. And then he used that to further shut down Shadowfiend. So Shadowfiend didn't really get to play too much of a standard game. Probably felt that he had to go more defensive with Hurricane Pike. More right-clicky. And Palos' Kunkka kind of missed the mark. I didn't mean to make that pun. Whoops. But just felt like it didn't quite get the kills they needed to me. And in the meantime, Monkey King was just running around being like, I'm the best hero in this game against all of your heroes, which was basically true.
It did look that way. He's a level 29 on the Dota Plus there as well, so C-Smile surely going to be hitting that 30 soon in his pubs, as his hero's been looking great. But we'll find out if he plays it again in the next game after we come back from this break. So come on back for game number 2. See you then.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Hey, hello everybody, and welcome back. Evil Geniuses versus Execration. We're heading into Game 2 after a pretty dominant performance here from Evil Geniuses in Game 1. Purge, what's going to happen in Game 2? Tell the people.
Game 2, based on the way EG played, they outdrafted and they outplayed their opponents, so Execration is going to have to be a bit more careful about their vulnerabilities. Namely, they picked two very tanky, medium damage strength heroes, your Doom and your Kunkka, and they let their opponents pick their mid in a response, and it was like, hey, we're just going to pick Monkey King, and our hero's going to own no matter where he goes. And he did. He had a great game. So, and he landed against a Shadow Fiend. He didn't get dumpstered, and the Disenchant came to gank, so he just kept having a good game on the Monkey King, to be honest. So, yeah.
Going back to like when he dodged that raise as well, just like helping those little things, definitely adding up there. Plus the gank mid, and like putting that emphasis on not only boosting the Monkey King, but slowing down the Shadow Fiend. I'm just thinking, like, all these games today, how impactful have the mids have been pretty damn impactful in terms of, like, their ability to move to those side lanes and actually do something.
Yeah, because everyone's been saying it's about side lanes right now, which seems to be the case. But, I mean, mid ganks can matter too. Accelerating your mid and then him using that net worth to, like, punish your side lanes also feels really good. So... yeah, let him have a good game, then let him come to the side lanes to like really impact them in a big way. And last game, it was the quick taking of the safe lane tier 1 tower. It was very cool watching him do that rotation. The rotation into auto-attacking the crap out of the enemy tower. And they killed it by like, what was that, 7 minutes or something like that? It just really changed the game in a big way. Normally when that happens, your 4F kind of feels bad because he's like, well, now I don't really have a place to get experience. But he had so much already that it was just perfect. It allowed Whisper to be 1 billion% greedy as he wanted to. I didn't even pay attention to him, but I'm sure he got shitloads of creeps. And then they just use their advantage to go other places.
I sure did. And I'm looking now. We got Io banned out, Chen banned out. Seems to be pretty calm. And I'm kind of peeking through some of the other drafts right now of the tournament. I see that a Bristleback got stomped by a Viper. So everything's still the same in 2023 here.
Cool.
Missed a ban on that one, it would seem, from LGT.
Yeah.
Pudge won a game for Bet Boom over TSM. That's pretty hype.
Okay. But I believe... did Betboom play Pudge a previous game? No, it might have been EG, actually. I don't remember. Somebody else played Pudge carry and got smashed.
I see. It was EG, yes. That Game 1 versus Gaming Gladiators. So, hopefully... well, I mean, I'd love to see it again. Maybe they're really confident in here. I want to try it one more time versus Execration. But we'll have to wait to find out here. As with first pick overall, Ench gone, Chen gone, Io gone, Bounty gone. What is the hero here? Underlord or maybe Rubik, I guess, if you're looking at all the drafts across the board. Maybe the Doom, I guess, is another one that people are into. They'll take the Rubik. Okay.
And just the Rubik. Safe. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's good in the laning stage for fighting your opponent, but other than that, maybe a bit of a up-in-the-air pick.
It does mirror what happened in their first game versus LGD, where they did go for the Rubik first, and they got counterpicked by Beastmaster and Mirana. All the bans were exactly the same here as we currently have set up. But we'll see if Evil Geniuses have a different idea of where to go. And they're going to start by grabbing that Disruptor, because this hero still looks great. Didn't really get tuned down too much considering how much he was dominating the previous patch.
He didn't, I guess. The Disruptor glimpse, his glimpse went down in damage.
Yeah.
That was about it. His shard is kind of mediocre in my opinion, but it's fine. Okay hero. Glimpse is good. Static Storm in some ways feels better, I would argue, in this patch than the previous one, because there's so much more like grouping around common objectives. Whereas I feel like in the previous patch, Static Storm was about like getting a kill on a specific hero, but now it's just like just feels like you're probably able to affect team fights a bit better.
Yeah. Well, they're going to grab the start. They're going to take that Monkey King again. They do have the 10th pick, so this is going to give them a strong possibility for the mid lane, just in case there's a melee matchup that looks good. But also the ability to flex at the side lanes. And Execration going to try and put the pressure on that Monkey King by picking up that Bat Rider here. Definitely a hero that Monkey King does not like to see pretty much whatever role he's in.
Yeah, it's a little annoying for sure because he has to worry about getting cut down, for example. And the turn rate stuff is actually pretty annoying. I'd say Monkey's a bit of a hero that kind of likes to move around and auto-attack and attack move. And attack moving is weaker on the hero once you get hit by staking napalm, because you can't necessarily like turn and move and turn and move. It's kind of like you just have to like take your hands off the keyboard and auto-attack. But
yeah.
Not to
Stats-
mention the repositioning stuff too.
Yeah, stats-wise, it is Monkey King's worst matchup when you just go by raw pub data. By in fact, 2% worse than even his next closest, which is apparently Muerta. It's about a 5% disadvantage in win rate. So sad for the old Monkeys, and even for Bat Rider, it's actually his second best matchups. Best matchups versus Brood, and then right after it is that Monkey. So not great. But obviously, you also have Disruptor versus the Bat Rider, which can be a little annoying for these Bat players if they like make a little bit of a misplay on something or they're trying to escape. Bit of a classic thing to get caught back from that. So some back and forth here between the two teams as he's moving this next phase of the bans, and we're going to see some of those anti-bat heroes removed with their own dispels like the Slark and the PL.
Yeah, I'm more curious about the Marcy ban, I suppose. Maybe it's because of Disruptor. Disruptor can't really stop Marcy from killing him at almost all cases outside of like a glimpse play. I guess Connect Field does a little bit, but maybe something like that. It probably just kills Monkey King too, to be honest. Because you just pop your ulti and you just beat him. It's like one of the few carries that actually can beat him in a 1v1.
Yeah, certainly something to just remove. Definitely something that they've played quite a bit as well on Execration. This hero they're willing to bust out. They tried a little bit in Dream League a couple times. They used it several times in the DPC and at Lima. So something they like to bring out in like the last 2 picks or something in their drafts, and they're just gonna remove it, or rather not the last 2 picks, the first 2 picks. Something they're comfortable opening with because you can just like flex it and feel good about it.
Watching the Doom ban, isn't it kind of wild that neither team picked an offlaner in the first phase? It feels like that's been like the staple of the last patch due to the constant like Beastmaster, Doom, maybe Lycan openers that we saw almost every game. So this one's a little bit atypical, but based on the fact that C-Smile really likes the Monkey King, he plays it well, and it worked out last game, makes sense they'd open with it.
It definitely should be opening up those Lycan and Beastmaster picks too, though, because we're banning Chen and Ench in the first phase. Doom gets banned because he's also a good hero. So those heroes are innately just going to be a little bit better now, too.
Well, there's their offlane, I suppose. The Legion Commander gets picked. There's the one of the remaining Dispel heroes. Very good. Getting the Napalm off when you want it. You have to skill the ability, though, which is not necessarily the best thing. But using the skill solely for that purpose is going to hurt Legion less, because that means when you do go for a kill, you haven't lost your attack speed amper. So, yeah, it might be very useful here if they can get the Legion against the Bat matchup. Is it going to mean... I mean, we don't really know yet where the Bat's going to be. Either way, it's still a fantastic counter, right? Lasso being removed is amazing. Lasso is still a big part of the hero. The range on it got buffed, actually. So I'd argue it's still pretty solid. So Legion being able to dispel that would be great.
Now, there was another hero that I was thinking about bringing up today, and it was not Muerta, but she's not banned in the next phase. That's interesting. I was going to go with the other M. I was thinking about this Medusa, because they did tweak her numbers some more, and I don't know if you noticed, but with the illusions working, her win rate has skyrocketed. She went from 42% to now 57% since the patch. So a 15% jump in win rate, which is a little frightening. I'm wondering if any team had a chance to give that a whirl.
That's pretty scary. Yeah, you're definitely right about that. I mean, her split shot damage went up 10% as well. The like you said, the Mantle Illusions work. So you not only basically your Mantle Illusions are just like doubly better, right? They don't die simply right away, and they have 10% more damage than they did before. So you should be able to farm faster. You're just doing more damage in team fights. And I think did they tweak our mana shield numbers as well?
Yes, they all got buffed.
They
pretty significantly as well.
Kind of went crazy. Yeah, the int game went up. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is the old patch.
It went up to like 4x, or like the 4 on the shield multiplier thing or whatever. It was a big buff. Big heals here.
0.8 more damage per mana.
Yeah.
On the mana shield.
And what I'm noticing right now is that with Slark and PL banned, I was thinking, because we got to watch when these bans come out with like the magic counter picks in terms of like Diffusal Blade and stuff, trying to deal with the mana. But obviously Anti-Mage is still in, so it's not something that you have to worry about quite yet. But I feel like she could end up being like a 10th pick hero as we move into the rest of today. People can figure out exactly what's busted about her.
I mean, that damage per mana is kind of wild, really, because it just means that any mana pool increase that you have, you're getting like 25% more HP than you did before, is basically what they did, which is wild. It's like, hey, any defensive scaling item you get, it's just 25% better. Like, oh my gosh.
I was thinking that like like what's she best versus? Like so basically like single target, like teams that just want to like focus down a single hero the whole time. But we got a Muerta and a Faceless Void, so I don't think we need to worry about her.
One thing she's very survivable against is minus armor, actually.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't do anything now.
Yes, because Mana Shield damage blocks similar to previous barriers, which was like it blocks it before magic resistance or armor is taken into an account. So if somebody has like a Deso or something like a TA, Medusa should survive against those heroes extremely well.
Yeah, that's huge.
Until her mana's gone, then she dies instantly or whatever, or fast. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting option. Faceless Void does get picked though. This hero was basically untouched previous patch. Not untouched, but like extremely rare. It did get some buffs. Chronosphere is a good way to deal with Muerta though, or any carry really.
I was reading the... Did you know there was a bug changelog added as well on the Steam client for this? I found the page somehow.
When I was looking for the new patch, I think I found that one, yeah.
Yeah, and they did change the Muerta's secondary. It says no longer pierces BKB.
Okay. Yeah, that was a bug after all.
Yeah, that has been fixed. So that was obviously a pretty big deal as to why people were wondering why she was doing just so much damage. Still feels like she's going to be pretty crazy heading into the late game, just obviously because her passive is still the same. But it feels good.
The way I did the math on it, and were you there when I did that? I can't remember.
Yes, I was, yeah.
Yeah. So she was doing like 40% more damage against BKB than she should have, I believe. Yeah. I think is what the ratio turned out to be. So, but it's not the end of the world. Like, she still does do a lot of damage, a lot of physical damage if she doesn't pop her ulti.
She should naturally be pretty good versus Monkey King as well, because like obviously you can just like pop your ulti when you're in the Wukongs.
Doesn't a tree break too with your Q if you get the right tree?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay, so she has the potential to knock him down at any point in the game too, which is cool. But one thing that also maybe hurt Faceless Void a bit, the Refresher Orb mana cost maybe got buffed too big finally to like hurt his combo a little. But they're going to finish up with the Underlord, which makes sense. This is a freaking god tier Crimson Guard game. Monkey King, Legion, Faceless Void, very right click heavy. So Auras is the right way to go. It's going to be bat mid. I mean, the lanes are very obvious now for Execration. We'll see if EG can get a cool response to that, but maybe they're even going to go like Nullifier to deal with these defensive items late game. I could see
it's time for the 4 Disruptor and the 5 Brewmaster. The Mass Dispel.
It's good.
But it'll just be Snap.
A little surprised about the Snap. I mean, it's kind of an EG classic. I could see them play Core Snap, maybe, if it's not too bad. No, it's going to be mid Legion, and it's offlane Snapfire. Okay,
you're right.
All right, very interesting. So things to address. Fogged played Snapfire, and he said it felt bad, and that's probably because people just have a lot more magic resistance now naturally, so the hero's burst doesn't feel as good. But it is good because they have a Faceless Void, right? So Chronosphere, Snap Ulti, people are going to die generally. The other upside is that he's playing it as a core, which means he's going to have more items. And Snapfire was changed to a Universal Hero, meaning there's potential for weird items that we might see. It's also very likely he just goes Auras, frankly. He might just be buying Crimson Greaves Pipe, something like that. Very possible as well. But maybe we'll see something kind of interesting. Either way, Legion Commander mid, that shit's cool too. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, going to be laning up against Bob's Batrider. So this was, I don't know, it was kind of like a classic counter pick for a little while, and then it kind of fell off. I feel like the numbers got tweaked too much, that they weren't in Legion's favor, but essentially the idea is that you're going to have yourself a Dispel so that the Batrider can't really commit onto you underneath the tower, so life can be good. And obviously we're looking for a lot of rotations out of our mid laners right now. So if you can be successful with that, you're going to get off to a pretty fast snowball. And
the lanes that Monkey is rotating on is either an Underlord or a Muerta, which sounds pretty good to gank. You have to worry about the counter gank from the Batrider, of course, which is really scary at times. Definitely one of those heroes where you don't want him to show up when you're doing your side lane gank, but if they can be successful with it, it can be good. Their level 1 kill here potential on EG is looking really solid, though. I mean, Monkey King's Orb of Venom, Blood Grenade, the First Blooder's Dream. Whisper is going to play nearby with his Wraithband. Wraithband's pretty popular on Universal Heroes right now because it kind of gives you everything that you want. It gives you stats, which are fine. It gives you attack speed, and it gives you armor. So the damage is the same no matter which attribute item you buy, so why not go for the benefit you want the most? And the armor and the attack speed is probably the best one by far.
Yeah, it feels great. And they do have a lot of mixed damage as well from EGM. And you're pointing out like the physical damage is high from the Monkey King, but now with the Snapfire as a core in combination with Faceless Void, it does a lot of magic damage as well. There's going to be a lot of value for a pipe too. So Tino can just very happily build Crimson Pipe and feel like he's having a huge impact on this game. So we dance around this bottom bounty rune here. Did Rubik ever take out his blood grenade? He did not. It is still sitting in his backpack, so no aggro possibilities here.
Tino making the ground burn.
Yeah. Is he going to give it up to Matthew? Oh, come on, Shanks. Oh. Shanks does the old classic commit to Fade Bolt so you don't do something drastic, you know?
Oh, as we know, telekinesis level 1 not good right now.
So
0.95 second stun for 0 damage. Oof.
Panda running in here as a sentry in his backpack. I don't know if he's
around with some glimpse potential play, I guess.
Get the max damage now minimized by 25, but still a funny way to harass early. Pretty much guaranteed max damage if you catch someone while they're running to lanes. You know, they've just been running the whole time.
The opposite to ignore it. It's fine. No, a very important thing about the mid lane actually is that Legion Commander has 64 damage and Bob has 46. So further kind of counter to the hero, it seems like.
That's kind of crazy. Bob going to take advantage of this early level though, knowing that he doesn't have any way for a dispel. So he's bullying him there. Meanwhile, classic level 1 Clockwork. All you do is you take your battery saw and you just run at them. You burn the regen after. You know that they're not going to have the same ability to trade with you because battery saw is just so disgusting. Level 1. That you just got to get as much damage on early as you can.
Blocked his camp. Or, sorry, I was actually unblocked. Excuse me. Carlo didn't know where the monkey was going to jump down.
Oh.
Perfectly countered.
Easy.
They're going to commit to this,
Carlo.
I think, right?
Carlo. Oh, the range creep, though, helping out. Tanks a couple and doesn't even get the last hit either. So they're going to grab that deny. First blood and the range creep deny. Easy start for Whisper. Matthew just going to hang out. Going to ensure that they can unblock that camp. Finds the sentry. And nothing else happening in these other lanes. We're all just chilling and hitting some creeps.
Wonder if this can be anything weird for Void. Probably not. I mean, time dilation is just good this game. It's fantastic against Batrider, for example. We might even see him level up time dilation to level 4. Most Faces Void say, no, no, no. I had to predict against stats.
That is true.
This game is pretty sick.
Yeah, it feels way better than it used to. Pretty cool with the changes to Chronosphere as well. That like your abilities don't come back inside. So.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
I was thinking about that versus like pucks and stuff. That'd be kind of interesting. Like there's definitely some heroes that would be way stronger than others. Even I guess a Rubik is a pretty big one, in fact. Like not having an instant telekinesis out of it that maybe you would have managed to find back or something from the Chrono. Just the little things. As up top,
Item
they do
cooldowns
successfully
too.
pull. Yeah, and
Can't
items.
switch his treads. It's going to be on cooldown because you switched it right before Chrono.
Boom. Absolutely crushed here.
Phase boots. That's all I got.
Wait, so if you chrono them and you hit them once, would it put their blink on mute and then you could just go do something else? That's kind of cool.
You're probably right, yeah.
That sounds hype, as they do grab a kill, though, onto Panda in that bottom lane. At the same time, the cogs are up top there. Carlo trying to get away, barely able to survive the last hits there from Whisper. Had 8 charges on the stick, so he was cool as a cucumber.
Even without the stick, he probably lives there, frankly. So nice banana shift here. This Monkey King's going to go Orb of Corrosion, praying that he gets his other orb with his tier 2 neutral items. We will see, though.
That is true.
How's that mid going?
Pretty good.
Going well. Going well for C-Small.
There's a Firefly popping off now, though, so bit of early damage there from Bob.
Wasn't that kind of wild, like watching a hero just stand inside Firefly with napalms on him and not like run for his life? He was like, "Oh, I'm contesting these. This isn't a problem, you know."
Yeah, no panic whatsoever.
Yeah, looked kind of silly. Bob's gonna go look for the bounty rune. It's already gone though. Unfortunately for him, Matthew must have picked it up. He did, so a little bit of wasted time there for Bob. Here's that large camp that people were talking about on Reddit this morning. You just stack it. It's so close to your mid camp. You stack it, you clear your wave, and then you go clear it later.
Boom.
Batrider
Easy
should be
alive.
able to deal with that quite well.
We'll see if it pays off for them. As it's still just 1-1 right now. Up top, Matthew, though. Inside the cogs here with Carlo. The barrier. It's on Carlo. It's giving a little bit of a hand here. Keeps him alive. The boundless strike turns back. Goes for the mischief to try and save. But Palos will still snipe down Matthew in the end. But at least Whisper gets the kill first. Palos now sitting with 11 charges on the wand here. As Whisper walks him down. He doesn't think so. Nice angle there on the dead shot. Gonna drive back Whisper.
Yeah, great position of the calling as well. The silence that hit Whisper really made things a lot harder to fight there. So it was nicely done by them. But Palos kind of low HP here. Brings a salve back at least. No arcanes just yet for Snapfire, but Whisper is starting to get in that like dangerous zone in my opinion. This is like, I think this is a really fun 3-hero position to play, because if your lane fundamentals are good, you just kind of like smash your lane. Your damage is good. It scales nicely with your stat gain right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a little bit more armor for the Wraith Band, compensating a bit.
Bob, maybe. Oh, they get some. Nice done. Nice done from C-Smile. So we had a kill in the bottom lane there. They basically just grab themselves the Underlord, but the big thing certainly going to be that 1v1 in the mid, going the way of C-Smile. Going to give him that tempo as we move forward. Palace forced to throw with the Revenants here to try and protect himself. And moving on to Whisper. Bounce Strikes is going to try and prevent this damage onto Whisper, but it's a little bit too much right now. Panda, here though, has already used the Glimpse. He's running out of spells. Now they're turning on to Matthew. Has some wand charges here. Carlo also 10 on the stick. Does finally pop it as he moves back under the tower. So they pick up Whisper. It was expensive. They're just got to make sure they don't die when he comes back.
Mm-hmm. It's a big kill. If his mana is a little bit higher, he trades out better before he dies, but he was not quite at his arcanes just yet. The last hits have been pretty... The denies pretty good by Muerta. 10 denies, 31 last hits now, so...
C-Smile loses the coin flip mid here. Does not get the DD. Had secured top, but unfortunately it spawned bottom. That's going to really help with this Bat Riders. Up top, Panda dropping low inside the cogs. He will fall. The Glimpse, not quite enough damage, but the follow-up from Matthew is there. The kill goes to Whisper, which is great for them. Matthew trying to make his way out of here and survive. Now he is able to. Carlo only 1 point in the flare right now. It's very early, so there's no snipe potential here. On to the Monkey. And
Palace
Matthew
did really good in that fight, though. His Q usage of the dead shot has been great. He's like ricocheting off enemy heroes to hit the other enemy hero. It's been quite good. Ultimately, that started from Whisper using his Fire Snap Cookie aggressively to try to get a kill, and he actually did miss. So kind of hurt them a little too much. And
Matthew immediately after went through the Twin Gate. I thought he might go be heading home, but he went through the Twin Gate instead, so we can try and come down here and steal the Wisdom Rune.
It's going to be late,
but
though.
Shanks is already there.
Or
oh, wait. Oh, that was close. Shanks not able to get the telekinesis grab into the Ancients. Could have maybe... I guess Matthew might be happy if he did that, to be honest. He's going to TP on home.
A bummer for him. It instead goes to Disruptor of his own team. Let's see if Legion get a kill here with his duel. He's got phase boots in a good position for this.
Yeah, Carlo has the cogs, though.
And the Windlace. How can you catch this little man?
Just can't be done.
He's gone.
A little speedy robot here is Bob. Dropping very low as he finishes off some Ancients. Going to head on home, leading in the last hits, but not in the net worth. That is going to belong to C-Smile here. His Bat Rider's been farming jungle, while C-Smile is just getting those lane creeps or getting kills like he did on that Bat Rider. So, very reminiscent of the last game. It's C-Smile up top, hitting the tier 1 tower.
He's ready to get a duel off.
And that was bold. Just walks on in here. They're going to try and see if they can win this duel. Oh, the damage! It's almost there. But the backup there from Whisper, definitely necessary to ensure that they get the kill and the dual damage on their Legion Commander. But it's not the best trade. The final blow also goes to Palos. So quite a bit of gold here for the Muerta. But at the same time, 10 permanent damage for Legion.
Yeah, Muerta was very ready for that one. Kind of cool to see carries playing this role of like, I can sit by the tower. Because normally if you wait here and things don't go well, it feels terrible. Because you'd have to run to a dangerous area to go hit creeps. But now that he can clear the medium and the small camp like this, in between moments, it doesn't feel nearly as dangerous for, for these.
Oh, wow, Panda, moments. He had the reach. I thought the Glimpse might be too low of a level, but with the lack of duel being back up, it's only 10 more seconds. They can't quite go for that kill. And yeah, like you said, Palos, he's just up here. He hits the wave creeps, goes back to the jungle. Pakaz doing the same thing down bottom. We haven't seen a whole lot from him. He's currently sitting down here with Chrono and some skill points to burn as he just farms through. And they're going to have to consider, like, the next time that they pressure the tower like that, Pakaz could also just pop through the gate with Chrono.
Mm-hmm. Opted for the pig pole, surprisingly.
Oh, yeah.
On the Faceless Void. Wonder if he didn't get better choices or just genuinely likes it. Things like the Duelist Glove, the Broom Handle are usually what I expect people to pick over it, but St. Ben, Shank's in trouble for sure.
Yeah, he went in and grabbed the Lotus, so it might cost him his life, though. Tino throws out the damage. They're still going to keep chasing onto Shanks because obviously does not want to commit the Chrono here. Finally gets the bash. Has the Mask of Madness with the Chronosphere if he thinks he can do something to Tino, but obviously with the Vanguard, some gauntlets, doesn't feel very viable right now. Panda here as well. Are they going to drop the spells? Have they decided they've had enough of this Underlord? That's the question. They keep dropping. Oh, I see what they're waiting for. C-Smile comes through. There's the damage. There's the duel. And that was actually kind of close to surviving.
Yeah.
But they will get more damage.
It took a lot. I mean, part of it is that Bakaz opted for max time walk over max time lock, so his chances to bash are just a little bit lower right now. But even if he's hitting more, the Vanguard blocks such a big percentage.
Oh,
of
here it comes. He's going to do the Twin Gate. I think it's the best part of having the time walk, right? Like Whisper has ulti, you go through the gate. Oh, here we go. It's go time, but there is an off-sentry combo. Yeah, it's not great. Definitely takes down this possibility here. That is crazy. They're trying this without vision on the Twin Gate. Now they're going to try and get the punish. There's no 6 on clock. Oh, wait, they have the obs. Is there no sentry here, though? The Invis rune? They don't know where Pakaz is. Did he not see him because he's Bat Rider during the day? Is that what just happened?
That might have been it. Oh.
All right. Dude, what is happening?
That sees him now. Right there.
What is going on? They're going to jump on Pakaz this time. He was trying to take the Watcher. Oh, bounce back. The silence is there for Pakaz. There's the Chronosphere. It's now popped out here. He's still silenced. He's trying to figure things out. Hasn't popped the Mask Madness out. He's actually outside of the Chronosphere at the moment, so he's not even getting the bonuses. As he jumps back towards the Twin Gate, Shanks is there, grabs him, throws it back to Bob. Bob doesn't have the lasso anymore, but Pakaz now jumps down. They missed the dead shot. Can't get a connection there. C-Smile with the press the attack. Moving up Pakaz. Matthews up on the trees. They're trying to think if they want to turn this around. The cookie's there if they want to go for it. C-Smile is now in, dueling inside the cogs. The barrier is up. It's helping. The barrier was not quite enough, though. They do get the kill, but it's going to cost another life of C-Smile. I think they've had enough at this point, though, from the side of EG. They're going to back things off here. C-Smile just throws himself one more time in for a clockwork kill.
And he got the Duelist Gloves. How can you not duel the hell out of this game, dude?
That's
Plus
true.
30 damage with Duelist Gloves. Incredible. Ooh. A little bit of a mistake there by Batrider. The Bob pulled him past with the Flaming Lasso too far, and the silence didn't actually hit. He could have held him. He could have actually dragged him through the calling if he really wanted to. Not, it's only level 1, so it's not the most damage, but I think that silence would have helped. He got a time walk off right after the lasso ended. That helped increase his HP and make the fight a little bit more chaotic there for him.
Oh, one person that's very happy with the build of the Faceless Void is going to be Shanks. He moves down here and steals 4 points in the time walk right now. So 800 range initiation for this Rubik, as well as a great way to survive against some of these heroes. As just like that, he is now out of this situation. And doesn't want to be another duel on the list for C-Smile, but he's got a haste route. He is tough to get away from. Bob's nearby, though. Lasso just came back up, has that boots of travel. But even they are not as fast as a hasted Legion Commander. They immediately smoke back up as they want to try and hunt for someone else. They're trying to join Panda mid. This could be the death of Carlo here. That looks pretty easy. Oh, wait. I've spoken too soon. Maybe not so easy. Now the duel comes out. Surely this time, C-Smile won't die. Okay. He does get to survive a duel.
Very clean. Been all over the map, but it's working. 40 bonus damage. They haven't been as good about taking towers. This tends to be like one of the downsides of a hero like Legion. It's like you get these dual kills, but it doesn't always mean that you are getting objectives or follow-up kills afterwards. He should have more availability to do that with the rework that they did with the overwhelming nods, because like you can actually like run people down, do AoE damage. You get attack speed from your Q instead of it being reliant on you wasting your defensive skill for it. So he should be a little bit better positioned.
Yeah, that's true. And for now, though, they are going to try and put some more pressure onto another tower. So, I mean, 2 supports as well that don't really help push the objectives either, in the Monkey King and the Disruptor, so...
Yeah. I mean, these carries are loving their safe lanes, by the way.
Oh, that was kind of funny. His courier was flying over the Ancients, and the Ancients were attacking Matthew and then killed the courier.
Oh, no.
Because the Dragon's splash attack.
He didn't have his Blade Mail ready anyways. He was just waiting another 70 gold.
Oh, okay. That makes it all right.
So much better. But yeah, the hard carries here, especially the Dire side or the Radiant side one, it's very safe for him to kill the small camp here in front of the tier 1 tower. And then he just goes behind the tower and clears the other 2 camps.
Well, I can point out to one problem here, of Carlo. He's getting a Wisdom Rune for 6 right now at 14 minutes. That is painful.
That is painful. He's been robbed from dual damage so many times before this too.
He could be so massive right now.
He deserved that damage. Legion kept stealing it from him.
Yeah, unfortunately, the barrier, not quite enough. The 50 magic barrier that you get at level 1 cogs.
Should have leveled it up, obviously.
Clearly, we should just be maxing cogs, everyone. That must be the solution. Please,
Just
please
use
don't
cogs
max
and
your
then
cogs.
walk in and trade with people
Yeah,
without battery
boom.
assault.
Yeah, game is
Block the
saved.
damage.
Game-
Actually going... Do you see a skill build, actually? He went 4-2-2. A little bit extra, little shredder, interestingly.
A little bit of spice here, yeah.
Kind of weird. I mean,
This is a
Cookie
great
doesn't
level, too.
So this does get a lot better, yeah.
Bob, though,
We're
trying
going.
to defend this tower. Uses the Tumbler Soy here to jump in on a C Smile. And from the backline, the Monkey throws at the Wukong. This is support Monkey King, though, so not quite as frightening as the core. And, well, the rest of EG not very interested in this engagement. Carlo trying to extend this for the side of Execration as he runs in, hoping for a follow-up, and instead he just TP's mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the Monkey ulti looked great. The problem was that they were Crimson guarded, and that meant every Monkey attack did 0 damage. Actually, 0 damage. He's got Atrophy Aura maxed out already, so 30% damage reduction from his Aura. Plus the Crimson Guard means they're blocking like 100
Because?
damage.
Kazu just runs into Shanks. Carlo was also nearby there. Took the aggro route.
Just really wants the Chronosphere again. It's been a long time. We did get a second point in time dilation. We are online, baby. The skill is not being forsaken this game.
It's go time. Heroes back this patch. That must be what it is.
Let's
You know,
make it
Carlo...
Talent too, I bet.
Carlo made a really defensive move there. Like, when they started retreating from that fight up top, he immediately TP'd to the tier 2, and he just went into the fog behind Medusa. Sorry, Medusa, not Medusa. Behind its Muerta here, but bottom lane, speaking of aggressive moves, they're going to grab that kill on the Batrider. Very optimistic portal there from the Underlord to try and help out his buddy.
Yeah. Died quite quick. This is the downside to Batrider, is that when people go on you directly, you are a bit vulnerable here. Roll hard to defend yourself.
Shanks and Carlo grouping up here on the supports. They're going to find Whisper. They have the obs. They see him from that high point. Whisper trying to get the cookie out of there. We're going to get silenced, tossed back. Stackstorm used. Whisper heals almost back up to full from those Greaves. Matthew still sitting on the tree line here, holding that Boundless Strike to try and get the save, or perhaps turn things around and set them up for C-Smile on the duel. He gets in there. There's no duel for another 24 seconds, though, so we're not going to be building up any more damage right now. Palos glimpsed back here as he does come out of the ulti. And can't find any more turning damage here, so it's just the Batrider who's still in the ground right now, finally respawning. As he's going to go immediately up top. It's because it's under his tower. Can't really go for any big kills here. Meanwhile, Panda TP's out on that dire side. And he actually, I'm mistaken. He did go for a lasso, but, I mean, that was optimistic. As in bottom lane at the same time, Shanks and Tina are chasing after Matthew. I'm not sure what Bob was going for. I mean, he must have been calling for a TP or something. Like, I'm going to lasso him, but no one else came. Meanwhile, Matthew surely going to die here as they check out the fire, but there's the duel. It's back up here. The kisses come through as well to try and quickly take that one down. Carlo has the hook shot in 1 second. Going to try and grab it onto C-Small. The slow threw him off. He actually just missed because of the slow on his own spell.
Oh, no.
He forgot. He didn't know. He's reading the skill right now. He's like, why'd he stop moving? It was my own slow.
Oh, man. That one hurts. Can they get the kill afterwards? I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe not. It would have been hard, but...
The self-grief. That is crazy,
they are
actually.
tinky. It is. I mean, it's fun to watch pro players make mistakes for once, actually. It's makes us all feel much better about our shit status.
Oh.
Or is it just me?
Yeah, maybe. It might just be that. Carlo, though, does try and play around, knowing they had some vision there with the glimpse. It helps keep him alive for a little bit longer there. Now looking for that turn. Obviously, doesn't have the hook shot, as he unfortunately missed it before. Palos finds the kill on the Matthew, tries to mischief his way out of that one, but he can't quite get there. Stolen Scatterblast right now. Hoping for a stolen Glimpse, I'd imagine, for Shanks right now. Glimpse is used. Can he steal it? He wants to use that first. Steal the Glimpse. Oh, Saxfield is used instead first. Shanks not able to grab it. Also didn't have a steal back, so that's a good reason why. As he is now dueled up here from C-Smile. They can't get the damage in time, though. And in fact, they're turning onto C-Smile. The tank ability is here from Tino, who is now dominating this game. 4-2-4. They're going to hop immediately into the portal. Where are we going? Mid lane, they want to grab themselves a tower. Finally knock this baby down.
Okay, not bad. Yeah, I really thought Rubik was going to die there, but again, the Crimson Guard kept them alive. And that's crazy because Legion actually does do a lot of damage. He's got a 76 damage bonus, so he's come through it, but it's just, it blocks too much. It's just a Rubik with an Aether Lens, and he survives. That item's fucking wild.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they're living right now. And now Tino has the full pipe finished off here, too. So we are definitely living now on the side of Execration. It feels like they're going to need the big chrono plays here in combination with the kisses. They just need all that damage focused down. What's Marita's HP like right now? Wow, 28. Wow. Whoa, she is tanky. Wow, Mage Slayer, BKB, Dragonlance, Strength Treads? Dude,
People's Gift.
This is a sick build.
The Mage Slayer's cool, right? It's 30 damage on her as an int hero. Lots of attack speed. The magic resistance is pretty solid. Yeah, it's an interesting build.
Well, Matthew has his Diffusal Blade here as well, so if he can try and set something up here for his team, that would be great. Can definitely make the kisses pretty easy to connect with.
He basically has to get tanky individually because he knows he's going to get Chronosphered is primarily what's going to happen. So,
yeah. Battle over the Pillar Ward here between Palos and Matthew as he attempts the dead shot. Can't quite grab him. Panda, in the meantime, is doing some scouting up on that dire side, throwing out some sentries, but on the bottom, the hook shot is in. They're right onto Matthew. The Monkey King goes down, and the additional lasso here onto Whisper. Pull him into the cogs. A little bit of a combo play here. The glimpse back, trying to pull Bob away from Whisper. Can't quite save him, though. Oh, wait. Grease comes through. It's almost enough. It's a huge chrono, but do they have the damage is the question because the Sapphire's already gone down. There's no ulti to use. It's like there's nothing. It's like they're not even tickling them. They're just inside the chrono. They don't care. The BKB is popped here from Pakaz, but it's just defensively. He's trying to escape. A glimpse back, pulls the Muerta away, trying to give some space, but now the stolen glimpse is there. Pakaz brought back into the middle of this fight. T-Small comes through, though, with the press of the attack. Nice save onto Pakaz. There is a duel here as well, but there's no turn. C-Smile just also trying to get out. Has the Over Destruction. Going to try and find a spot to TP. Hides in the tree line. Very sneaky spot here. The Boundless Strike from Matthews onto Palos. It feels like he's just trying to make some space. Just doing whatever he can to ensure that his two cores get away. C-Smile actually comes back in, though. Goes for the duel emergency. He gets some huge plays. The time dilation slow as well from Pakaz. They're actually trying to fight this. It's 2 into 4. They find one kill. Can they grab another afterward, though? No, not yet. Mask Matt is here from Pakaz. If he wants to try and fight things out, has his own pupil's gift. He's the teacher's favorite pet. Can he find Carlo, though? Not quite. Hiding in the trees. Great juke spot in the new map. Bob gonna get caught from the kisses here as Whisper back in this fight. The fights never end on this new map, ladies and gentlemen. The hook shot comes through. I don't even know where it came from. Carlo didn't even leave when he hit in those trees. He was just waiting for the right time. Comes back in, trying to get from Cause. Doesn't have the damage. The mobility is way too high from this Faceless Void as Whisper, after just dying, coming back into this fight, trying to use his ulti, is now the one running to the trees once more. Panda back in the fight because the fights never end. Because back in once more. Time dilation. Whisper putting out the damage, trying to get Shanks. Shanks almost going down, has the Stolen Spell, not even going to get a chance to use it. He's pumped through. Now Tino, try to TP out. Where's the bash? Can you find one? No, ladies and gentlemen, he will not roll the dice, luckily, this time. And Carlo, gets him. The double kill. Anyone else want a TP in?
What
Anybody?
A team fight. Dude, time dilation was so valuable in that fight, actually. And I am still so disgusted with Crimson Guard. These numbers are still broken.
Yeah.
They're still way too good. Look at Void's items. And he's hitting a Rubik, and Rubik is taking, like, no damage. Rubik has an Aether Lens and a Faded Brooch and a Magic Wand. It is insane how much damage block it's giving.
6 time walks, 3 time dilations.
It was a long fight. It was such a long fight. I thought it was going to be over quicker, but then C-Smile got back up alive, and he helped kill the Muerta. It's pretty big. Nicely done by Matthew to set that up, though. He olo'd in when it looked like it was not a good choice to do so, but it definitely set things up for his team.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was such a cool play from Matthew. And as well as Carlo, too. Like, when he escaped that tree line, I was like, all right, he's just going to get out. But he just waited. Came back in with the hook shot, too, to try and give them something here. I think in the end, EG went out on that. But it was definitely close. As C-Smile is moving into the Tormentor here. Oh, this is a little dangerous looking. All right, now we're all good. The heals are there. They'll whittle the way through. It's only the 20-minute Tormentor, so it's not too scary as long as you get a bit of damage. And Matthew is going to find himself a shard. Meanwhile, back in the mid, though, they're chasing after Matthew. The BKB gets popped. Bob, ooh.
Uh-oh.
Pakaz tried to get aggressive here for the big turnaround play with his own BKB, but he gets caught. That was a high-risk, kind of low-reward play. There wasn't a whole lot of damage to even chuck it back into that chrono. Pakaz hurting here as the DD Palos moves forward. And as the analyst Purge has pointed out several times, ladies and gentlemen, that's a passive that works on towers, and he's a DD rune.
That's a lot of damage. So his damage is increased by 100% for his double damage, and it's increased by 50%.
How about this? How about Blade Mail with
like
your
that.
DD? You like that? You like a little bit of this? How's that for a passive? Matthew in the cogs with Carlo here. They're going to glimpse back Tino. I don't even know if that matters, because I'm not sure if he can die. Matthew, he does go down, but he takes Carlo down with him. They throw a couple more spells at Tino, trying to see what they can do. Now Bob's
got
back
gloves.
in. He's just walking in. Doesn't even care. Stolen blobs being thrown out here, giving Panda a little smooch. Actually, he barely hits him, takes quite a few shots. Another long-distance hit there. Now the cookie, too. Panda's just being pinballed around between his allies and his enemies, rather. But now Whisper chasing through, tries to get a bit more. On the other side, Shanks goes down. C-Smile has another duel in 19 seconds, so won't have it here for Bob. Jumps to the high ground, hoping that he went up here, but we'll notice that he did not. I did not even know you could ward that cliff. That's cool.
Oh, the Roche one?
Yeah, the old Roche pit.
Yeah.
Neat.
I figured it out because I looked at it and I was like, oh, Roche used to be there. And I saw all the trees and I was like, I want to put a ward there for posterity. And I just found it. It was great. It's not a bad ward.
No?
People walk there a little bit. It doesn't go super high vision, so it doesn't spot the tri-camp on the left. But
What if you cut the trees and like put the
then,
ward on
yeah,
that
you
top
could ward
one?
then. It would be better. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good point. It's
that's
probably
pretty
not bad
cool.
then if you cut it. I doubt it's as high as this like cliff one to the left, but
I
yeah, it's not a
swear.
bad idea.
I feel like Quelling Blade's kind of busted. I mean, it feels like we don't have inventory slots, though, even as like a 5 right now, but there's so many of these new juke spots. For the next 2 weeks, I feel like we should just be bringing Quelling Blades, guys. No one knows where to go.
Not a bad point. And when you get messed up on your pathing like you will, you
True.
can solve that problem a little bit. Maybe
Or-
not quickly, but it will be solved.
We could just all buy Battle Furies. That's the other solution, I think. Maybe we'll just do that instead.
Every
But,
hero should buy cornucopias. That's true. I like the Maelstrom or the Mjolnir choice on Faces Void. Help counteract some of that Crimson Guard. Help deal with the pipe, that kind of a thing. It won't be bad. And they're going to start
pretty good
Roche.
here. They are roaching, and they are smoking from Execration right now. They also have the clockwork here, so
They rocketed it. They know.
yeah, it is time for them to
All
make
right,
their way
monkeys,
over. Now,
monkeys
what do you
gonna
do?
Wukong on the thingy.
Do you even go in? This seems
Is he
so
gonna do it?
dangerous. Oh,
He's gonna
Clockwork's
cast
going
it
to
late.
TP first. This is a smart idea. As long as the BKB's used, he's going to go. Wukong's is used a little bit early, but it's still getting stuck inside. There's the Chronosphere. Everyone's stuck in, trying to get the big damage. Shank's going to fall first on the Rubik. Now focusing on DeCarlo, trying to take out the supports in the beginning of this engagement here. Palos still alive, hitting. Now the time walk's there. Palos sitting on the high ground, having his delight, trying to pick apart these EG heroes, but he's going to get stunned up now that his friends have fallen, and they're going to turn on this Muerta. They just ignore Tino. They know he's too tanky. They're going to try and pick him up at the end, but again, cannot find the bash, and that was surgical here from EG. The way they set around that twin gate there and just ignored Tino.
Other than Legion not pressing BKB before duel against the Batter while standing on fire, and Hakazu
Surgical.
chronosphearing him on the inside with Bat on the outside. Other than that, completely surgical. I was worried for them it was going to go a lot worse next. If he just BKB'd before he dueled, it would have put him in a better spot. But the Monkey ulti was excellent. That was pretty solid and added a lot of disruption. Definitely a cool thing about the Monkey 4 when he's got Diffusal Blade, Orb of Corrosion, Orb of Destruction, and Mage Slayer. This bastard's applying 4 debuffs to his opponents as they walk through his ulti. That's really powerful.
Yeah, definitely the best way. And it's something that the previous 4 monkeys I feel like had a hard time utilizing, but now this hero just gets like a little bit more gold. We got this Orb of Destruction now as a neutral item to add in. Seems
And
to
it's
be
easier
working
to
great.
choose it over other players on your team that
Oh,
might
yeah.
want it. You know, if you have Orb of Destruction in just one, your Void's like, yes, I would like 15% damage increase, you know?
That's
or,
huge.
Or maybe Legion would, for example.
Yeah, you'd never get this thing in the previous system.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a big difference. So, Tormentor taken down here. They're going to get the Jetpack now for Clockwork. Big deal for him. Makes it a little bit easier as now they're going to hookshot onto Matthew. Bring down this pesky Monkey King support.
To get a duel off top, but not able to do so. Picks up the Vindicator's Axe on the Legion Commander. Very interesting. Now, if you duel, you do get silenced. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so the Axe
that's-
is great
oh, wait.
on Legion.
Yes, that is how it works.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Because now the
Well-
Overwhelming Odds just goes through when you're silenced.
Is that what it is? Or
Yeah.
does it not silence?
I think you were silenced. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But I guess we'll find out.
It gives you 20 armor if you're stunned, which is good and bad. If he gets lassoed, for example, the 20 armor is pretty sick. But the problem is that he's against a Muerta, so if she ultis, it just doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
if she doesn't ulti, it's kind of cool. Wisdom
Man.
runes are up here.
I did not realize it was 20 armor if you're stunned. If you had asked me, I would have guessed it was like 10. 20 seems
20.
kind of insane.
It is a lot. Really makes you good against some like Basher carry type thing, you know?
Yeah.
Some anti-mage type thing. Blink Basher Abyssal, 20 armor as like an offlaner or something would be really sick.
Well, currently we're doing the dodge the enemy team play here as EG have the Aegis and Execration aren't that interested in fighting, but they're happy to take an even trade if they can find one. Matthew escaping here But it did give up Shanks. He did give him up the tree dance the last time they encountered each other. So Shanks does have this ability to just jump around the map for quite a long time. Not even at halfway point with it stolen right now.
Did you see Underlord opted for a Philosopher's Stone? Kind of interesting. Don't see that often.
I think this feels so good as a tier 2. Like, just because you just have it the whole game and you just like bring it back out. Like when you're dead, you can just equip it and you get gold. That's busted.
Yeah.
That
It's like
probably
80
should be
gold
removed.
usually, or 75 gold guaranteed, basically. It's cool, and the mana increase is really not bad either, and it doesn't really miss the damage that much. Definitely good. Maybe the biggest thing, Morta did not end up getting Gropo, so no 15% damage increase from her ulti.
Oh, that's huge, yeah.
Enchanted Quiver is really good though too. 50 extra attack range, and that bonus damage is really sick while it procs.
Oh, I hear the blade mail. It's popped out here, but there's a lasso as well. So this duel probably not going to end in C-Smile's favor. The Kistar coming through C-Smile deep in enemy territory here. And Epicaw's coming in, trying to find the save. Looking for a good chrono. Pops up, gets silenced. He couldn't quite get it. He hasn't figured out what's happening. Now he goes for the time walk. Still BKB'd. Can't hit on the Palos. Still waiting for that ulti to end. Not going to be able to find it. Goes on to Tino instead. Can actually cut through this Underlord surprisingly fast, but it's a stolen chrono. It only catches Panda, though, so not too much damage. And now he's just perma-bashing Palos. Absolutely destroyed. Survived so long with the Muerta's ulti, but not able to get through the second round of bashes here from Pakaz as he just crushes this fight. Misses the Boundless Strike, but utilizing that shard ability, Matthew jumps forward and uses the inhibit from the defusal. And wants to get him. Come on. Here, deal damage. Mjolnir, kill him. Mjolnir, help. That's not enough damage. Time walks back out.
That was really close.
There's a tier 1 in this lane, guys. Relax.
Oh my god, there is. That was a nice reaction by Palos to pop his ulti when the Chronosphere was coming out. Protected him very nicely. But ultimately, watching Underlord finally die to magic damage was very pleasant, I must say.
Man, 8 seconds kind of insane. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, though, Matthew going to tip up C-Smile as he finds himself another dual kill here. He's up to plus 170. Jeez, you know, you can just clear waves by right-clicking right now in this hero. He's just almost one-shotting everything right now.
And he gets a late Deso, actually. Kind of interesting. Not normal to buy it this late into the game, but yeah, I mean, it's just going to increase all the damage he does in a big way.
Great for Roche, great for Tormentors a little bit. I mean, it works on Tormentors, right? It's going to help out?
Yeah. Yep, you can debuff them.
But obviously, the main thing, as you're saying, feels a little bad picking up this late because you're not going to get those quick stacks of the Deso. But who knows? There seems to be endless fighting anyway, so maybe you'll find those kills.
The other thing is it tends not to scale as well because as the game goes on, your armor values go up a lot, and minus armor works better when people's armor is closer to 0.
Right.
So it's a weaker item if you buy it later, but with that said, his damage scales so well with just the raw items he's picking up that it kind of makes sense to buy it. I've seen other players, I think Saberlight when he played Legion, he went Daedalus, which is kind of the same vein. It's an item that does better the more damage you have. So he's getting this free damage from duel, he amplifies it with a crit. In this case, he's getting free damage for duel and he's amplifying it by minus armor.
And a crit.
And a crit. Yeah, and maybe in the past like an AC or something is more common for your Legion type heroes, but yeah, it doesn't really feel the need to get that much armor because there's a Muerta anyway, so I guess this kind of makes more sense, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. I think if we see like a more traditional carry, it probably would be the AC right now because that would feel really nice this game, but it's a good choice here. He just wants to get that quick blow up as fast as he can. There's also a second Daedalus being worked on from Whisper here too on that snap as he approaches the level 20 and the eventual level 25 perhaps.
Yeah, maybe not the most unexpected thing considering how much he leveled Little Shredder in the early mid game. But yeah, that'll be a nice transition. And he didn't really sacrifice his items at all. If you guys do play Snapfire or play with Snapfire in pubs, is what they always do. They get like at least one normal item, and then they get a little excited. They're like, oh, I'm going to hit level 20 eventually. And they start building Daedaluses a little too early. So I like that Whisper was playing it safe. And you know what he did? He said, you know what? This is grief. I'm going to buy a Lincoln Sphere. That's more important.
Oh, that is more important. And they don't have to buy BKB as much now, it feels like. Well, maybe they do. We'll see.
Block the lasso. Almost got a catch top. Underlord trying to make them think that he's coming.
This is nice. Now Whisper's firing one back as well. Also pump faking it. Maybe don't jump in there, though. Things could get a bit dangerous. Do we have any way of telling when the Tormentors come back from our point of view? Like the Dire one, for example?
I don't
think
so.
we do.
Oh, man. Is that going to be our job? We have to take
I think that's our job. Yeah, we got to write those things down now, I guess. It's going to be kind of important. It has respawn for the Radiant. They're going to jump right into it. C-Smile not taking a whole lot of damage. They felt very confident
He
about
got
that
it.
one. And he did indeed. So get armor for every unit hit and has increased duration on the overwhelming odds.
It's pretty good. 5 armor per hero. Yeah, there's his armor. He knew it wasn't going to need it. Oh, he actually went Silver Edge instead of Daedalus on the Legion, which makes sense. Daedalus is more damage, but Silver Edge is much better at setting up kills, basically.
Oh, yeah, very nice. And they're going to smoke up and try and set up for those kills right now.
So
you're gonna have to
shield
keep an
ring
eye-
on Void.
He's so tanky. Tino looked pretty vulnerable the last time they jumped in on him. I think they might even just go for it if they see him. Palos currently still invis in his own Silver Edge right now. Does have the Moon Shard. This is where we've seen Muerta get a little bit ridiculous. So if he's not controlled, the damage will certainly be there. Struggling to find the opening, though, as they just go straight to the high ground. Now they're going to hop right in. You heard the blade mill. You know what's coming. Carlo gets the double hook shot, though. The buyback's here from Shanks. They want to get a punish onto this intrusion onto their high ground, but they're having a hard time finding it. Telekinesis can't grab it thanks to the Lotus Orb. Nice bounce back there. Not allowing the Rubik to chuck him back into the base. Bob looking for his own play. He blinks in. He grabs C-Smile with the BKB active, pulling him back to his team. They want to get this kill on this Legion commander, but they can't quite get their dead shots there. And now, great chrono onto 3 here from Akaz. Bat done. Clock next. Muerta has the ulti and the BKB after this. BKB's first. Now pops the ulti. Turn, tries to get the damage. Pakaz, he's just looking him in the face. Staring contest. Says, I don't care. Time walks back out, then time walks back in. The end of the Muerta ulti. Can he find the damage in time? Oh, the bashes. Pakaz, the time walk. He don't care. Panda covers him with a static storm. Makes it look easy as Whisper throws out some kisses, an ultra kill, and you know Pakaz, you know what he wants. He wants to find himself the rampage. They're going to chase Shanks to the end of the earth if they have to. Give him this kill. He's trying to escape up to the top. Can he sniff him out like a bloodhound? No, Pakaz will actually hit Greaves.
He's so far. That blink distance with the tree dance distance and the cast range is so fast, but they make it work. Legion's a little low, though. Can they get him?
How crazy can he go? Shanks, he wants it bad. He knows this game's probably over. Wants to put one on the score sheet for himself, and yeah, not going to be there.
I gotta say, watching the late game Faceless Void, it looked really good against the Muerta, right? Like, there was a lot of staring him into the eyes thing, where he's like, go ahead, you can cut through my decently high armor, hit me, and then he just time walks. He's like, there you go, I don't give a shit. So, like, she has so much damage, but she doesn't have that much disable. Maybe she should have bought eggs. Maybe it would allow her to kill Pakaz, you know? But
honestly, yeah, that could be something. Because, like, other heroes, they don't get the same benefits from BKB now anymore like the like Faceless Void does. We might see the same thing with Terrorblade as well, because I saw they buffed / patched Sunder to also work now, too. But we'll get into that perhaps in the next Terrorblade game. First off, they want to try and get a kill after these Mega Creeps are gained here from EG. The duel is out. That's a 2-shot. Onto poor Palos. That was the Muerta there, and now Palos is done after seeing that. GG is called, and EG going to find themselves 2 quick Gs here. Not quite as one-sided as Game 1, for sure. In fact, Execration even looking like they had some good moments early with the big auras and the barriers that they were using to protect themselves, but at a certain point, just felt like EG kind of overwhelmed them.
it did feel like that, yeah. I mean, it felt like it was just like a bit of an outskill in that, like, all the cores on the EG side kind of just made slightly better moves and didn't die as much. And part of that is they had control over that. The Execration side, maybe they had great auras, but their pickoff was less good, I would say. That's one of the weaknesses of Underlord, especially when you go that 4-1-4 build. Yeah, you're reducing their damage by a lot because they right-click so much, but once they just stop taking like direct fights with you and they keep getting these like solo pickoffs, eventually your disable totals are just looking a lot weaker. Some clips from the game. This is that crucial point where Matthew jumps in, baiting the enemy team basically to help his team continue fighting. And this is kind of what happened a lot this game. C-Smile just kind of got a lot of kills.
Yeah, I think Pakaz definitely overperformed too on this Faceless Void, just in terms of like the time dilations, the time walks, the Chronospheres were all pretty good. Like some mistakes on the top one, obviously with the Roche fight, but as long as he was still surviving and accelerating his own farm, the game was. This was like his one bad feed too, which could have led to something pretty great for Execration as well, as they got that push down mid. But this was probably the last hope of Execration in this fight here.
Yeah, and this was a cool one. Chronosphere catching lots of heroes. He ends up clearing up the supports pretty well. That did lose C-Smile, but that was his own fault. He didn't pop his BKB, you know.
Yeah, deserved.
But then,
clearly.
But then when he's losing the DPS fight against Muerta, he just jumps away, and then he re-engages. So he's got gap close. He has the ability to control whether or not he commits to the fight. He can out-heal her damage. One of the very, very few heroes that can do that. It's a cool pick. That seems like a great solution against Muerta.
it seems like such a good hero right now too. Like because of these BKB changes, like as long as he's unimpeded and he's able to use his time walks, he doesn't care if he's taking the damage through it. And the patch they did to Terrorblade was that now, like, if you're low on TB and you sunder a BKB target who's at 100% HP, they won't take damage, but you'll heal to 100%. Which is huge for TB. So it's just another thing where, like, these carries that can actually still utilize BKB for survivability are probably going to be pretty strong in this patch.
Yeah, it's a really good point about the Void and the BKB thing. So, yeah, lots more to be figured out in the patch for sure, especially for execution.
Weaver's back? Is that
Weaver?
Weaver ulti? We can use it, guys? BKB?
I guess so, yeah. Weaver ulti's probably pretty good. Can we... I don't know if we have updated standings or not, but
I don't know.
I'm going to look at them.
We could put production on the spot, or we could just look at them ourselves. That's a good point, because we are done for now, guys. I'll let you guys know. Obviously, we have lots of games going on the other streams. It'll be SMG versus OG here next on this stream, so that's pretty sweet. A little matchup there for you guys to enjoy. And, yeah, what did you find on the groups there, Purge? Anything?
Gaming Gladiators, EG, and Betboom were all 3-1, so they're all doing quite well. Execration is now 0-4, which matches them with TSM.
Ooh.
Team Liquid is either playing a series or is not playing a series. They're 1-1 actually. They went 1-1 with Aster, so that's a big deal for Aster. So that puts Aster at 2-2. So
wow, that is nice. Yeah, considering we saw Aster lose to Betboom as well. Like, I mean, they looked good obviously with the Storm Sumail game, but to take a game off Liquid, that is impressive stuff right now.
It is. I wonder if I can pull up the match results actually. Let me see what the game looked like. I'm curious. Aster, they lost a game. They had Techies, Troll, and Alk. Seems a little wild to have Troll and Alk to me. Hey. And then the game Aster won, they had Storm and Pugna.
All right, so Storm's getting the W.
Sounds like what we expected. And looks like Liquid played a carry Night Stalker. So maybe they went a little too weird with their pick, and Aster had a good draft. So.
Oh, well, there we go. And, well, along with two new teams, they're going to have two new casters. It'll be DK Truman and Astini coming in here to cast for you guys. So we're going to hop off so they can do their tech checks and make sure everything is all lovely and perfect. So please enjoy this stream, enjoy all the streams, catch all the group stage, and we'll be back tomorrow for more of the ESL One Berlin Major Stream Earth. Obviously the best of the streams. Right, Burge?
Welcome to Earth. Yep, that's right. We're the best.
Welcome to Earth. All right, Earth Shakers, Earth Splitters. We're going to split. So we will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers, everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin, my skin.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL One Berlin Major. My name is DK Truman, and I am joined by Astini, also known as the coach that always ends in third. How are you doing, Astini?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. Excited to see that SMG, the team that was third on the SEA DPC, is gonna have the first match against OG, a team that went through a 3-team tiebreaker. So both teams, like, they almost not made to it. They're the underdogs, but I really love to follow the underdog story.
I mean, this is, of course, OG's major. Like, as every major lately, every single time they try to join a tournament, they have visa issues. This time around, they have again visa issues, so they will be playing with 2 substitutes in their team. They've got Mind Control as their offlaner and Kitrek as their +5, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see what they can make of it. Remember, last time they got those substitutes in, they always looked very scary in that regard, but it's going to be a very interesting match regardless. As you mentioned, of course, OG, a team that, I mean, halfway during the season, it looked like they were going to get relegated in Div 1 as well. And then the last couple of matches they win, and all of a sudden they're in the major. That's beautiful magic right there. But new patch, new things. Astini, what do you expect to see today?
I expect to see Tinker on BZM. He's been playing the hero, and the hero has some changes now, of course. Like, you cannot rearm the dagger, but I feel like he can do a great showing on this hero. I want to see them playing the Venom. They used to play like Venom with Monkey King a lot. I feel like Venom is also a hero that could be on a good spot in the meta. And maybe some Huertas, because definitely we're going to see a lot of Huerta in this tournament, so I'm not on that rush.
Yeah, tons of Muerta. Of course, we have 2 groups, so we'll be quickly checking out both groups A and B, what the teams are consistent of. Currently, Group A, of course, has been played in this morning. Execration, another Southeast Asian team, not looking too fine, 0-4. But BetBoom Gaming Gladiators and Evil Geniuses tied for top spot in Group A. Looking pretty neat so far. And of course, Group B, that's the group that me and Destiny will be mostly handling. We've got a couple of very interesting teams in here. If I gotta be completely honest, Group A to me looks scarier.
Always the group that looks scarier does worse. That happen every TI, that are like, oh, definitely the winner's coming from Group A, and then you're surprised because, I don't know, SMG does that run. Maybe not SMG, maybe OG.
You never gotta doubt Southeast Asia. They can do some magic. Talon, of course, previously did do pretty decently in a couple of tournaments, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what they will bring, because of course there was a new patch and every team is like struggling to figure out new strats and everything, and then last night there was another patch that was kind of rectifying some problems. Obviously, like a ton of bugs were removed, thank God, because there were some that really annoyed me. But there were also some changes to some heroes that could be very detrimental. For instance, I saw that like the Medusa's win rate just jumped up by 8% since yesterday because of the buffs that she gained. So even in a new patch, we're gonna have to see how the teams are gonna react on the fly with all the changes.
Yeah, Duza is actually a hero now, because the hero was feeling so bad, like with Manta, like you killed with one hit because the shield was not working. So I feel like it's mostly a fixed patch, although some heroes that were looking super broken, now they might not be good. Maybe PL. PL was looking super broken. Now it's a doubt, it's a question mark if it's still that good. But seems like it's still that good. So just the bug fixes like Napalm working with the bomb grenade. So I feel like
that
it's
was
just like
kind of broken.
fixing things. Yeah, it's just like fixing the, like you were able to backstab buildings with the Riki, like doing on the Tormentor, which is a building when you think about it. So just like fixes somehow. So the game is more balanced. I like the patch. I think it's important that we have this patch before the major.
I mean, during the major would also be a lot of fun, but of course we need to have everything set in good positions. There was, for instance, also a bug where I think it was the Venomancer that could place down his wards and they could jump between portals, stuff like that. But of course, they are playing for something at the major. The prize pool, 500k to play for. But honestly, the more important point, I think, for most of the team, obviously, if you get first place, 200 grand, that's great, superb. But those DPC points, getting yourselves towards TI, that's what most of these teams are looking forward towards. And you gotta end at least top 8 to be able to scrounge up a little bit of those points to make your way forward. So, Steenie, it's going to be a tough challenge ahead for all these teams here.
Yeah, I think it's realistically that OG can place top 8. We need to see how the standings perform. Like, it's not SAB at this time, but I'd say they can definitely do well. It's a great team. They've been playing European DPC, which is the toughest one. They made through the tiebreakers against really good teams. So I have high expectations on OG, even with the standing situation. SMG, kind of a question mark for me, to be honest. Like, you casted a lot of Southeast Asia, right? And maybe you have a different feel of this team.
I mean, SMG is a team that I personally did not expect them to make it to the major, not gonna lie. I was Army Geniuses all the way. But they did make it all the way through. It's an interesting team because they are probably one of the older teams here. Most of the teams at least have a couple of young players. The youngest player on SMG is Chidori, and he's 25. Moon's 28, Mid1 is 26, Afu 28, Poloson is 26. These guys are old-timers. Like, they're, I mean, not at the end of their career, obviously, because they still have a long way to go, but compared to a lot of these other teams, they're quite significantly experienced, I would say.
Yeah. I'll not say on the end of the career, because I'd say Mid1 is always, with the changes on roles, he still has to go support 4 and then support 5. He's still on the offlane. Has more like 3-4 good years there. So he makes like the entire role swap thing.
Yeah, there's of course a couple of players that have done that in the past. Jabs, for instance, springs to mind as one profound one in the Southeast Asian region that has played literally everything. In the past, of course, also played with Moon, who is also a Tinker player, if you would not want to forget that. And definitely gonna be interesting to see if we get to see some Tinker action. Personally, in this patch, you know, there's some things that I really despise, and that's invis. It's really hard to find enemy heroes when you have so little sentries and the map is so big.
Yeah, like the dust buff looked like it would be not that good for the invis heroes, but the sentries, they're so scarce now. Like you cannot buy enough sentries to cover the map. The map's bigger and you have less sentries. Like, it's 2 nerfs on the sentries. Like, just keeping the same cooldown would be a nerf because you need to cover way more areas. So yeah, Riki, Bounty Hunter, they look really scary. On the other hand, I feel like Bloodseeker is a very strong hero in that sense. Because you get this vision, usually you can feel when enemies, and I'd say feel, because you get your extra move speed when the enemies are doing the Tormentor, because like you don't get the vision yet because they're not below the 75, but you get the move speed and you know what's happening in the map. So it's a good hero to have a feeling of what's happening in the map. The hero I really believe can be like top 3 strongest heroes in the patch.
Yeah, speaking of course heroes, there were a couple of matches played this morning. There are of course some nice statistics added to those games. The most picked hero was Rubik so far, 7 picks coming through. Void Spirit's second place, that's kind of surprising, and Void Spirit's gotten the Echo Saber most of the games as the build, of course, with the new change in what kind of a hero it is. You add those additions to the game, and yeah, it's been looking pretty comfortable. 50% win rate, not superb, but of course Chen with the 75% win rate, that's not too surprising. Bloodseeker 100% win rate, of course 4 times played, but you know, Astini, he knows his stuff, so yeah. And also, we have a little bit of an interesting thing for the people at home. Once a day, one draft Astini sees, and he knows for certain a team is going to win. He can predict if he is going to be a toaster for the rest of the day. So we'll see. If Astini sees a draft where he's considering, yeah, I 100% guarantee that team is going to win, he's going to bet if he's going to be a toaster or not for the rest of the day. So we'll see. Astini,
yeah,
if
like
you can...
With the old patch was easier to do that. To say if this team loses, I'm a toaster. This guy doesn't go godlike, I'm a Pikachu. But this patch still a bit harder to say that. There are some heroes that definitely are more dominant, like the Chen hero, which is the only one that we have seen on 100% of the games being either picked or banned. But still a lot to figure out. Everything can work. Definitely everything can work in this patch.
Yeah, definitely everything can work. I've seen some nasty clips on Reddit as well. You know, Techie's one-shotting Tormentors and stuff.
Yeah.
That's wild and very interesting if it happens in the game. But we'll also, I assume, see some Underlords, because Underlord is also, I think Mind Control plays it as well, and considering the map is so huge, extra portals, always a plus. Everything is magic damage, having some extra damage reduction, a great addition to the game. Nonetheless, the draft is about to start, ladies and gents, so we'll be heading in to see the heroes that are being banned and picked. And very importantly, if these two teams have any other ideas about the game, of course, SMG, will they be able to adapt as fast as the other teams, or will OG be the one that is gonna have no impact, no differences when it comes to the substitutes joining in? Yep, indeed. SMG versus OG coming up right now. There we have the draft. And the first couple of bans. Doom also heavily picked so far. Enchantress has been, I mean, not nerfed necessarily. Well, it has been nerfed because there was, during the patch, there were no patch notes adjustment to buff Enchantress. But somehow Enchantress did 5% more damage on Impetus, while that was never meant to be. So technically nerfed, but never was intended to be buffed.
Yeah, it feels like the heroes that interact with Zoo, like interact with jungle, being banned. So Doom, hero with Devour, Enchantress can dominate creeps. I would be surprised if they don't ban Chen, because like if you're going to this route that you're banning Enchantress, usually you also want to ban Chen. Yeah, so bit expected. So Muerta is in the pool. I wonder if the teams, they perceive Muerta as the strongest hero in the meta.
Yeah, I think she did get like a nerf, and also a slight nerf yesterday. I think she, like, with her second attack from her passive, she did 100% damage through BKB or something. But that has been rectified. Nonetheless, the hero is still a favorite right now because you still do deal damage through BKB. And it does do a significant amount even in the later portions of the game. There we have Muerta, first pick coming out for Team SMG. It's not really a surprise, to be completely honest. We see the hero quite often.
Yeah, maybe they go like with a flex here. The Monkey King can be a hero that works well. I've seen, like, Taiga used to play a lot, right? This Monkey King Venom duo can be a way to address Muerta. Okay, Phoenix magical damage. You want to have this magical damage against Muerta. I just don't know, like, how good is Muerta as an egg hitter? Has a decent-ish
It's RNG.
speed? Nah.
It's kind of RNG with how it works, but it is a hero that does build a pretty decent attack speed most of the time, so that should be a plus. And you could kill the enemies while hitting the egg, which is also another plus, I guess. It's a decent egg hitter, I would assume. Don't see that interaction too often, so...
Yeah, I haven't seen that many Phoenix in dispatch. LGD picked and won against Desecration. 9 Pandas also won with Phoenix against TSM. Yeah, the hero seems to be on a good spot. I would assume not from the beginning, because it's a hero that's on a huge cooldown in a brawl meta. But yeah, doing well so far. Base Master, the extra vision, some units.
Creeps, baby. Creeps all day, every day. You got them wild axes as well for lane harass. You can cut down areas as well, because there are so many small annoying trees that are pretty annoying. But also the new Aghanim Scepter has been, the change that they made has been interesting, so that it's not like a castable tool anymore, but it just, like, every single time your creeps hit, you start drumming it up, and all of a sudden in a team fight you're just pumping out insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, and it's a hero that provides attack speed. Usually it's decent against the Tombstone, but they go Undying. Yeah, it's a double strength lane if the Phoenix is... not so sure, to be honest.
Could be a 5 Phoenix.
Yeah, Beastmaster is now universal hero, so I didn't... and Phoenix also, so it's a double universal heroes lane. Which is like...
yeah! That's
Undying is not like that bad, but it's not that good. I mean, it was better if they were two STR, but it's being universal is like better if they were like two agility heroes.
Yeah, the Undying, of course, has a new shard as well, where your allies can jump into the tombstone to try and hide, so it's kind of like a save where they have to blow up the tombstone before they can reach the person inside. It's a kind of a nice addition to the hero, especially in this patch, because you've got the Tormentors, and when the Tormentors get destroyed at 20 minutes, the two weakest net worth heroes on that team that kill off the Tormentor will get a free shard. And having a useful shard for certain supports is a really big plus, and Dying is one of those, because his previous one was, I think, Flash Golem, like 20 seconds cooldown reduction, plus if you hit someone, you summon a zombie. That's kind of, it's a very meh shard.
It was
This
good
one's
for
actually
Roche.
pretty good.
It was good for Roche. But yeah, this one sounds cool. Let's see how it's in practice, right? But it does seem really good. SMG, they went with the Monkey Kick ban. It's a hero that as a 4 trades really well with Undying, because it's a melee hero. You're gonna trade hits, you're gonna have the lifesteal. You're always full. Also a vision hero. They banned PL. Maybe the hero is still broken. Good hero against Muerta.
He got heavily nerfed though, but yeah, I assume he's still pretty broken. And his shard's also kind of nuts at the moment.
Yeah, they lack a hero to deal with the zoo on SMG, right? because you don't... like, Dirge doesn't interact against units. So... it's a sick Bloodseeker game, by the way. We're talking about the hero. It's really good against Beastmaster, because you have the sustain. If the Muerta is not a carry, of course, you have the sustain against the Axis. Phoenix trades life for damage, so it's a hero that's always low.
And in general, like, heroes like Naga almost always get banned because the map has so much farm on it that it's really hard to deal with. That's a hero that you were talking about previously, and honestly, it's a shame that we do not have Toby or, you know, Entity at the major, because he would spam Veno every single game. I think Veno is so insanely strong right now with the, of course, his ulti, which is pretty good, and then his Aghanim Scepter, if he ever gets to that point, which is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's a Venom 4, though. Taiga has been practicing the hero. I guess the way that they found for this major to do this Venom strategy that they used to do with Venom 3, Monkey 4. And might work. Again, Undyne is gonna have a rough time in the lane. Undyne's really bad against Veno. Veno doesn't interact so well against units though. Rubik, it's a better Veno. You're gonna give away the Plague Wards and he's just gonna be everywhere with the Plague Wards. A hero I haven't seen would be like Nature Prophets kind of hero. It's a hero like the Veno doesn't like to interact
No
with.
one really plays NP at the moment.
Nagaben, Dialben. There's like TB on the Illusion heroes.
Yeah, there's some pretty interesting choices. Morphling coming up. Okay, very good against dot damage primarily. Doesn't really get taken down unless you make a mistake. They do have Spirit Vessel builders, but you know, stuff like Manta Style and whatnot can save you in that regard. Does make me question exactly where this Muerta is going to be playing.
Can be a Muerta 3. I'd assume it's 3, but it can go mid. OG has a lot of options here. They can go the Tinker thing. They have the Beastmaster with Vision. That's everything Tinker needs to play the game. They can go some Bloodseeker route, where Morphling's always on the map. You can go something to protect the egg, so a Faceless Void type of hero, although the hero doesn't interact that well against Morphling anymore. I see so many routes OG could go here. But yeah, Morphling, I guess, a decent carry to pick blind. Morphling Undying, it's a stable lane against the Venom.
Let's see, it's going to be Slark. I think in this patch as well, Slark has been, especially in pubs, heavily picked because there's Vision. It's pretty much Vision related most of the time. Slark can clear out any Observer wards. You don't have that many Observer wards compared to how big the map is. And if you look at OG's lineup, they've got Slark for the night vision and clearing wards. They've got Veno for vision. They've got Beastmaster for vision. Like, they're going to see everything that SMG does.
Yeah, this matchup against Morphling goes both ways, because you can always build stacks on top of Morphling, but when he becomes you, the pounce is really strong against Slark. Also, the Aghanim's kind of like kills you. Like, if you lose your stats against the Morphling, you're done for the team fight. But I definitely can see the Slark snowballing. If he has a good lane, he just probably playing against Muerta. Not so sure which heroes he should ban to protect. I feel like I'm a bit overthinking Bloodseeker, but you have Slark. Usually you pick Slark, you ban Bloodseeker and Faceless Void. Faceless Void cannot be a hero because they already have Morphling. Lashrax is definitely a good hero against Slark. Also can be a mid laner. If Muerta is on mid, not so many good position 3 against Slark. Because you're laning with Rubik, right? So you need a melee 3. And most melee 3s are just gonna feed stats to Slark. Maybe a Centaur can trade with this.
Needs to be a melee as well that can handle like dots, because the Veno Phoenix could always swap if need be, and Veno slows are pretty nasty, but most likely going to be the Phoenix and Slark. And honestly, if Rubik gets close to that, Slark gets a pounce in, Phoenix gets a couple of the burns on top of the Rubik could very quickly die. So something that either keeps Rubik alive. I mean, Legion Commander would have always been a nice choice, but that one has been, of course, banned.
Yeah. Underlord maybe, so you kind of deal with the Beastmaster being everywhere. Some AoE catch. Although, like, Phoenix is gonna destroy you. Yeah. Like, I'd say... Because, like, I feel like Muerta can play a double range lane. That's why I would go like this Lashrack hero. But if they want a Muerta mid, Bloodseeker off lane.
I mean, it is because it's mid one if he's going to be playing off lane. Even though not many people play it, Nature Prophet is a hero that he definitely does love to play. But it would be a very greedy tri-core lineup for SMG.
Maybe like a Riki 3. The silence can be really strong against Slark.
And also a good catch for the Phoenix, because it forces the enemy team to all buy 4 staffs themselves, considering the shard is kind of nuts. I do like the Ricky, obviously completely being ignored. They did ban out that Bloodseeker that you mentioned, so they're afraid that there might still be a bit more flex in the SMG lineup.
Yeah. And depending on the hero, I would love to see the Tinker. It's like have Beastmaster and Slark giving vision.
And Veno. Don't forget the Veno. Let's see,
Yeah,
Shrek.
Lash.
Okay.
Maybe mid, maybe offlane Lash, but Lash is the best answer against Slark besides Bloodseeker. So, makes a lot of sense. Makes good for Azus here, makes good for... Tinker just loses the lane so bad against Lash, I don't think you can... Invoker, Quaswex Volker, Lash's not gonna have mana, Alacrity.
Yeah, they need some control,
help
I would
you.
assume, because if they drop the Phoenix Egg, they're just going to run away on SMG. 2 4 staffs in the team should be enough to get out of any problem. Rubik with the shard. Morphling is hard to control. Let's see, what's it going to be? Void Spirits! We did, of course, mention it at the start. Void Spirit's been heavily picked. It's good control. It has been more of the physical damage Void, but you're playing against a Morphling and a Muerta. It wouldn't be too surprising if he just goes for pure damage with the Dagon.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Void Spirit hero. I feel like either you snowball or they snowball into you. The games I've seen this hero behind, he just dies and he cannot farm in the map. He needs to farm heroes. And those heroes are not the needs to be farmed. Like it's a third 5. So it's a very strong position 5. It's a Rubik 4. I don't know. I feel like this Lash can do so much in the game. I actually favor SMG by the draft. OG, in theory, the best team. But I don't think they address the Lash with the Void Spear last pick.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of like the SMG draft as well. It's fairly greedy, but if they manage to survive to the later portions of the game, Muerta offlane, Lash mid, and Morphling safe is it's pretty insane in terms of damage and how hard it is to completely control them because they've got 2 stuns in their team. Unless you count Phoenix Egg stun, which I won't because obviously you're gonna have to get a pretty big setup for that. But so there's no Astini Toaster predictions here yet?
No, not yet. It's just Astini rejoining because I just see half of the map.
Let's see. What will we get done at the start of the game? Heading all towards top. Smoke up as well. Mid one heading that same direction. Might encounter a little bit of a chase. Does anyone here have a blood grenade? Okay, so there's a blood grenade on Taiga and Kitrak. And on the Radiant side, there is no blood grenade actually.
Yeah, this item can work well for a first blood. And I feel like with heroes like Phoenix, that you can throw your DLT plus the grenade would be useful.
30 seconds to battle.
Let's see. Are they going to be able to get any catches? Pretty aggressive observer wards. Mid one walking up the high ground. And that should be first blood secured here for OG. The aggression does pay off. Kitrak's the one that gets the first blood. That's not necessarily exactly what they wanted, but a kill's a kill.
Yeah. First blood, a bit extra XP for Void Spirit. I mean, he's not happy, but he's not sad. As the mid laner here. Like, oh, I almost got it.
So we got 3
if you get this first blood, it's so huge. Because then you're like speed running your bottle and makes everything so easier.
Steenie, we got 3 important lanes. Which lane is going to have the most action, do you think?
Rubik is going back to top. Top? Okay, they're going for some trades already.
Well, Yuragi, Kitrak. Of course, a bit of OG with old G combined. Mid matchup. Gonna be an interesting one. I'm curious if Bezium is gonna go for the Echo Saber build or if he's gonna more magic damage where he gets a burst.
Yeah, what I've seen actually is mid laners that they skip the Trailing Blade and they go for the Bracer. It's like you can go for the Circlet first, and since you're Universal Hero with the +2, you're getting like 60% of 6, 3.6 damage. And then with the Bracer, you're gonna get 5 STR, 2 Agility, 2 Intelligence, 2 damage, which is basically 9 stats plus 2 damage. You get a lot of damage. But he's just running
Damage is pretty
to the
nice.
bot.
Damage
Yeah.
is pretty enjoyable. Speaking of which, Kitrak's taking a lot top side, needs to be careful. They do have pretty good harass, and it's also a lineup that if you go for an aggressive dive or try to dive away on the Phoenix, you got to be a bit careful because the Rubik is very well versed to control up a Phoenix. Speaking of which, okay, yeah, Yuragi just trying to harass Bolson a little bit more.
Mid lane, they're trading well. 12-1 for the Lash. Do some damage to BZM.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, let's see. Top side, mid one, Polason. No aggression so far between the two sides. Moon is actually doing a pretty good job in mid so far up against BZM. With a couple more levels, maybe a rotation from one of the supports, they definitely could get a kill going in. Top side, the Fear thrown out. Kitrak actually dives right back, gets smacked in the face with the dead shot. Yeah, the Icarus dive could not cancel it, and the first laning kill secured in favor of SMG.
Yeah, the silence on Muerta can really bait you. Like, you jump at him and you're just silenced. Zero has so many ways to bait you in the game. And then he's gonna be level 6. And then you're baited thinking you can kill the hero again.
Bottom lane, Undying being slowed, spammed at. No real
That's
harm, no real
9-6.
foul.
Probably going for the Lotus. Yeah, he's going for the Lotus.
So, what are the timings that these teams are currently looking for?
Probably like the first fight should be for the 6-minute rune. Because both mid laners, they really want that rune. Like, this can be game changing.
Top side
Rubik
pulls
dead.
on. Walked out a little bit too far. Got himself caught. Kill coming in there for Yuragi, who's now on his second perma agi. Every little bit helps. Infinitely scaling cores and the like. While Taiga is keeping the Undying out of the lane. Afu is not having the most fun.
Yeah, water rune.
Courier has been killed.
Oh,
Just get
actually, he might be dead. Does have a TP available. Is not even going to attempt the TP. Drops the tombstone instead. BZM needs to be a bit careful. Moon rotates through a little bit on the later side. And Dying's not even going to die just yet, but should eventually drop. Moon misses
missed
the
the
stun.
stun.
And now turn around onto Moon. Can he get himself back? Does still have a Fairy Fire and a Magic Wand. Will possibly bait them in, but doesn't pop anything knowing he's going to die. And Taiga's even going to suicide. Double kill for BZM comes through. And a
Yeah, that's huge
very
for
big
BZM.
fight.
That's huge for BZM. That's the thing with this Void Spirit hero. Now he's gonna snowball, and you're gonna tell, hey Asini, you were crazy telling that the hero might fail. On a rotation, I'd say they kind of outplayed SMG here, right? Because Lash missed the stun. Could be a trade that goes for SMG side, but Void Spirit now is just gonna reach level 6 first. Probably a huge advantage on the 6-minute rune.
I'm a bit baffled that he didn't just, TP out on the Undying there. Considering he already got hit by the stun from BZM. There's not really much that could hold him down. Just TP forehead, always the classic.
Yeah, because Undying, sometimes you just want to die. And then you're back full resources.
That
That's
is
the
very
thing.
true. Mid. BZM is level 6, but pretty much out of mana. And Moon has infused raindrops as well, so it doesn't take as much damage currently. Bottom lane. Jidori should only die if he makes a mistake, but there's actually TP towards top. And Dying walking through on the flank. Are they going to be able to get anything done? Drops the tombstone. They're going to push Yuragi out of the lane. And I guess they're trying to aggress forward. Kitrak does not get caught by the fear, but can they control him up? He's taking a heap of damage, running the opposite direction. Juragi quickly just trying to clean up the tombstone, but Afu is denying him any access while Kitrak is running to... Actually, is he going to TP out? No, he's going to go the long way around, right towards the Undying. An interesting move by Kitrak, who is most certainly going to fall. TP through by Taiga. Are they going to be able to take a fight here? TP in as well. BZM is here. Does have a haste rune as well. Jumps forward. Boloson's going to take a heap of damage. Can he get himself out of there? No, he cannot. They did still find 2 support kills, but they'll find 2 in return. And BZM gets double kill. That's an Echo Saber using Void Spirit, and he's going to get it super fast.
Yeah, and with the haste rune doing some work, he's gonna get the bounty, and he's back to the mid lane. The only good thing from SMG here is that they managed to do some good tower damage. Mid lane with the catapult, and also on top, the tombstone was dropped during catapult. So yeah, they do the siege damage, but definitely not worth.
Well, BZM is top net worth by quite a decent margin, but Chidori has really not been harassed whatsoever in the bottom lane. He's having a pretty good time as well. Mid one, even with that death previously, and Moon, they're all looking pretty nice. The only one that is at the top of the board solo is BZM. But speaking of which, he's looking for Moon again. The slows are too much. Moon cannot get himself back. Does have a fairy fire. Should it be enough to stay alive? Yes, indeed it is. They're not going to hunt for the kill underneath the tower.
I curse the kill.
God, those slows. That Veno is doing so much work. Taiga just... Now he's going to farm up the enemy jungle as well. Level 1 Plague Wards, level 2 Poison Sting.
Top another bot at under rotation from Void Spirit.
BZM's all over the place right now. Going in on the Undying. Tombstone is in the way. But that is Afu. Not much that he can do from that position on. Falls down. That's going to be an extra chunk of change as well for the cores of OG. BZM gets that Tombstone kill. God, this Void Spirit's a hero that you gotta be careful for, especially if you give him that start.
And meanwhile, Venom is just jungling. They're doing all of this without the position for it. That's definitely gonna become a core. So things are looking really, really good for OG. There's a DD rune.
Moon bumping out damage in mid against BZM, but a DAD, as you mentioned, is going to be a pretty big plus. Top side, mid one, takes a lot of burn. Body blocks by Kitrak as well, so that BZM can get close enough to possibly get the kill secured. Icarus dive forward. He really wants to make sure mid one gets taken down, and BZM dives forward. Doesn't get the stun connection, but right clicks are enough. Pulls on underneath the tower. Being hunted by Iragi, and they are just... Honestly, this patch, it feels like it's made for OG. Pure aggression, run at you Dota. It's what they do best.
What we need to understand is like how in the patch, mid lane, Urge. No, it's fine. How does the kill matter compared to farming, right? Because last hit-wise, the 3 cores of SMG they're ahead, but they're just bleeding everywhere. When you look at the game,
mid one. Drag back, Icarus dive forward. The silence is pretty nasty for Kitrak to dive through. In comes Moon, knows that there's no way for Kitrak to escape, so he'll get himself a freebie, and they also kept mid one alive. And yeah, they're still finding pretty decent farm here on the remaining cores of SMG. Net worth wise, both teams pretty even.
Yeah, I wonder if this Morphling is gonna play more active, because it feels like he needs to. He's the hero that's getting all the farm while his team's dying. So it's a lot on CDR.
Moon in trouble, gets jumped at. Astral Remnant does not connect. Sorry, Aether Remnant. And no harm, no foul. Currently Morphling, I guess he's looking to... What is he building actually? Lincolns? Must be.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Only against the Roar.
He's not going like Orchid or Battle Fury or Refresher.
And I was thinking, because they don't really
Those are the
have
items you can do.
single target spells except for Roar.
Mid lane, another kill for EZM. Yeah.
Maybe we should just keep the camera on BZM at all times.
Yeah, this guy is
6-0-3.
doing so much. That's my curse. There, DK, you see? Saying like, oh yeah, this Void Spirit hero, not so sure. And the guy has 9 kills participation. Moon gets a stun. Yeah, BZM just...
Walks away. He's got
Going
that
back
Echo
base,
Saber
yeah.
no done as well. 1600 HP when he's got everything fully healed up. So that's also a very tanky hero at the same time as doing a lot of damage. Next item's gonna be Deso, which is nice against the Morphling's insane agility game.
The Morphling is still free farming. I wonder if he gonna just like keep here in the bot lane till Beastmaster takes it.
Mind Control's going for drums, so we're gonna get to see the Aghanim Scepter on the Beastmaster coming in this game. Mid lane though, Moon is in trouble, misses the Split Earth, is gonna get taken down. And they even get another Tombstone. BZM, I think he's just gotten him. I would like to see the statistic on how much money he's made off of the Tombstone this game. I think he's already up to 500.
Feels like the Lash stuns are not on point. Not so sure if I am to blame the Lash or the lack of setup. But feels like the stuns were on point. We're warning to the spirits.
Has been killed.
Mid one.
22 HP, barely makes it.
Yeah, he gets himself out. It's almost done with the Maelstrom. That should help out in terms of farming, especially with a couple of points in Gunslinger coming in soon. But BZM is kind of out of control. He's got the shield rune, the new rune, of course, that gives you a shield worth half your max HP. And on some heroes, it is kind of insane. Bottom lane, Chidori trying to run away. Yuragi's got himself the Diffusal Blade. He's chasing after the Morphling. Nice stun there. Chidori keeps Yuragi at bay from chasing him down, and no harm will befall him. What items are we going to get to see on the other heroes this game is the question. Movement speed with the drums for the Phoenix. Let's see, Venomat. The new upgraded Diffusal Blade's kind of insane. The Disperser.
Yeah. I see on Riki and on PL. They want to defend here, bottom. It's a fight.
They are smoked up, coming in from the side. And they get a catch onto Mind Control, lift up. Stun misses because there's bad communication. Stolen Roar, though, in return keeps Mind Control in place, but Moon's taking so much damage from BZM. He's already dead. Phoenix Egg gets dropped. They cannot target the Phoenix Egg. Mid one's going to try to. Actually, he does get rid of the Phoenix Egg. He's still pumping out damage. This is problematic for OG. BZM, can he still keep on going here? Chidori is just never taking any damage in this engagement.
So
Wait
much.
for him forward. BZM has no spells left. Chidori turns into the Beastmaster of all heroes. Mid one with the ulti. And they will be held at bay, but they're going back in. The spells are coming through, and Chidori will be nuked. It seems. Can the Morphling get out? No, he cannot. Mid one pumping out damage, finds himself a huge kill, double kill, triple kill. Mid one comes up clutch, and the Gunslinger goes wild. Mid one will fall afterwards, but what a turnaround there from the off lane of SMG.
Feels like this Morphling is really strong, and if SMG actually use their spells correctly, they might win the team fight. It's just like, again, the last stun not on point, and this time, like, I am to blame, like, both of them. I don't know. Because this... You shouldn't be missing this type of stuns. No way.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an error in judgment.
Also the egg, like, just in the middle of the team fight. A bit safer egg could have made the things so easier for OG here.
I think it was still kind of far. Like, the only one that really hit it was mid one, but Gunslinger does do work against the Phoenix Egg, now we know.
Morphling with the Linkins up, hitting the tower. His tower is still up.
Needs to be careful,
Beastmaster has Agonies completed.
Okay, and with the Roar, he can definitely get a quick kill here. The question is, how well can he get it done? Because Polson is ready to steal another Roar. He did it perfectly last engagement. They're looking to fight. In comes Yuragi from behind. Keep Polson away, and that means no Roar. If he drops, Polson will burn to a crisp by Kitrek's last hit from the Fire Spirits underneath the tower. There's a TP through from Moon. And OG really trying their best to take down
BZM
this
is connecting
tier 1
from
tower.
behind. Look at him.
Oh, the flank comes through. BZM gets to jump onto the Undying. Another one secured. Yuragi is chasing for more. Diffusal Blade slow onto mid one. Phoenix Egg gets dropped in the middle of the fray. They're going to try and take care of the egg, and they do indeed get it in time. It actually gets denied by BZM. No money for SMG at the very least. Moon gets dragged back, held in the warm embrace of OG. Yules up himself to try and stay alive for as long as possible, but will falter in the end. Chidori, the drums are ticking at his backside. Still a lot of mana, and with turning into the Void Spirit, should be able to get out. Pulson, is he going to be able to survive? Yes, he should. Barely, maybe?
Oh my god. This BZM guy, he's doing so much.
Inspiration
Even the
Aura.
9 dag.
Inspiration Aura. Stay with the creeps. Stay with the creeps. He's actually going to die. Ouch.
It feels like Morphling is not that tanky hero against Venom. And the strategy was actually just ignore first the Morphling. Zark jumping from one side, Void Spirit from the other side. And this Void Spirit has Desolator completed. He's going the full physical damage build. And he's gonna be probably one-shotting heroes.
Well, top side. The track coming in from behind. The catch comes up onto the Undying Afu. Slowed down to a crisp. EZM is there in case it's needed as well. And another kill comes out for Yuragi, who's currently on 9 permanently stolen Agi. And Chidori walking right towards them. Needs to be a bit careful. Swaps towards strength. Is it going to be enough to be able to get himself out of there? Does have a waveform. Full strength at the moment, only 500 HP left, and Chidori caught out. BZM plus Yuragi, more than enough burst, it seems, to get rid of the Morphling. Bottom lane, mind control, he's in trouble, and he is completely surrounded, nowhere to run, nowhere to go. And another one secured, but they're losing themselves a couple of important heroes, especially that Morphling cannot falter at this stage, because BZM is getting out of control.
Void Spirit hitting mid with the Desolator. He's gonna take this tower. A lot of more map control, especially to get the power-up runes. And this hero does so much for them.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bottom lane, Taiga. They're gonna look for a fight. He is close by. They're smoked up as well on the rest of OG. And mid one's just gonna straight up TP out. He knows that something's coming their direction. And the rest of the team is going to disengage. Pulson's the only one not out, and the smoke actually broke. So they know that he's in the area. Can he get away? There's no way to interrupt it. They do not have any Yuleses or the like, and Slark was too far away to hit the pounce.
But they're already connecting top. That's the beauty of this patch. Flash has to run. Void Spirit connecting. BZM.
Jump comes through. Void Spirit. Nice dodge there with the Manta Style, and BZM dominating. Sorry, Manta Style. Illusion Rune.
Manta,
Same
Illusion,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got the Chrysalis as well. This is such a fat, juicy Void Spirit.
Feels like BZM is not the right wording, like the solo carrying the game. Because his entire team's playing so well. But the guy is doing so much everywhere in the map. Now they go for Roche. I really feel like you should leave Aegis with him.
Well, he does have that Deso as well to help take down Roche. They need to drop it before the minute 20 mark, otherwise it's going to run across the map to the other side, and they will be able to secure it in time on the side of OG. In the meantime, by the way, Taiga has overtaken Moon in terms of net worth. That Veno is huge.
Has Vassal, no charges, but now, if you have no charges, you just die, and you get your charges. So it's not a useless item if you're behind. Although they're not behind, let's be honest. He's gonna get this charge really soon.
Chidori is getting close towards the Ags. That could be a pretty big deal, getting all the stats stolen. Interesting how it works, of course, now with the
DD.
Universal heroes.
While they do the Tormentor.
Who's gonna get it? It's a free shard for the Rubik. Probably the best one you can get it on. Are there any nice shard steals this game? The Aether Remnant one, I guess.
That shard is really good. Good steals for Rubik.
I mean, it's not the perfect game to get good steals on the Rubik. Yeah, the egg, but that should not be an easy one.
Yeah, it should never steal. That's why, like, which spells are actually good? I'd say Shadow Dance with the shard.
Tier 2 tower bottom lane does get secured. Net worth wise, I mean, they got that free shard, so it just dropped significantly, and there's still Tormentor on the dire side. So that does help a little bit at this stage in the game. They still have a freebie there on OG if they head towards their own Tormentor. Now, going late game against SMG, I would assume, is still pretty scary.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering about this patch. Like, they go for the greedy thing with 3 cores that should scale really well. They've lost really badly the early game, but they're only 5k behind. Not saying only, like, doesn't mean anything.
Oh,
Definitely does.
Chidori
Morphling.
gets jumped pretty quickly. Didn't get the waveform off in time before Slark hit the pounds. And at that stage, without a BKB, there's no way out. He's immediately queued up the BKB after the Aghanim Scepter has just been finished up for the Morphling.
Yeah, but just to continue, yeah, maybe like Lash can scale when it has BKB, and they can win team fights. I've seen Muertas turn games really, really fast. Like, you ignore this hero on a fight and it's gonna kill everyone. So there's still some openings for SMG. But OG draft, it's pretty complete on the sense of doing everything. So they do a fast roach with Beastmaster. They actually take towers really fast with Beastmaster plus a Desolator. Should be fine for them to close.
Jump in. Decent damage. Tombstone gets dropped in response. And they should not hunt for more. They're just clearing out all the outer towers currently. They still have the Aegis, of course, on BZM. So you can be a bit more aggressive.
I like the Beastmaster build where he goes Vaganines and then he does the aura for the team. I feel like that's what you expect from your offlaner if you're doing this snowball type of draft. Because you need to group up. He already has auras on the Venomancer. That's why.
They know where mid one is. They have him under ward vision top side. Going in. Moon's actually, they're smoking up behind mid one. Trying to use him pretty much as a possible bait here. And there's BZM. He immediately gets used up. Can they hit the stun? Aether Remnant was stolen and they popped the Aegis. Immediately afterwards, there's no BKB. Is the sun's going to hit? Yes, it is. Is BZM going to be able to get away? Kitrak nearby with the heal. Is it going to be more than enough? Yeah, no, it is not. Gets denied. They find a huge kill onto BZM. Are they going to go in for more, actually? That's the question, because some of them want to. Taiga is here aggressively chasing, while Yuragi is farming the creep still in the triangle. The rest of the team trying to get out. Poloson does invis TP. Mid one might not be so lucky, because Yuragi's on his heels and they will find a counter kill. I'm actually surprised that, like, Taiga was aggressively moving forward and Yuragi was like, nah, I gotta clean those Ancients. They're about to respawn.
Yeah, maybe they were not on the same page, because, like, you lose your core that's basically your carry so far on the Void Spirit, and they're not sure if you want to fight. On the other hand, SMG used everything to take 2 lives of this hero. It was the right move to go aggressive there.
Well, they did manage to get a 1-for-1 trade, but of course BZM dying and losing the Aegis is a bigger catch for SMG this time around. Net worth-wise, still only an 8k net worth lead here for OG. Definitely something that's not too problematic just yet. Alpha is really quick on his tombstone drops.
Yeah, because he knows he's gonna instantly die.
Yules. Stun, hits it onto BZM, but there's Yuragi, and that's the scarier one at this stage. Finds himself a kill. BZM actually going in aggressive. Is going to get caught. Do they have the burst? Yes, they do. The nice fear coming out from mid one. And BZM, again, gets nuked down. No BKB means he cannot stand the burst damage, especially from this Muerta who's starting to rack up levels. Normally, it's the level 20 talent that comes in that really makes the Muerta terrifying.
Yeah, you can't walk in this way if you're a Void Spirit with Desolator or Daedalus. You should, like, just jump, kill one target, hide the team fight, go back, and it's just like walking grounds without vision. If you get to hit him for 2 seconds, he's dead. No BKB, no Sanj. has nothing to survive.
Mid one turning from off lane 1 to safe lane 1 currently, so you gotta be a bit careful. Morphling as well, of course, can turn into his enemies, and they're building up the BKBs on the Radiant side. Those are pretty big timings, especially against the OG lineup that primarily relies on, well, a lot of magic damage at this stage in the game.
Yeah, they're smoking on OG. There's Arcane Rune for Void Spirit. Probably this is the initiation they need.
Moon's not
SMG,
there.
I'd say kind of waiting for it, but without the lash.
Yeah, they could be in trouble here. The
Thanks.
smoke gets broken. MC's gonna get spotted out first. Can they nuke him down? He gets himself back. Chidori running forward. Is gonna get rolled up. Chidori, can he get himself the swap going in? The backline chase from BZM drops down Poloson. A huge kill coming out, but mid one pumped out his ulti, and they're actually just dodging his entire damage output. Chidori tries to go for mind control, but they're going to focus down mid one because he's got no support left. Yuragi is gonna get pounced on by Chidori, taken down. Chidori is still surviving for a second longer, but that is it. It's a 5 versus 14 fight because Moon was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. He's just like, oh, it's so far away, I'm gonna farm. Meanwhile, Venom just connects through the gate. Moon not really on point in this last game. Maybe teamfight could have gone better. Because they have the items to fight. This Aghanim's on Morphling makes them always able to fight. Because you can take a hero out of the teamfight with the Morph.
Well, we got ourselves an Aghanim Scepter now on Taiga as well. That Ags is so nasty. A passive Poison Nova. Kind of insane. It just... it's a plague, indeed. It just spreads through the entire enemy team.
Because, like, the thing is, the net worth difference is a lot on Veno, the position 4, being 2k ahead of the Lash mid lane. So, let's say Veno is like 7k ahead of the enemy support 4. Not really 4. I'm trying to make it look better for the Lash. He's just so far away on Veno and so behind on Lash. That's the difference in the game. So it feels like OG is playing with 4 cores and SMG is playing with 2.
And
I was trying to make a case for the Lash. I'm sorry, but
I mean, it just wasn't his game this time around. New chances. The game is still, of course, not done just yet. Still plenty of time to be played for. They don't really want to go for the high ground push either, because if you run into the mid one Muerta and you're not ready, because he can pump out a ton of damage still. It's not like it's an easy fight every single time, but they did just play it out perfectly. He pops his ulti, no one of OG was nearby the Muerta to be destroyed.
yeah. Oh, they're coming through the gate.
That's a great
Catch
catch.
the Phoenix.
Observer Ward. Can they kill off
Can they
Kitrak? The
burst?
Phoenix Egg
No
gets dropped
deck.
in time. Chidori, they have the attack speed to get rid of the Phoenix Egg. It takes a little bit too long. They're focusing it down completely, but the damage is there. Mid one gets himself a double kill before he falters. The Stolen Roar comes out, and Moon this time does have some extra damage to throw out at his enemies. The problem is that
Is the
they
Lotus?
did manage to lose their other 2 damage-dealing cores in the process. It's a little bit better at the very least, but still they were all clumped up, and it was easy to pump out damage for BZM.
Yeah, I would not say a little bit better. I don't say hopes for SMG now after this team fight. The chance was to burst the Phoenix, but they lacked the damage. Since Phoenix got the egg, it's a full disaster.
Just not getting it done in time, it seems. Unfortunately, the Phoenix dies there before he pops his egg. That could be a completely different fight as well. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. You ain't doing anything with that. Currently, Uragi getting his Aghanim Scepter delivered, so it's going to be a very elusive and fast Slark joining in. He's got 15 permanent Agi stolen as well. Let's see, what does the Void Spirit... He's going for that new item, the Harpoon, which is a pretty interesting choice. It kind of reminds me of the Abyssal Blade when it still had that mini blink.
Yeah. Way to jump at targets on a hero that
Shard
already has a lot of jump. At least this is going on for SMG, that they are on point with taking the Tormentor. That's all. Meanwhile, OG taking Roche, the cheese. Are they going for the... I will call it upgraded cheese. I just forgot the name. The Easter egg. Probably not.
Well, let's see. They're immediately going to go towards top, push that out. They're just going to push out all 3 lanes. High ground is their next course of action, most certainly.
Morph still trying to farm the BKB for this high ground defense. Not going to be there in time. Already you see pings on him.
And BZM wants to go for a
Mid
nullifier.
one. Oh, they're going to see mid one. White Spirit jumping? No. This has Invis, and he sees the heroes. Yeah, just jump.
Moon. Damn, that's some damage coming out. But the Undying is there as well, as the Load Orb. And also the Shard now, so you can even jump into the Tombstone to try and stay alive.
Yeah, I want to see how this is gonna work. What's the point in being alive for 1 extra second and...
I mean, if it's
Not
BZM,
good
he
enough
doesn't really
damage.
have the attack speed necessarily. But
Hey,
there's
the
going to be a
combo
jump
to
onto
BZM.
Smoke, and BZM, he does not have the age. He does have the cheese. Eats the good old Gouda. Jump in from the side. Yuragi is here. And they use everything they had quickly to try and nuke down BZM. But there is just too much. BZM still alive. Yuragi doesn't care if he loses his first life because he's still got a second. The roar comes out onto Chidori. Phoenix Egg on top as well. No buyback
buyback on
available
Morph.
for the Morphling. And that should be at least 1 full set of racks. Probably 2, maybe even the base.
It looks like the base. Because when you lose a team fight to Venom Beastmasters, they're gonna take everything. Mind control, getting tipped by everyone. Yeah, the guy's just playing so well on the Beastmaster.
Well, it's going to be a pretty rough recovery coming in. Jump forward, pulls on strong to disengage. He gets leashed up, taken down. And right next to the fountain, actually Moon gets dragged back thanks to the harpoon. Not expecting the new item to come into play, even diving for more. BZM gets the double kill, fountain diving for that beautiful kill. And it should be game 1 secured here for OG.
Yeah, it feels like OG just outclassed SMG on like basically everywhere. OG always on point with the spells. SMG not able to combo telekinesis with split earth. Maybe it's because it's the first game of the tournament. They need some time, get used to it, feeling the pressure.
Oh, mid one.
20 kills on BZM. 23-15.
That's pretty good. Had a couple of moments where he jumped in kind of too aggressively and got smacked, but you know, that's the OG way. As No-Till says it, overly gorilla, kind of go wild, see where it sticks.
Yeah. Now OG trying to make Phoenix to have more gold than Lash. 100
Going
away.
in onto Afu, quickly nuked down, does have a buyback available, and force out a buyback, nothing in response. Spirit Vessel spams coming out as well, jumping forward onto Moon, the Leshrac, it's just paper at this point. Phoenix gets dropped, can Chidori get the kill at the very least? It's going to be BZM with an ultra kill, can he get the rampage? He's trying to go for it, dives into the fountain, needs the last hit, and there we have it, rampage for BZM, well deserved from him, because honestly, putting that OG lineup on his back and carrying them over the finish line, beautiful stuff coming out from the Void Spirit that of course, yeah, Astini had no faith in whatsoever, so just, to let all the viewers at home know.
I don't know, like I cannot say the hero is not good if it's like 25-4, no matter what. But it feels like either you snowball or you get snowballed. If they are the snowball team, it fits really well for their playstyle. It looks really, really good on this game.
Oh, it's OG.
Definitely. Void
Snowballing
Spirit
is
is the
what they love.
MVP there. But also props to a team that's playing with 2 standings and they execute so well. Hit track played really well on the Phoenix. Maybe the Eggs didn't seem to be that on point, but they were kind of like baiting every hero into the Egg, so they could just kill everyone during Phoenix was like the hero suiciding for it.
That was definitely pretty big props from them here. A couple of replays from the team fights. This was, I think, the fight where they did not have. Yeah, no, indeed. Currently, as you can see at the bottom.
Look at the minimap.
Yep.
Look at this Lash.
Moon is just farming bottom lane. Then he
Bro,
realizes,
like,
oh
his
my
team
god,
was
my team
baiting.
is fighting. I got a TP.
His team was baiting a team fight. That's the thing I don't get. Feels like they are the team playing with the standing. They definitely were not on
This
the
was
same
so
page.
close, though. Oh, if they get the Phoenix Egg kill there, that fight could go completely different. But then, unfortunately, woulda, coulda, shoulda again. They got smacked. Mid one did do a pretty good job showing exactly how, even when the game looks rough, Muerta is terrifying with the amount of damage she can pump out. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm not so sure like if Moon is not that comfortable with the Lash and they just pick Lash to counter Slark. The guy's 24 on Lash, so I would assume yes he's comfortable, but the execution was not that on point.
okay. Yeah, he is actually a player that loves playing the Lash, so I guess it just wasn't his game. We'll have to see, of course, in game number 2. We'll be going towards a short little break. We'll see you after the break for game number 2.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very interesting game number 1, and OG doesn't really show that they are playing with 2 substitutes, does it?
No. I mean, if you consider the one of substitutes MC, like you expect a lot from the guy, and he's showing. So yeah, I'd say like if you're playing with a world-class TI winner standing, it does look on that sense, right? They're playing like really, really well. And Kitrak's showing really good Dota also, so pretty excited for what OG has to show in the major. SMG, they still need to convince me. Because on one side, it was so pretty OG playing, and SMG not on point. Not on point at all.
That was a little bit unfortunate. SMG, they tried to go for the greedy draft. Eventually, you know, mid one started to look as the prime core in the team because Moon, yeah, he just did not have a great game at all. And Chidori always felt like he was one item away from actually being impactful in the game. Like restoring the Phoenix, like obviously very good at that, but just that one extra item that he was lacking to really join in. They got jumped most of the time as well. It was a rough one. Of course, new round, new chances. We'll see what heroes maybe will be picked, what heroes will be banned. I personally would get rid of that Void Spirit because my god was BZM terrifying.
Yeah, it was a last pick hero, so maybe they can ban second phase. Definitely looked really good on this hero. But there are worse heroes in the patch, right? If you want to ban Void Spirit, let's say first phase, then either Chen or Enchantress need to go through. And we see some changes for this second game. OG has first pick now, so maybe we see OG also value Murta as the first pick hero, or they just ignore it. But OG won a second pick, and then they choose first pick, which means they probably want Murta.
We'll wait and see if that's the hero that gets chosen or possibly banned, that they don't like to play it or deal with it at all is also a possibility, because they also could go for Mind Control's Beastmaster. Looked pretty good. He's of course very comfortable on it. I think it's his bread and butter, his favorite hero out there, and the drums looked pretty effective as well last game.
Yeah, and it's surprising that they answered the Beastmaster with the Undying. So I'd say Beastmaster is better picked on like this 8 spot, so you can protect a bit the hero. But when you pick blindly a Beastmaster and answer with Undying, you're quite happy. Now they ban the Phoenix, so maybe they understand Phoenix is a good hero to be picked on the second pick.
That's actually interesting that they ban Phoenix.
Yeah.
Considering I don't really see any other teams running the Phoenix that much, and they were very successful with it, but I guess Kitrak might just not want to play it this time around. But as a hero to ban, because now it's either Beastmaster or Muerta, that kind of goes through. They ban out Doom, so one player picks the first, and the other could pick the second. We'll see which is which. It's going to be Enchantress actually also still left through, of course, and that's the first pick for OG. Not too surprising. It's a very aggressive early game support.
It's also some sort of Beastmaster blocker, right? Wind and Muerta.
Muerta, I get. Wind Ranger though? That's a questionable one.
Surprising, right?
I don't think.
Is it the first time? Yeah, first time. It was not picked, not banned so far.
Yeah, so you could pretty much just leave it all the way through and pick it later, but I guess first phase, it is important enough for them. Phantom Lancer, PL. Of course, did get a couple of nerfs in the last patch, but still a very scary hero. His shard is kind of remarkable. The biggest nerf to the hero, luckily enough, is that he cannot solo, or should not be able to solo, the big crystal anymore, considering illusions do not soak up all the damage, and they still drop, but it does not get taken instead of on the PL itself. So that's a pretty significant change.
Yeah, I'm excited to see PL is a OG hero, right? We've seen the fountain diving the Rampage on Fountain, and now we see PL. We're seeing some of the old OG meta with this current lineup. Excited to see the PL. They're banning the offlaners that have AoE damage, so Underlord, Legion. Maybe if you consider Sand King is still a hero, haven't really seen Sand King. Centaur is another way to go. There's a matchup that goes both ways, is Timber, because Timber without mana doesn't do much, but in theory the hero is also really good against PL. Curious to see what of those heroes we're gonna target.
Yeah, the question is also if this is an Enchantress 5 or an Enchantress 4, which also has been played a bit more these days. The other heroes banned out by OG. I mean, those two definitely make sense. To be fair, all three make a lot of sense. Pango can be pretty nasty as well, and damage output to deal with for the PL illusions, and especially the earlier portions of the game.
Pango might be the best hero in the game to clear units. It's a mid laner though. Usually if you go to this approach of banning Pangolier, you also ban Amber, because then you ban the two mid laners on that sense. But it's fine, it's a good approach. And probably SMG just gonna pick the position 5. We're not gonna see much here. I would expect Wind Ranger to be 4. Shaker.
I mean, it's pretty
What
good against
position?
PL if you hit that Echo Slamma Jamma. And it's
I've
always
seen some Shaker
nice show.
mid.
Oh,
Really curious about the role that this hero can play here.
10 seconds remaining.
okay, that could be pretty interesting. If it's a support, the plus is that you can get a free shard from the crystal, even though normally they tend to rush the shard. In the previous patch, this patch, I assume they'll just, wait it out, go for Blink Rush instead, especially against the PL. You could get the big blast in Enchantress creep joining in as well. Enchantress's shard is actually pretty nuts in this patch, where she can take over 2 creeps with enchant, and it still, I think, has it has 2 effects. You can take over 2 creeps with enchant, and the other one is still the attack a target, whatever. What's it called? I can't think of the name.
Sorry, I was overthinking the upcoming
Little
duel
Friends.
here.
Let's see.
Darkseer, Clockwork. We've seen a lot of Darkseer next. Darkseer is doing really well in this tournament so far. Basically also had a huge comeback with the Darkseer right now.
10
Hero is
More illusions, more Echo
3-1.
Slam.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Pretty scary.
And like, if you assume Earthshaker is the position 3, yeah. Like, usually you want Darkseer against position 3s that build auras, right? So then you're kind of like stealing the aura by making the copies. It's probably just a blind pick here. Darkseer, Clockwork.
It's also a mind control hero. You pretty much want to give him whatever he's comfortable on for the most part. Lash gets chosen by SMG, of course. Last game did not go as well as they would have liked on the Lash, but it is so good still against the PL and all the illusions coming out from the Darkseer. So they have pretty good illusion clear on the side of SMG. A lot of magic damage. So is it going to be enough?
Yeah, the Lash is a good answer to PL as it was a good answer to Slark.
Yeah,
So,
that didn't work out.
I just hope they execute better. Because the hero has a lot of potential. It's a good Lash pick. Definitely.
I like
There's a long
Clockwork
fight on
this
OG,
patch as
not so
well.
much burst. Like, you want to burst against Lash, they lack the burst. On paper, again, SMG draft is decent, but the execution was just so underwhelming on the first game. They're banning Puck still? The Void Spirit ban. Maybe Lash can be played as position 3 with Earthshaker 4.
I mean, it's mid one. You can play whatever.
Yeah, and then you play Murta as a...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're flexing everything on SMG. Although on OG it's pretty clear what they need. They need a mid laner here. Could be good a mid laner that interacts well against Flash. Sniper does interact well. Zeus interacts well. Invoker.
BZM Vogue
Pretty
is always
good.
nice.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent Invoker game. Many Alchemist and Puck.
Other choices would there be? It's I mean, you don't know necessarily exactly what Team SMG is doing. They have quite a decent amount of flex, whereas OG, they just need their mid lane. Last pick.
Yeah,
I don't think they will flex any of these heroes in mid.
5
I can
seconds.
see an Ember working even though you don't usually want Ember to lash. But with the Darkseer, you can do so much. With the Ion Shell, the Surge. It's like, Invoker is great here, but you take no benefit of the Darkseer. If you go this Ember hero, then you get the benefit. This melee hero that wants to jump. Ember Monkey King.
Other options. Storm is always a tool if you want to go aggressive. It's OG. They love diving as much as possible. They only have one tool to scout, really, Earthshaker, if he's going to hide in the trees. Obviously, Clockwork is really good for that, and I assume they'll be able to get some decent farm on it as well. One thing that I like about Clockwork this patch is the slow that he gets from his rocket flare if you're going to try and chase enemies down. But yeah, who are you going to be hunting in this game? They're all kind of terrifying. One mistake. Like, OG needs to play these team fights perfectly, because one mistake, Echo Slam into less jumping through, and you can take a lot of magic damage. It's definitely going to be a pipe mind control game. Even though...
So the Rocket Flare is really good to cancel the Shaker, right?
Yeah.
So you want to cancel this Dagger hero. Oh, it does make some sense to go the Clockwork instead of the Nyx.
Even though Nyx is really strong now as well,
10 seconds remaining.
with the Dagon build. It's a bit
5
greedy, but it
seconds
does
remaining.
honestly slap pretty hard.
I'm really in between the Invoker or Ember. Not so sure what else.
Is
Would look
Quap a
great.
good choice?
Team pick.
Or just
Tiny.
burst? Heavy,
Yeah,
heavy
the
burst.
zero to jump in. Maybe a better matchup against the Lash. You have more burst. You definitely take benefit of the Ion Shell, of the Surge.
Okay. Let's see. So they have pretty much everything sorted. On the side of Team SMG, it's still quite a bit more flexible. I would assume it's a Wind Ranger 5 or Shaker 4 Muerta off lane, and they pick up a safe laner, but there's still other choices that you could, of course, consider here.
Safe laner here.
It doesn't die to a
Sort of
Dark
feels like Mjolnir, like a Bloodseeker, Lifestealer sort of hero.
They
Can
do
be an
have enough for
option.
the illusions, don't they?
I don't think you'll ever have enough. Sophia. Monkey. It's still Flax, right?
Shaker support. Yeah, okay, it's going to be the safe lane
Yeah,
Monkey
okay,
King
Monkey.
for Chidori. A hero that does have to be a bit careful against Tiny, because it does, especially in the early game, just gets one pumped. An Avatos combo. But, I mean, even there are some things that are pretty annoying for the Monkey King. Clockworks, Battery Assault, of course, can interrupt your Boundless Strike a lot of the time.
Yeah, like,
not the easiest to kill.
you're gonna pop the ring and everyone's gonna kite it. That's what I feel. There's so much mobility out of the ring that this Monkey King will have some trouble to have good ultimates.
So, the big question. Are you very comfortable with one of these two drafts, or do you think it's even Steven?
It's really hard to talk about draft by the way that the game one was. Because OG just seemed so superior as a team that I would always go with OG here. No matter what's the draft. I can see SMG draft working as the first one made sense. They have 3 cores that scale well. But the cores need to scale. If you have a Lash that's below the position 4 in net worth, not gonna work. So it's hard to do a draft analysis when a team is executing so well and the other team is still not on point. So I just hope that SMG is more on point for the second game. So we have a better match. Yeah.
Moon, if he gets the balls flowing, the juice is going. it could turn into a big plus on their side. Of course, Lash still pretty good. They have pretty nasty team fight. They have pretty good catch as well. They have a lot of good catch actually on the side of SMG, and no Rubik that could accidentally lift your target away from a split earth. So at the very least, that misconception will be deleted, but we'll have to wait to see what's going to happen. Smoke gang from OG. This time they're heading the opposite side of the map to try and be
the
sneaky.
shaker.
But no
You break
catch.
the smoke with the boots hero, so no one's gonna die. Unless OG they still wanna go and Lash. Oh, Moon. No. It's a cool ward.
Let's see. Heading forward. Are they gonna get anything going? I guess it's just for the bounty runes. Chidori walks a little bit close. Fisher block actually keeps the others out of range, but the Monkey King takes some pretty nasty damage. At the start, no harm, no foul for the rest. But also, mid one is not trying to grab bounty runes. So if they're not careful, they could grab all 4 here to the side of OG. Luckily enough, Moon will be able to grab
Moon's gonna have
at the
one.
very least one. Oh no, actually, Shaker
Also the
walks all the
Shaker.
way through and sneaks one in. 2 for 2. Not bad.
Only things like Monkey, a bit, I don't say low on resources, but he's using the tier 2 tower for the region, so he's not blocking. It's gonna be like 200 HP behind in this beginning. And this can be meaningful against a Darkseer lane.
As well with the blood grenade. Pretty nasty tool. Alright, how many blood grenades do we have this game? 2 blood grenades again on OG's side. No blood grenades for SMG at the start of the game. So they don't really prefer that item at the early portions.
Yeah, I feel like especially for Clockwork it makes a lot of sense. Clockwork is denying his ward. Or, no, he's keeping on deny range.
Oh no, we're back to pulling creep waves. Oh, thank God. The creeps were a little bit too far underneath the tower. And they actually spawn the small camp. Hi
Did you
guys.
get the
Wow.
interface message of who got the ward? I didn't.
No. I only got the interface message of the first ward. That was cleared out at the
Is that a
start.
bug? Am I blind? Yeah, let's move on. Because otherwise I'm gonna lose all the time trying to figure out.
Hey, the game just got a big patch today. A second big patch today. It's like things might be fixed soon enough.
Now the center ward shows, so probably it was a deny and deny doesn't show. Going
Could
for
be
the monkey.
case. Dory does have bound the strike. Does get a 2-man connection. Still a lot of damage. Dragged back by the vacuum, looking to be first blood secured, and Ion Shell plus Battery Assault equates to a ton of damage being dealt. Shaker is probably one of the worst heroes to have in such a lane.
Yes. Don't want a Shaker 5 into Clockwork. And MC, he got level 2. Really good aggression on his level 2. Clockwork was still 1. But with the vacuum, guaranteed a kill.
Dyer's courier.
And
Shaker
let's
doing the pull.
check
It's so
the
easy
ping.
to do that pull on the Radiant now.
There are a lot of kill threats in the top lane and in the mid lane, because of course bottom lane it looks terrifying. Well,
The
lane
Wind 4 is like zoning out the PL. So, yeah, might be paying off. It's weird to see Wind into Enchantress, right? Because you have the Dispel.
yeah, and in general, it's kind of like a back and forth, because of course you can dodge Impetus, but then you can immediately get rid of the Wind Run, so they kind of counter each other out pretty nicely. And it's a double melee, double range lane against the PL. Actually, a nice shot
got the
onto
shackle.
Kitrak. He does speed drop, yes indeed. Good shackle shot into the
Meanwhile,
Holling
bottom.
from mid one. Bottom lane, not
They're
again.
diving.
Story.
Another
Painful.
kill for MC.
Yeah, that monkey's lane is over.
This Darkseer will get out of control. Mind control. Yeah. Now he's gonna go for the Shaker. They have cogs. Yeah.
They have the catch. He's being held in place. Chidori TP's through.
One more
They
kill.
find a kill. Taiga will he be
Taiga's
taken
still alive.
down? No, he will not, and he can just walk it off as well. There is currently no Lotus, 'cause that one has been picked up previously. But that bottom lane is a disaster for SMG. Luckily enough, the other two lanes are going pretty well. Speaking of which, top side, Kitrak shot down, same story. Shackle shot into the calling, and nothing Enchantress can do to get out.
Yeah, and especially what they're doing is they're keeping Yuragi out of the wave, so he's not getting so many last hits, and that's what you want to do against a PL. Feels like if this PL hero gets online in the game, he usually wins. Let's say he 90% of time wins, and the only way to win against him is you don't allow him to get online. You just nerd him so much in the lane, also in the jungle, that you don't allow him to get his items. So once he gets the items, you're done.
Kind of the downside of this new patch, of course, there's so much farm. Top side as well, there are all those creeps you can always, if you get level 6, you can always find some farm on the map. Is a big plus. And the pushing power, I mean, SMG does have pretty good push currently with their lineup, so that is one plus that they do have.
Yeah, and the Lash is having a good game. He's at least on laning stage, he is on point. So maybe it was just the warm-up, and now we see the Slash from Moon.
Mind Control tried to vacuum the enemies on top of the high ground. Actually, speaking of which, bottom lane, Taiga, Surge on the strike available. There's no Surge right now, but Mind Control, will he be fine?
He will dive.
And no,
No.
bit too risky to go for more there. BZM was also out of vision range for Moon, so if they went for the dive, he could have gone for the TP and get the catch. They have to be a bit careful.
6 minutes rune. Wallison connecting. Keytrack also. BZM.
Moon using enough to BZM. Shot does do a little tickle, but Moon misses the split earth. Will at the very least grab himself a haste rune and be pretty happy there. Speaking of mid, going in for the catch onto BZM. He's in trouble. Fissure block holds him at bay. Nice pushback
Nice toss.
with the toss. BZM, can he get out? The answer is no, but might get a counter kill onto
fire.
Moon. Actually, Moon tries to TP. Or no, sorry, he just gets caught out by Taiga, who gets himself a killing spree. It looked like he went for the TP there, but nonetheless, caught inside the cogs, underneath the tower, not the best place to be.
This is a really good outcome for OG, considering Lash got the haste, it was a catapult wave, and you end up killing the Lash. Super fine, because they don't mind the Tiny dying here. Tiny goes for the TP rotation on top, we should expect
Catch mid
something
one.
to happen mid one.
Oh, Kitrak dodging the smoke pretty nicely there, but will not be able to get the Centaur Stomp in time, and mid one stays alive. BZM's rotation fails. That is a pretty significant blow there to OG's timing on the Tiny, because he's going to need to get a Blink Dagger at a pretty good time. Whereas Moon, he's got himself free farm time in mid.
Yeah, but it's also XP for the Clockwork. Clockwork was sharing a lot of XP with Darkseer bot, so that means Darkseer now gets to his level 6 being a lone bottom, and Clock gets this amount of XP. He's also going for the Wisdom Rune on the Clockwork, so it's gonna be a really early level 6 on Taiga, and maybe he can be the one to create that space for Tiny. Actually, like, create the space together with Tiny, so he can be this +1 that BZM needs.
Taiga is pretty much, he's 82 experience away from level 6. Hookshot, horrifying for a lot of heroes. Monkey King does not like it. Earthshaker, especially, speaking of which, gets a nice split earth onto the Tiny. Shackle Shot connects, but do they have enough damage? BZM with the Avatos in response. Moon has himself infused raindrops and the regen rune, so all that damage he just gained does not matter whatsoever to be able to
Shot bot.
heal up. With the stacks as well in the jungle. Nice catch by Chidori onto Taiga, takes the kill. That's a big kill. Fissure block onto Mind Control, does have the surge. Mind Control should be able to get himself out of there. But all of a sudden, or is he? Chase from Chidori going deep with the tree dance into the Primal Spring. Catch comes through, and this Monkey King, he's top net worth. How did he get there from the point that his lane was going horrific.
Yeah, like he had some good farming, but also getting kills on heroes that have a kill streak is also very meaningful. It's being buffed during the patch, so Clockwork was 3-0, he got that kill. Now the kill on Darkseer. And now these 3 cores that are greedy and want to scale on SMG, they look like make sense, right? When you actually have 3 cores having a good game. And BZM with the rotation hero, and he doesn't see targets to burst right now.
Well, the tier 1 top lane gets secured. They can always TP quickly to help bottom if it's going to get pushed. But there's not the best amount of pushing power behind the OG lineup. They're really reliant on Ench and Tiny with tree grab, which is not, at this stage, strong enough to
I
push.
feel like for OG, they won the Diffusal on PL and then fight the power up runes. That's what they can do. Should play more of a recovery game.
Nice hook shot from Taiga. TP's coming in as well. They wanted to go for Yuragi, but they made a little bit of a mistake. Polison falls. The top lane.
Yeah, that's good. They're protecting the Yuragi farm, right? So the guys basically at the camp that Yuragi wants to farm, and they're rotating to there. Not like doing those deep dives that made the Monkey King come back to the game.
Chidori going for the Echo Saber build at the start. A little bit of extra strength. Always a good addition to the hero. Darkseer. It's also one of the interesting heroes in this patch. I'm curious to see if he's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter at a certain point in the game.
It definitely will. It's still super strong. But so far he's even skipping the Wolf replica. He just wants to speed run into this pipe. When he has the item, he can fight. There's like Arcane on Tiny. He wanna get a kill with Taiga. Probably they're gonna mid the Shaker midway. Yeah. Shaker, break in the smoke.
And they'll find themselves a quick catch on the Shaker. Nice kill secured. Taiga's been so incredibly effective. 3-1-3 been part of all 6 kills of OG this game. And they smoke up top side so Moon can farm up the Ancient stack. And making sure Moon has some backup farm as well to catch up from if the mid lane would have gone bad, even though his mid lane went pretty remarkable.
Yeah. It's been a while that I don't see this smoke being used to farm the Ancients. I've seen like previously on Tinker.
That's upside. It's going to be sent back towards mid 1. And their nasty combo of Shackle Shot into the Calling is doing a lot of work. BZM rotates through. His backup coming out from Yuragi. TP from behind as well.
Darkseer joining.
Pops his ulti. And Taiga is here, holds Pulson down. Mid 1's ulti has ended, and now the Muerta cannot get himself out of there. Big double kill comes out. Yuragi is getting all these kills. He's getting all the money. He's got the Diffusal Blade done. Hook shot from Taiga going in for more. Shaker being hunted. Cogs is up, and there's also the wall being placed. They get the full control and a turnaround. OG back in the lead in terms of net worth, and they find themselves a huge couple of kills, especially considering Yuragi got a big chunk of change for that one.
Yeah, and it feels like OG has a better understanding of their draft, their timings. Because again, they got 3 kills, but they didn't move from their jungle. It's basically protecting the PL farm. Even Darkseer joins from bottom to top. You get this extra mobility within the map now. And SMG, they have 3 scaling cores. And meanwhile, like Lash is farming Ancient stack, and they are forcing a play into the enemy jungle. They don't seem to be on the same page.
Taiga seems to be everywhere. Is going to get
Shackle shot.
Shotted, jumped on. And will he be able to get himself out of there? Has a hook shot, but will not be able to pop it. And Chidori gets that kill secured. Moon is done with the full Bloodstone now as well. That's a really good timing on the Bloodstone.
Yeah, now he can play active. I wonder which hero can play together with him. Usually you want this hero kind of like to cover you when you're a Lash. You want this, say, Oracle, Abaddon type of hero to walk with you. Ragi with Fuzo.
The Manta style, no big surprise there. So they are going to smoke up on OG. They've got the Blink Dagger on BZM done, and they're heading out towards the top lane, looking for another catch onto mid one. It seems.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do they know? Mid one.
Taiga's going for the steal of the XP rune. That's the biggest thing happening. Even if a kill happens, I believe this steal... okay. The kill mid one is also huge.
Mid one gets caught. XP rune
But
gets
the
picked up.
XP rune is huge. That's a huge steal. 560 XP.
That is more than half a level added in for the Clockwork, who's already level 8. And almost level 9 currently. Shaker on the wrong side of the river will be jumped as the Echo will not pop it because there's no one close enough to make it work. Hook shot from Taiga downtown onto Moon. Moon does have the Bloodstone. Is he going to be able to heal up enough? It seems not. He gets dragged back. The Bloodstone now only has a shorter time of usage. Wukong from Chidori in return will find himself Taiga. They're falling back. Actually, mid one still has damage to pump out. They need to be a bit careful. On the side, BZM gets feared. And BZM, Ava, Link, he will be able to run away to safety. But Moon getting caught is a huge loss for SMG.
Yeah, feels like they're just reacting on SMG. They have the Bloodstone. That's your timing, right? What do you want to do with the Bloodstone? You want to run at them. And you are the team being run at because basically you have a follow-up stun on Lash. You have a follow-up stun on Shaker. You have a follow-up, let's say, stun, Shackle Shot on Wind Ranger. So they kind of need this initiation too, which should be Lash running and Fisher being this setup.
Roll, jump,
See.
split earth stun. Won't be able to surge out of there. Yuragi is nearby. There's also Taiga with the hook shot available, but there are 4 Radiant Heroes bottom, and even mid one not too far away. Actually, mid one's just going to farm up the jungle behind his allies. Catch up in terms of net worth because he is bottom of the course currently.
Structures are fortified.
Taking tier 1 tower on bottom for SMG. Trading the mid. I wonder if they want to defend mid. I would expect so. Huh? It's a fair trade. OG is happy with that. Trading the tier 1 bottom with the mid tier 1.
Well, they currently don't have a single tier 1 left on the side of OG. That does make Smoke Ganks quite nice. However, the catch is pretty good for OG as well. Jump in onto Chidori, toss back on towards Taiga. Chidori hits the Boundless Strike, is completely stuck. There's mid one though. He's going to try and pump out damage with the Pierce the Veil. However, they're actually not giving him a chance to shoot. Mid one's being slowed down, vacuum back, double kill secured. Jump in from BZM, gets the toss again onto Taiga. Echo Slam gets dropped, but it does nothing. Back to full HP.
That's
They
a
go.
sad Echo Slam. That's like the Echo Slam from ranked, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna hit 5 guys here. Whoa. But where's the damage?
Pipe.
So underwhelming.
Pipe's a pretty good item. And then afterwards, the mech coming out from Taiga as well, so they just heal up any bit of damage that gets thrown out.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Key track going for Polisson. Gonna hide in the trees. They scan barely
Well,
misses.
they should know where he's at right now. Keep track, close, pulse on. It's immediately spotted out, opposite
Worse
direction, but BZM, he's got the blink, he's got the echo. Is he gonna get the catch? Yes, indeed, BZM
He
hits the
does.
mark. And a dominating streak for the Tiny. But BZM,
And that's like
pretty good.
Yuragi's barely joining the fight. He's gonna get Manta, even though there's the nerf with the illusions
Radiant's top tower
in the Tormentor. With Manta, they're gonna take like the 20-minute shard and just
is under
keep
attack.
the snowballing.
Radiant's bottom tower is fortified.
5k net worth lead for OG at this stage. Getting a bit rough. Just closing in on his 4-staff. Blink Dagger close for mind control, so you're going to have more initiation behind their already aggressive lineup. Shaker's Blink Dagger is going to be a big timing for SMG, but that one is still very
So
far,
far away. Yeah, when you're that behind, sometimes you consider going the shard.
But you could get it for free. So that's kind
Yeah.
of the problem.
That's probably why he's keeping. They found Monkey King.
Hook shot in. Actually, Chidori gets himself back. They might lose the Shaker in response, but if the Monkey stays alive, that is a worthwhile sacrifice they're willing to take on the side of SMG. Dodge as
They
much as
wanna
possible.
fight this. Flash is joining. Wind is joining.
Yell's not too strong just yet, but there's a Clockwork on the other side that can find vision.
Yuragi doing so well with scouting, with the illusions.
Although Saul getting jumped by BZM. Can he get himself away? Yes, indeed. Splitter thoughts. BZM in response, though. Wukong's command as well around the TP portal. Might want to just use the TP portal to get away. Echo Slam onto 2. Great catch coming out from Afu, but the damage isn't going to be enough. It seems not. They need to disengage. They're going to go for the TPs out of there. Moon goes top side. And Chidori TP's back to base. Moon does not have a TP scroll available, so he's going to try and stay hidden in the trees as much as possible. But there's a a PL on the hunt. And the Moon Lesh doesn't have Bloodstone, doesn't have any mana left to his name. He's just going to falter. Yuragi continues for more, getting closer towards that heart. And once he's got heart, that hero is unstoppable.
Yeah, kind of like 2 split team fights, one around the Twin Gate, another one on the low ground. That's where like the Echo Slam hit. It was a great Echo Slam, but you have your Lash standing the ground, you have your Monkey standing the ground, and the Earthshaker on the other side.
They're going to try
20
and steal
minutes,
Tormentor.
Tormentor.
Yeah, this is pretty painful. They managed to get it done. Maybe we get to see a steal. It is going to be Taiga getting himself a free shot. Nice for the Clockwork that already had pretty significant farm. He is now ahead of mid one in terms of net worth. Actually, he's going to get jumped by Chidori.
Got the
Hook
clock.
shot. Holds Chidori at bay. Surge forward. Shackle shot connects onto the Enchantress behind it.
Oh, the vacuum.
Fisher block
Yuragi's
on
back.
top as well. Yuragi, he's coming in for the aggressive chase for more, but he's taking so much magic damage right there.
Tiny will blink in.
Shrek, Avatos, BZM goes for mid one, who's now out of his pierce. The Veil, BZM is going to be controlled. Nice Split Earth coming through from Moon. He's continuing for more. Still had the Bloodstone available during that entire fight, and they clean up house. Granted, they got themselves the shard for free on OG, but that was a very big team fight. Look at that net worth swing. And they can even
Yeah,
steal
this
the
is the
enemies.
time that SMG was ready to fight as 5. Even though they didn't have the Echo Slam, they were able to claim 4 kills. Tiny was on the mid lane, he had to connect a bit late. And maybe PL was overestimating how strong he was and the ability to guide the team fight. Maybe you want to do this with Tarask. Kind of like baited the team, I feel like, to take in the fight. But yeah, still good for OG as long as SMG doesn't take Roche. It feels like SMG not really going for it. Oh, Monkey's gonna use the portal.
Well, that should be a second shard for OG. Who's gonna be the lucky one this time around? Is it gonna be Kitrak or Mind Control?
Oh, Kitrak, almost dying. No, Kitrak.
He
Oh,
gets the shard, so he gets Max Enchanted Creeps 2 and Little Friends, which is not really that useful this game, but he has it. I mean, it's still pretty useful, especially if you would get some nice creeps to join with it.
I see both teams colliding bottom, and Lash is not ready.
Dory hookshotted by Taiga. Pops the BKB immediately. Bound the strike. Wukong command comes down. Fusion block onto Taiga. The Clockwork in a bit of trouble with the surge. Gets him out of trouble while they lose the Shaker on the side. Vacuum back the Monkey. No BKB this time around. And no support coming in to keep the Monkey alive. Double kill for Yuragi. And they were not really ready for that catch. He was
Yeah.
staying hidden in the trees, but
Again,
Clockwork can scout him out with Jetpack.
they're baiting a team fight, and Lash is on the other side of the map. I don't get it. That's why, like, you're hyping the team fight, and I'm looking just at Lash on the other side of the map, as it was at game 1. They're definitely not on the same page. They're baiting a team fight, and they're Lash farming on the other side of the map. Not playing as a team on SMG.
Well, maybe bots could be an answer there for Moon. Currently, they're going for Roche bottom lane. It is not dropping that fast. Of course, Roche very tanky currently. Mind Control is going to tank the gank so far, while the rest of the team needs to rotate away from Roshan, which is half HP. This could be pretty dangerous for OG.
Looks good for SMG. Looks like they should get this Roche. Tarask's not heady on Yuragi. He goes for Moon.
Still has the Bloodstone. Need to be a bit careful because BCM's coming in from behind. He spots out Moon, goes for the burst. Do they have enough to take him down? He pops the Bloodstone, and now Moon's in trouble. He's getting impetus smacked by Kitrak. Loses his life. On the side, Taiga might follow suit on the OG side, but mid one with his ulti. Do they have any control for Yuragi? It seems not. They're focusing on the illusions, but Yuragi's just waiting out all the cooldowns. There's still a BKB for the monkey. And there's also still a Blink Echo coming out for the Shaker on top of the PL. Do they have the burst for Yuragi?
Not
He's completely stuck behind, but there's no damage at all. The PL just got his heart delivered as well. The Shaker is going to be the next one down. That's back into the pit, and Yuragi is... he's big. 10-0-6 PL.
Yeah, he doesn't die anymore. If he didn't die there, he's not dying anymore. Without the heart, he didn't die. SMG... they were so baited by Taiga. They were chasing Taiga on 3 heroes, while Lash was just dying to Enchantress and Tiny. Really well played by OG.
No, Roche is running.
Oh, the Roche!
Come back, Roche!
Everyone getting stunned. Hitting the wall.
Roche with the BM. Takes a while for everyone to get there. Would have been really nice if somehow someone on SMG was able to get to the pit on the top side of the map and finish off Roche before they TP'd.
It would. Then we would have a game. Now Moon is gonna complete his BKB. Might be able to survive a bit more. Wallason has dagger, but he's gonna be the one that dies first. Deleted.
No Echo for another 70 seconds. PL's got the Aegis plus his heart. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter next. New Aghanim Scepter, which is his old shard.
Radiant structures are fortified.
But then better. I mean, they just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the way. Yeah, feels like PL is just gonna, I'll not say mouth structures because he's really low on taking it, but they cannot jump the PL. They're just gonna watch the PL taking everything. They need to wait for the Echo Slam to be able to take this fight. Or 30 seconds.
Is under attack.
That previous fight as well was really big from BZM that he got the smoke catch onto Moon. Didn't nuke Moon down, but it forced him to pop Bloodstone, and without the Bloodstone, the Lash just can't fight. Oh, Moon is very far forward, gets the stun in onto Yuragi. A bit of tickle damage,
poking.
but he still has the Aegis, and mid one's on the other side of the map as we speak.
Radiant's top
Speaking of
HP
which...
from MC. Oh, he blinked just through.
No,
Gonna meet mid one.
hello. Mid one actually turns it around onto MC. The Pipers are going to keep him alive. Yes, it is. Mid one controlled up. Taiga with the TP. BZM with the control. And mid one with the death. Kill secured again for OG coming in. They're just choking out the entire map.
Yeah, it's not like they could get out of base because of this chase. You see Kitrex just farming their jungle, getting 2 bounties.
The fact that they killed Roche also gives them all the watchers on the map, which is such a big plus. All that added vision coming in. Like, it gives such an extra dynamic to killing Roche. It's not just the Aegis, it's the entire map vision that you just instantly gain.
Yeah, especially with the Silver Edge on BCM, that is now invis and has the information where the enemy team is. It means so much. He's going for Shaker. I think the Shaker.
has fallen.
He's on the run. Trying to get himself some extra XP on the Shaker to hopefully get level 12.
Oh yeah, he steals the Tom. He's gonna pay with his life.
Another one bites the dust.
I'd say the best trade. The Tom is really good, but
Radiant's bottom
yeah,
tower is under attack.
not worth your life.
I don't know. Getting level 12 might be a possibility to turn this around. Getting that level 2 Echo Slam.
I like the copium.
You gotta grab every little bit of copium you can get. Because this PL is gonna be hard to kill. Well, he's also done with the Aghanim Scepter now. On Yuragi, it's getting delivered. It's a pretty big item to be secured. Moon actually taking a heap of damage, slowed down by Yuragi as well. Up the Bloodstone, which is going to be on cooldown. In comes the Impetus Blast. Needs to smoke up, otherwise he could have died to Kitrak there. Mid one, gets vacuumed back. The Echo Slam on top. It does nothing at all on towards the Dire side. They're going to fall back and reset here because SMG used almost everything. Yuragi, even if he dies, he still has the Aegis available. Just no damage from SMG.
Have everything still on OG.
BZM charging forward. Nice stun onto BZM.
Fight back on Shaker.
But no Wukongs, no Echo.
No Echo Slam. Yeah, it was really well played from Taiga that he found the Shaker between the trees, so he couldn't blink an Echo.
Going in for more. They're taking so much damage. Great 3-man vacuum by Mind Control. Kills coming through aplenty. Mid one is going to be finished off as well. BZM, is he going to get another Rampage game going in? Charging towards the fountain. Looking for CDR.
Oh, the hook shot was missed.
But won't dive in just yet. He's going for it.
Oh,
he still wants to get the kill. Chidori, there's going to be the Boundless Strike in response. They lose themselves, BZM. Chidori still not fighting against Taiga, but he's going to get taken down regardless. Moon bought back for this. Can he get himself in the fountain? No, he cannot. Fissure Block comes out too late. Chidori dragged back out of the fountain. The Fissure Block's actually blocking his way back in. Afu! He is playing Sussy Gaming, and this is what you were talking about. This is OG diving fountain just to finish the game off. High fives around OG. Take the series 2-0 against SMG. And they look terrifying, even with 2 subs. I mean, Kitrak played really well, but Mind Control played superbly.
Yeah, they played so well on everyone OG. Also, Yuragi unkilled the entire match. Taiga always blocking the Shaker. Amazing laning phase, got 3 kills. Did a lot of pressure in the mid. So everyone on OG on the same page, playing really well. SMG though, like 2 games that they seem like a deja vu where there's a key team fight and Lash is just farming on the other side of the map. I'm scared for SMG.
That was a little bit unfortunate this time around. This fight got a little bit dangerous here for OG. This was the one that could open up the doors for SMG to get themselves back into the thick of things. But they got their spells to connect this time. And the most important thing is the side of OG did not get disengaged. Because look at all these fights. Moon just gets smacked by Kitrak right there. And that's because Moon cannot get any healing going because his Bloodstone was already used after BZM got the catch. They initiate, they scare, they fall back. It's a perfect bait and switch play coming out from OG.
It's a masterclass on team fighting.
Here,
using the spells really well.
Does too little for Yuragi. He doesn't really care. Double kill, looking for that triple. Gets the heart delivered right there. Even wasn't needed for that fight just yet. Just the Reaver was enough HP to keep him going. And I mean, OG looked terrifying. And they have a history of getting a sub in the team and then winning a major. So
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case this time
around. Just get a sub that plays like Sab. You know, just get a 2x TI winner sub and
yep.
They have a 1 time, so
yeah, it was remarkable. It was outstanding, but it was the end of SMG for that game. They will, however, have another series to be played, ladies and gents. On this stream, we'll be covering SMG versus Beast Coast afterwards, which is going to be a pretty interesting game in its own right. We'll see you guys there, of course. South America, Dota for the South America analyst. So that's going to be a big plus. We'll see you after the break.
You love it, You wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It ended in a 2-0 win for OG over SMG. But speaking of SMG, we got more in store for you, don't we, Esteem?
Yep, now it's SMG against Beast Coast. They had a really rough game, or rough series at SMG. Beast Coast, they draw with Talon, another Southeast Asian team. If we see the teams playing what they played on the first match, I need to lean towards Beast Coast. But honestly, if it's SMG playing against any team as the way they played the first match, I'll always lean to the other team because it was super underwhelming performance. I hope it was just their warm-up. Maybe they're not used to maybe like you just traveled and you're jet lagged, or you're not used to your boot camp, or you had some internal issue that we're not aware of, because it looked very underwhelming, to be honest.
Yeah, it wasn't their best showing. They did have some bright moments, though. There were some nice team fights in the first game, and also one in the second game that looked pretty decent, but in the end they weren't able to turn it in their favor. Of course, new game, new chances, new region as well. Beast Coast will be playing up against the side of SMG this time around. Here we have the standings currently. Beast Coast did just tie against another Southeast Asian team, Talon. Both games were comebacks. First, Talon was in the lead, then came back. Beast Coast came back, won game 1, and in game 2 it was the other way around, where Beast Coast was ahead and Talon came back in the game. So that should at least give us a very interesting series, to say the least. I quickly checked out the heroes that they played as well. Talon played. They picked Lesh. Beast Coast picked Lash game 1, so I guess Lash is still like hard stuck into this series, considering both these teams have played it and have led it through.
I wonder if SMG is gonna like give up on the Lash idea, since their best strategy, but didn't work so well. So they might just leave, and they might know how to counter Lash since they know a lot about the hero. Maybe we expect a better game in that sense.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. They did get Chen to play on Talon last series. I don't think, letting Chen or Ench for that matter through is going to be a good idea. We saw Ench Kitrak just blowing up his opponents with the long range chucks, of course, come in through with the impetus. But I'm curious to see what kind of draft they're going to go for. Are they going to stick to that Lesh? Are they going to go for the Muerta first pick or mid one in the off lane? Because they tried it twice, did not work as well as they'd like. Viscos, of course, a team that also, I mean, the South America region loves to run at you a lot of the time as well. And well, their draft from the previous game showed as well that they like playing very aggressive heroes, especially if you've got Dark Mago on your side.
Yeah, like I wouldn't give up on the Muerta, although like the hero lost the 2 games. The hero seemed strong. I feel like if mid one did well on the hero. I feel like if the other heroes were with better net worth to fight together with him, maybe more AoE control, maybe initial stun, so he's just like the follow-up damage, could have been better. But Muerta seems strong, and mid one played well on the hero. I wouldn't give up on this one.
I will have to wait and see. Quickly checking out the statistics. Most picked hero is still Rubik, 12 times picked so far. Pretty remarkable. Has a decent score as well in terms of its win rate. It's 50% even Stevens on the Rubik. Lesh, second most picked hero, surprisingly enough, does have a 44% win rate, so currently in the negatives. Then afterwards it's Disruptor, tied with the Void Spirit, and then Chen, Doom, Monkey King, Io. List goes on and on. Nyx Assassin, also a hero that has been picked significantly. Haven't seen it just yet, but it wouldn't be too surprising that they pick it up in this matchup, because the new Nyx Assassin spells look very nasty to deal with, and I think Schofield played it in the last series, so also a hero that he is well versed with.
Yeah, he's really good on the Nyx. Really good on the Nyx. I wonder... Yeah, Biscos has first pick now, so they will probably not go this Nyx duo. Probably they are gonna target either Chen or Incantress as first pick, and then leave the 8th pick to Dark Mago hero. That's how like Biscos approaches drafts usually.
5 seconds.
Well, they started off with an Io and Chen ban, not the most surprising bans coming in. We saw OG banning the Io against SMG 2 times in a row, if I'm not mistaken as well. So definitely knowing what's up when you're playing against SMG. Phoenix ban as well. Biscos following suit with OG, either pick or ban the Phoenix against SMG, which is an interesting choice. Does leave a hero like Muerta left in the pool if Biscos wants to go that route themselves.
I don't know, Biscos doesn't sound like the team that would play Muerta. Biscos, they really stuck to their ideas on the meta, and they just keep playing inside that hero pool. I don't think Sacred plays the hero, and I don't think Actor plays the hero. So yeah, Chen and Encantress were target. Next was the choice. Maybe they can set up for Dark Zero on 8.
Okay. Kunkka coming in. I've seen a couple more Kunkka picks. Last patch I wasn't really sold on Kunkka. I'm not really sure exactly where I like him this patch either. Because of course uncontrollable damage against Nyx Assassin gets a little bit dicey in that regard. But yeah, the Nyx Assassin coming out for Beast Ghost. If you combine it with a possibility that Sacred goes for the Darkseer off lane, it becomes scary in terms of laning to deal with.
Yeah, like Kunkka Mirana is like a good opening combo. I'd say Ember is a good hero from Dark Mago that's decent against Kunkka. Also Batrider, so Biscos is still on a good spot here to pick Dark Mago hero. DK,
Ooh.
that's new.
Well, not new, but yeah. DK.
From Biscos, that's a new thing.
Okay. I mean, obviously, you know, we have an expert in the mix. DK.
Fire team ban.
Would it be off lane, mid lane, safe lane?
Beast coasts.
I haven't seen much of the DK being picked in general in this batch.
Yeah, so Biscos played DK once in 2021, and it was a DK5. That's why it's a surprise to see them playing DK.
actually a surprise to me that they haven't played it more, considering they have K1 and he's renowned for playing like every strength hero possible as a safe laner, and that he didn't play it in the last patch.
He's really stuck to his hero pool. They don't like adding heroes to the hero pool. They have their comfort and they always play around their comfort. So maybe like Dark Mago played 2 ranks on the hero. Maybe he's trying to add this hero to his pool. The hero was really strong on the Dream League that they just played. Maybe it's like, oh, this hero is so strong, I need to learn it. And then there's the new patch and it feels like he's good to play the hero. I mean, it's a hero that you don't die on an arrow combo, so you can just like tank the damage.
Is that the main reason you think that they went for it? Just to be able to sustain in the lane?
Yeah, and it's a hero that if the enemy goes for rotation, you just take the mid tower. That's an explanation I could see for a DK mid.
Obviously, they still have flex in terms of safe lane, off lane. There has only been one DK pick so far in the ESL One Berlin tournament, and it was a loss. So it has a 0% win rate. That game, let's see, it was picked by BetBoom that picked it up against Team Aster, and they lost in that series in 32 minutes. So not really a fan favorite, even though last patch it was so heavily favored by nearly every team. Except for Beast Coast, obviously. But that
SMG banned the illusion heroes for Venom, so they banned like the counters of Venom, which are units. Naga's still on the pool though. Kanka
K1
deals
hero.
with Naga.
I mean, he does, but he kinda can't chase down the illusions if they're like split farming the map, which they don't really have anything against. And it is a K1 hero that he loves to spam.
Yeah, I would expect it. They need combos with Nyx. That's the thing. Like without Darkseer, usually you need a ranged hero. And Sacred is not so good with the ranged heroes. Although, like, they can go the Timber hero and leave Nyx free to rotate. Oracle, good dispel, good save.
Good shard now as well. That
Like,
they made his
This
Ags
is
shard.
really changing their draft style.
Gotta
It's unusual
adapt.
to see they.
It's a new patch. You gotta follow the new patch every once in a while. I mean, everything is pretty much changed. It could also be that they play the heroes in pubs but never liked playing them in officials, because Oracle was not great last season, but it's
Okay,
so
now
good
it seems like
this
this
time.
calls. The Naga, at least the Naga.
That one we did expect.
And
to see.
SMG, will they go Lash again? And maybe flex the Kunkka?
Offlane, yeah, mid one can easily play offlane Kunkka with a Mirana in the lane. That's easy
Yeah,
peasy.
they could play it carry also. Because I think Venom is a support.
Probably, yeah, especially considering you don't want to play it off lane against an Oracle Naga lane because you're not going to do anything. So probably 5 Veno, 4 Mirana, Kunkka, still flexible. I like the Oracle's gotten so many significant buffs this patch. I'm wondering if we get to see some of the old Oracle combinations. I don't think we're going to get to see them now, but like the Oracle Huskar, that sort of wombo combos coming into play.
Yeah, Oracle Huskar, Oracle DP. Even Oracle Lash, like any hero that just stands the ground. And Biscos, they play like this. Like, Hector is gonna be this guy that's gonna get 4k HP and he's unkillable, and having this cover on top, he'll just like leave Aegis to the mid laner hero. Okay, Timber on SMG.
Timber's
Good hero against units.
Timber's new Aghanim Scepter is really strong. Like, it makes him super tanky currently. So that's a nice plus. It lanes incredibly well against the Naga Siren, mainly because it just chops down all the illusions instantaneously. And once he gets level 6, you kind of are forced out of the lane.
Yeah, they're just a bit too low on stuns. That's what keep me worried here. Like you open a draft with Kunkka, Mirana, so you have like the arrow setup already. Looks great. And then you go to Venom, Timbersaw. Just feels like they changed their draft when they see the Naga. And they should be expecting Naga. When you pick Venomancer, you ban 2 Illusion Heroes and you leave Naga, you should be expecting Naga. I'm afraid SMG will fall on the same trap where they simply cannot take teamfights because it's hard to press the spells together. And then the teamfight is a mess. Even if they are ahead, teamfight is a mess.
Well, a Sven ban coming in. I actually have not read up at all about Sven, so don't know if he's good this patch. But we'll not get to see that one this time around. Nonetheless, any other interesting choices? Team SMG, you assume it's going to be just a straight up safe laner that they need to counter the Naga?
Yeah. I'd say any carry that builds Mjolnir, Lifestealer, Bloodseeker, even PA can work.
Monkey
Gonna
again?
go battle for it, of course.
Chidori?
10 seconds remaining.
It's decent. It's just like it was so underwhelming, the one we've seen, that I kind of like lost faith. on the
To
hero.
be fair, he was underwhelming because he died twice in lane, but then afterwards in like the mid game, he looked he looked very comfortable on it, had pretty good Wukong's commands. But the early laning stage just looked a little bit rough, and then Snowball took a little bit longer to go. OD ban, Pudge ban, interesting bans coming into play. I've been looking forward to seeing an OD being picked up. Unfortunately, not going to be so lucky yet.
Bisco's picking a lot of Necrophos. I wonder if you go it because it's good against Timber and Kunkka,
10 seconds.
but the interaction against Venom is just too weird.
5 seconds remaining.
Because I feel like they need an offlaner that can play with Nyx. Viper.
Oh,
yeah.
that's disgusting. Oh, that's just not going to be fun at all. This is Bisco's playing mean-spirited gaming.
Yeah, break against Timbersaw. It's something you want. It's a really good 1-to-1 counter against Timber. It's decent against Kunkka. You can
5 seconds remaining.
kite really well the hero. And also a lane partner to Nyx. You really need this strong laner. You cannot pick a melee hero unless it's a Darkseer. And you definitely don't want to pick the monkey here now. So
So
you
you're
get
expecting
less
that
possibilities.
this is an off-lane Viper guaranteed, or is there still a possibility to put DK off-lane and Viper mid?
There's still a possibility, but it would be weird. I wouldn't recommend.
Depends, of course, on what the last pick is going to be for SMG.
You
One
can
thing,
go like a MP carry, because at least like he'll match Naga on the waves. You're really good against Viper.
I don't think
Good
MP has
against
even been
Nyx.
picked or banned. Nope, it's still
Yeah, they need
unpicked,
something
unbanned.
unconventional. Maybe CK and start as a tri lane. Although CK has passives, it's actually decent against the Viper.
Anything that is still pretty scary to deal with. Let's see. I mean, they could also go for safe lane Flash if they want.
Nah. Into the Viper Nyx?
Probably not. Great. Okay, Luna. That's a
Luna.
tempo hero. They have a lot of tempo on SMG.
Not a huge Luna fan. Luna historically is bad against units.
Yeah,
I don't like to be a Luna against Naga. It feels like the Viper just forced them to pick a hero that will survive the lane.
Mid one's gonna deal with the Naga. I have faith. Luna does not have the best laning against Viper, I think. Because the attack range of Luna is kind of horrendous. God, that lane is going to be so dull if it's a Viper versus Benno. It's literally just harass, 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 harass. Dots all over the place. Moon.
I don't know. Either this Veno pops up and becomes another like 4 cores, and SMG has like 4 cores against 3 on Biscos. The execution is so hard on SMG. Like, who's gonna frontline for the Luna? Okay, I have Kunkka and
one.
Timber, they're frontlining, but
They have-
where's your stun? Where's your lockdown?
Who needs lockdown if you just kill them?
Because there's an Oracle there. You know, like, you're gonna combo one hero with Kunkka, and that's all you can do. And then there's an Oracle on the backline. You have 0 jump for the Oracle. They didn't address the Oracle at all. And I feel like Naga is also not addressed with just a Timber.
So, is this
I'll be
a
surprised
steamy
if
toaster
SMG
moment?
can execute this. Yeah, I'm the toaster if SMG wins this.
Okay, if SMG wins this, Astini is the toaster. Oh,
Yeah.
he puts in his prediction. We'll see if he's going to be right. I can see snowball happening with SMG's draft. I'm not 100%. I think I like Bisco's draft more, but I'm not 100% sold. Snowball is very scary in this current patch, and if they can get the ball rolling, Timbersaw can be pretty overwhelming in that regard. They have decent push as well. If Chidori gets a good time in lane, yes, granted he's not the best against Naga, but he's also not the worst.
Yeah, that's... Dark Mag only played DK 4 times.
And
2020 was the last time, 3
Win
years
rate?
ago. 1-3. He just won an open qualifier match.
well, he's
against the
going to
Queen
die
of
now
Legends.
on the DK, so that's not a good start.
That's the way that SMG can find something to the game. Snowballing into Dark Mago, but I think like Actor get it. Like he's has a lot of potential solo carrying Naga.
A little bit of a brawl. Schofield being slowed down as well, looking for a second kill here for SMG. Gets denied by Stinger. Great job there to at least keep them from getting the cash. Bounty runes about to spawn, looking possibly here for 3.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be 4 because I doubt that Dark Mago is going to leave his mid lane.
Like if he knew, he probably would go, but he didn't have the info.
And K1 heading out towards top. Venom being
And they're
slowed
still
down.
fighting bottom with Sacred.
Yep.
Sacred might get a kill on the Venom. Yeah.
And
guess
that's
they
at
can.
least a counter kill.
Yeah, and they will keep the Venom bottom, so the Viper bottom. So having Viper on the lane of Timber, it's a good choice. Naga into Luna. Very clever decision from Biscos.
And Stinger walking through as well in from behind, cutting his way in. It's going to be a Feno against a Naga and a Oracles, aka his dots kind of immediately get removed every single time he tries to apply them.
Yeah, and bot, Sacred, gonna be able to put a lot of dots on the Mirana and the Timber. All the spells there. Good choices from Biscos overall. Mirana choose Leap first, so at least he will not die to the Viper.
And the mid lane matchup of DK versus Kunkka is, I mean, most of the time there should not be a kill coming into that lane unless a big rotation is made. For instance, the Mirana with the arrow walks through.
If this lane is not boring, something's wrong with it. It should be a boring lane.
Seems they're swapping sides. Dark mid one is going to top, considering they want to send, I assume, Chidori towards the bottom lane. Unless this is a very
lane
strange
swaps
try
are
lane.
easier now with the gates, but I don't know how effective it will be. I think Biscos is gonna be fine with that. You can just skip like this.
Well, let's see if they're gonna be swapping around K1. No, he's going towards the portal top. There's a Veno lying in wait for K1 to go for the TP. Doesn't really matter. He's still gonna go for the TP. Mid one's chasing in after K1 while bottom lane Sacred dies. I'm just watching the more important lane swapping shenanigans coming in. Now K1 is back to the bottom lane. This is kind of what I expected to see this batch, by the way. Stupid lane swaps.
And mid one is back.
Yeah, and now
There are
he's...
2 cores here.
Yeah. So, who's going to sacrifice their lane is the question. Or are they just going to try lane here? And make it
I
a
guess they don't
Veno
care.
safe
Viper
lane.
just TP's top.
I mean, K1 is now not getting any farm whatsoever. Granted, he just needs a couple of levels and he can jungle. but he is going to
I
need
guess
those
he
levels.
should have just stayed top.
Oh, this is so clowny. K1 wants to go back through the portal. He's chasing in after Chidori. And another TP coming towards the top lane. K1's trying to dodge it. Now Polson
Yeah, and the
is going
supports are
away,
getting levels.
and Chidori...
Oracle's 3,
Okay. Chidori's going to stay solo bottom.
Venom's 3, Mirana is 3, Naga's level 2. Luna just reached level 3.
This is how I feel in my pubs, by the way. I'm confused about all of this. Sacred now, he's going to go for the TP. Or is he? He's actually going to get slowed down. With mid one joining in, this could be another kill onto Sacred. The Venom will die in response, but a 1-for-1 trade with the Viper getting taken down is pretty big. Stinger
Yeah,
stand
Viper
up
got
as
the
well.
kill first. We should be happy.
Mid one chasing in for the kill on Stinger. Misses his Timber
Oh.
Chain. Stinger should be
Yeah.
fine. And now Viper going bottom. Chidori is alone in that bottom lane. He's going to get stunned up. Sacred needed to walk around. The slow is going to be there in time. Chidori needs to juke his way through, but not luckily the Veno coming in to help out his buddy. Currently mid one has 9 creep kills. 2 more than Schofield.
Yeah. I feel like Schofield's gonna have a lot of impact in this game. He does a lot on Nyx. Having this extra XP early on, he'll be able to do so much with rotations.
Well, at least Vano doesn't have to lane against the 2 counters to the hero this time around. And mid one's got creeps underneath the tower, so he's going to be pretty happy.
Schofield, use the carapace.
In the meantime, mid lane, nothing really happens. Maybe
Yeah.
with the 6-minute runes, the supports might rotate through.
Yeah, now we should see some action because Catapult's gonna come. And also the 6-minute rune. But Dark Mago is still far away from level 6, so he will not pressure yet.
Day one's just going to be solo laning against mid one, it seems.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Polison is actually rotated through. They're going to go for Dark Mago, X Mark, Arrow lands, Ghost Ship on top. The DK in trouble. Stinger trying to heal him up, and it actually heals him enough. Keeps the damage from coming through with the Fate's Edict. Great job there, of course.
It's a splash.
This is pretty painful. That should have been
Nice
the kill.
TP from Stinger. Yeah, Dark Mago back to half HP. Being super safe. 6-minute rune is on top. Also lucky for Dark Mago. Wait. Oh,
And a DD as well. Dark Mago is going to be pretty up. Stinger is chasing
Stinger?
for the kill. Moon. The
Oh.
Purifying Flames is actually healing more
with the
than the dot.
grenade. Yeah, but he's
Bottom?
gonna have this wave tanking.
Tri-lane shenanigans. Venomancer in trouble. Might get taken down. Sacred's going to
Sacred's
get left
dead.
upon. Sacred is dead. They lose the Venom,
Venom
but
also.
Schofield looking to die as well. Chidori getting a double kill. This Luna is actually not having the worst time whatsoever.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, the 3 cores on SMG ahead. We've seen this happen. I just wonder if they're gonna be able to apply pressure with this. Mid. Kanka doesn't have the ghost ship yet, so a lot of damage being done to this tier 1 tower. Already half HP.
Bottom side, Sacred. Gotta be careful for the slows constantly. Chidori's got himself the Morbid Mask, so the lifesteal is available, but they're keeping them at bay for now. The Venom is actually taking heaps of damage from the level 3 poison attack.
Awesome from behind.
Can they get the catch? Can they get the kill? In comes Moon to finish this one off. Sacred. Right click down, taken down, chasing for Schofield. And Schofield will be another one finished. Even throwing out the high five there. Afu with a bit of BM added on top, but it's going to be nonetheless Moon with a nice double kill.
Yeah, for hero bottom, they're exchanging the mid tower for that. Not so sure how worth is it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They are 2k ahead currently. Their cores are having a pretty good time. Mid one as
Yeah.
well on top. It's now almost level 7. But K1 does. He's just jungling. And gets the TP away. Stinger is going to be found out. Going to keep himself alive. He does have a Dispel against the Venomancer, but the rotation from Dark Maga makes it scary, especially with Sacred and Schofield chiming in as well. Ghost Ship flying through. The whip damage is enough. Moon does have the Admiral's Rum buff, but the problem is he is surrounded by enemies. There's not really a way out.
It's going to be
here.
a huge kill. Has 4 kill streak. Very meaningful for Sacred to be back to the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hector already farming Ancients. That's gonna be his game. Farming till he
Radiant's
is able to
middle
carry.
tower is under attack.
They're up against a lineup that can get aggressive pretty early, especially once Timbersaw gets his first couple of items. Mid one can start snowballing.
They should definitely 5-man with Luna's BKB. Get to Roche and run at towers. Because they will eventually have a lot of wave problems. With Naga droving all the side lanes. It's something that Naga can do in this patch. Basically, you throw illusions in one side lane and you connect to the other one through the gate. Basically everywhere.
Fun stuff. More farm.
Both XP runes still up.
Schofield's trying to sneak through, it seems. Yeah, he's pinging it that he wants to get towards the XP runes. Chidori spots it out. There's going to be a
for the
stun
Veno.
onto the Veno, controlled up as well. They did lose K1 on the other side though, and mid one it seems he got a solo kill. Stinger's going to get caught next. And with mid one TPing towards the bottom lane, Dark Mago cannot run away here. He cannot go for the TP because they have too much control. And the DK will be another one down. Mid one now with a double kill. He actually solo killed K1 topside. A Steely Toaster incoming.
Nah. I think Visco's kind of lacking discipline in the game. Diving between tier 1, tier 2 towers. Nyx didn't have the level 6 yet. You may be able to do that when Nyx level 6. But still, it feels like the map is fine for Biscos. I don't feel like this 3k is that huge on that sense. Because they took the mid tower. And SMG, they need to bring so much numbers to take a tower now. As they did now on the bottom lane. But yeah, Viper is a hero that doesn't do much from behind. So that's good for SMG. Also, Nyx is a hero that doesn't like to be behind. But on that sense, like, he's ahead on map. That's what the hero needs. Vision to initiate.
They do have pretty solid vision here on the side of Beast Coast. They spot pretty much anything that they need to spot out. Mid one is going for the Eternal Shroud, which is a pretty good item for him in general, with the new changes that they added to the item.
Yeah. You see, Biscos, they go for this very slow approach. When you look at Dark Mago items, he's just finishing a Hand of Midas. So, they want to play this turtle game, where they just farm on the Naga. Schofield has vision on the Venom.
Oh, that half his HP and just the ulti hit. Pure damage at its finest. Sacred gets that kill secured. A bit of a recovery for Sacred, who is top of the Radiant cores, actually. Which is surprising considering his laning stage looked appalling.
Yeah, I'd say Naga farming is a bit slow till he gets Yasha, and he has Yasha now, so he should start skyrocketing on farm, especially when Manta is complete. Naga was too slow on getting levels because of all the lane swaps that made the hero a bit slow into farming.
We're on the ult, they're looking for Sacred. They're able to slow him down, they hit him, Sacred's in trouble.
He TP out.
Olson hits the arrow. Chidori needs to be careful though, he got hit by the Viper Strike in response. And Sacred's actually manning up 1v3 and they're too terrified on the side of SMG to continue for more. In comes Schofield from behind, he's got the Vendetta, he's going to sneak up on these two supports. And Sacred's right and ready. Nice catch from Schofield, the kill onto Poloson doesn't connect onto the Veno. They do turn it
He
around
tried a
nicely.
double stun. Worth the try. SMG lacks damage, because it was pretty clear now. I believe Sacred, when he sees that, I wouldn't even go for that rush BKB. I would do some auras. Like, do a pipe, Then you're gonna survive Luna's ultimate.
Schofield walking
Probably he's
forward.
going for auras.
Afu is going to get jumped. Ghost Ship. Run buff's not going to come in time. Stinger, nice save there with the Fate's Edict. False promises himself. Does get arrowed. Stinger should falter here, but he made sure that the Nyx Assassin dodged all the damage thanks to the usage of Fate's Edict. And Sacred just going to disengage further. Will they be able to get the catch? Behind the Roche pit?
Will they disengage?
They know. They know. But Sacred,
Radiant's top tower is under
he's going to be able to get himself out of there. Chidori,
it's your
Lucid
round.
Beam, Arrow. It's going to connect just barely on his tail.
Carapace.
And Sacred will be taking down Torrent as well. Hold Schofield in place, but the TPs are coming through. Dark Mago joins the fray. They need to back off. 2 kills secured for Chidori. And Stinger is back here. Dark Mago is super tanky, even though he's only got himself a hand of Midas. But Chidori should be able to get himself out of there. Actually continuing the fight here. Stinger is going to be the easier target. Gets hit by the whip. And Poloson, 1 leap left. Run away.
SMG did the right thing. Ignore the DK, go for the Oracle.
Poloson, the dot isn't going to be enough to take him down. Yes, it is indeed. Didn't have enough mana for... sorry, TP was still on cooldown, so wasn't able to get away. In the meantime, K1's been farming. And Mid One's been farming. Mid One's top net worth, done with the Kaya, going for the Kaya Sanj. And Timbersaw is getting pretty scary.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
I guess he's doing the right thing, to be honest. Trying to scale bot.
Oh, Afu.
Oh, he's going for Hector.
Yeah, Veno is just not... Veno is a strong hero this batch, but it's a
Veno
weak
is
hero this game.
0-8
Yeah.
in 14 minutes.
But to be fair, he's done exactly what he needs to. He dies, so his team excels.
Yeah.
Like, the rest of the team, 1 death on Moon, 0 deaths on Chidori, 0 deaths on Midwell. Like, he dies, sure, but who cares about a Veno dying when your 3 cores only have 1 death between them?
Yeah. Tanking all the damage. Doing well. Especially because Timber is just farming the camps that Naga wanted to farm. So you want this Naga hero to show waves while you farm 2 ancient camps, and Timber is the hero that's been farming the 2 ancient camps.
Well, what is the next item? Naga Siren, he's got the Manta Style now being delivered, so that should help in terms of farm towards mid. The arrow lands onto Dark Mago, takes no damage whatsoever because Fate's Edict is a really, really, really good spell.
Yeah. He has Dagger now, but I don't know which pickoffs can he get with this Dagger. Because it feels like they also lack damage.
Oh, mid one.
Old
Needs to
Timber
get himself out of there. He actually
No mana.
doesn't have a
Has
way
sticks.
out. Timber Chain.
and the Lotus.
Good low ground, but he's gonna get bursted regardless. And Stinger is the one that actually gets the kill. The addition of the Eternal Shroud now being a passive, if they continuously throw damage on you, 25% of enemy spell damage gets converted to mana, which is 25% of their either pure or magic damage that you take. So it's really good in terms of just constantly being able to gain mana. But in this case, it was not coming in too quick, and the stun lock was a bit too much. He's going for the heart, bloodstone as well.
It's an interesting item for this hero, because sometimes feels like you cannot kill him, but he becomes useless because he runs out of mana. And now, while they chase, Poloson has a TP.
Schofield has a hand of Midas on the Nyx Assassin. So they're expecting
like,
late game.
That's the thing. Bisco's going for this full turtle mode, where DK has Midas, Nyx has Midas, and Naga is just gonna shove all the waves into the enemy base.
And so far, yeah, they're 3k behind, but they don't have that much map control on SMG. Actually, they're going to be the one getting gone on top side, mid one. The break is pretty nasty. Now needs to get his reactive armor stacks, but in comes Chidori with a lot of damage. Can he pump out enough? Stinger, his Fate's Edict has already been used. Uses False Promise on himself, but they're going to focus Sacred instead because the cooldowns have come in. Next is going to be Dark Mago, heavily slowed down. No BKB, no way out. Chopped down, mid one. Still alive. Stinger's trying to find the kill onto mid one, but says no. Mid one gets the triple. They go in on the Timber, but he's a big boy.
Still gonna be... Yeah. 4 kills. Ultra kill for mid one.
Yep, big flex right
He
there.
barely survived with the regen under the tower.
Calculated,
and
bro.
Re-engaged.
Calculated.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Into
Meanwhile,
the roast pit.
Hector is doing the Hector. He's basically farming. It's not like when you see other teams doing this, like, oh, they're not on the same page. But Viscos, it's their playstyle. This guy is just gonna farm and farm and farm and farm.
And hope that it's going to be enough at the end.
And he's gonna get like a Heart of Tarask, and they're gonna have like DK with Agonies, and then DK gets the maybe third Aegis of the game and hits buildings, while you cannot kill DK and you cannot kill Naga. That's their playstyle. Not saying it's gonna work this match, although still seems fine.
Yeah, the main goal for Team SMG in these fights is burst Stinger, so he uses all of his defensives on himself, and then everyone else in the team fight is fair game.
Moonlight, they're pinging Sacred.
Oh, Sacred. That's going to be a nice catch as well. The Viper dropping low, does have a BKB, but what does it matter when you're dead? Mega kill for Chidori. Tier 2 tower is going to be the target, and of course, the Tormentors are spawning in a minute. If they hang around in the area, they could even steal a free shard.
Yeah, and they seem like a lineup that will be able to do it really fast with the Luna Aura.
Knocking on the high ground right now, and K1's not in a position where he can fight just yet. At all. Oh. Stinger taking some damage. He's got the shard that he purchased. Schofield's going to be the next target, but they're going to back up. Actually, Sacred goes forward, has the BKB, is going to pop it. They might pop the Aegis at the very least. And that's going to be Chidori's first life gone. 5 seconds until the Tormentors respawn.
Already used Carapace.
Mid one's got the Bloodstone now available as well. They get the kill onto Schofield. No supports for the foreseeable
for
future.
multi-shot. Naga back to the base. That's what they wanted. That's good. That's really good for SMG. Because when they lose Aegis, it looks a bit bad, but forcing Naga back is what they really achieve here.
Tormentor dropping pretty quickly. Veno does need to be a bit careful, but it's going to be a free shard for the Veno, so he's got that latent toxicity. Super good, especially against a Naga and a Oracle. I don't know if Naga could dodge the stun, but definitely good against the Oracle. And Stinger's going to get stunned, speaking of which.
Sacred, no BKB.
Yep. Stinger saves himself, sacrifices his teammate for it, but Moon gets a double kill, and it's SMG ready to turn a Steenie into a toaster.
There's no Fortify. There's no Fortify. They have a wave. They have a catapult. Schofield doesn't have a TP. They're so far away from the base. They're gonna lose one side here.
Luckily enough, they still have a tier 1, tier 2 mid, and a tier 2 bottom, so they can't get more than one set of racks. But it is pretty scary at this point in the game. K1 still has a long road to go before he becomes that big tank. Because the Viper, I mean, you mentioned it previously. Late game, Viper, what does it do?
It definitely does not defend high ground against 5 heroes, which is what they're doing here. Hector took the mid tier 2 tower.
Oh.
DK.
Stinger just used Fortune's End, but little did he know, latent toxicity is a spell, so he stunned up Schofield because of it. You gotta be really careful who has latent toxicity on him. The power of the Veno shard.
Yeah, like this idea of waves of Viscos kept the tier 1 alive till 22 minutes, but they lost one side with this. Naga still didn't take a single fight. And his courier is dead, so the Sium has to TP base to get Tarask. So that's the timing they want. That's when a Beastcalls feels strong to take a fight. DK is gonna have his BKB within 2 gold. And here comes the smoke, where they plan to win a fight and be back to the game.
Vision. They tried to be sneaky. K1 should be able to get away. Chidori, though, takes some heavy damage here. Doesn't actually have a save on his side, and they're going to find themselves a huge one into the Luna catch. That whip damage, though, significant coming out from Moon. They might want to re-engage. He still has Ghost Ship and Is BKB available? Charge forward by mid one. Nice dodge from Schofield with the Spike Carapace. They lose Moon as well. K1 starting to join the fight, and it starts to get a bit scary. Mid one still on the run, has the Bloodstone, can survive for quite a significant amount of time. Can he get out of there? Mid one, dropping low. Schofield's dodging all this damage with the Spike Carapace instances. Bloodstone has been used. Mid one, he needs help. He's not going to get any. Schofield again. Spike Carapace stunned onto mid one. His own spells are his worst enemy, and all 3 cores of SMG just drop the moment K1 joins any of these fights.
Yeah. And here goes the 7-kill streak on Timber. Naga is full. The 3.2 KHP Naga. Still alive. Still full HP. But definitely Bisco's fought way better the team fight. It felt like could have gone on the way of SMG. If they kited maybe back to a tower with a buyback, something like this. But they decided to keep fighting even with Luna dying outside of their base. Bit weird. At least SMG will get the other Tormentor, so 1 more shard. Oh, the Venom had to force staff. Oh, the Venom!
Dies!
Oh, I guess we missed on the cameraman.
Well, he got zapped down. But at the very least, they got a shard for Moon, so he has got himself the tidal wave to reposition the fight a little bit more favorable. It's a little bit sad
Hector
for
with a
Venom.
Diffuso now. So maybe the plan is make sure Timber doesn't have mana, but with the Eternal Shroud.
They're gonna go for mid one. He still has the Bloodstone. They need a bit more, even though Schofield has been stellar so far this game. Honestly, Schofield's been playing MVP style on the Knicks. Even though he died a significant amount of times, he gets so many good stuns going. DK going
I wonder
Alex.
if this Diffuso is a setup to go the...
Oh, the
Disperser?
Disperser. That might actually be the case. To get rid of the... I mean, if you use it against latent toxicity, you're still heavily in trouble. But
you dispel something you don't want to dispel.
But the extra movement speed in general is a big plus.
Going BKB now, Naga.
Midori's building up the Skadi. Naga does not have himself the Skadi just yet. So if, sorry, Luna is going for Satanic, so might be choosing to go that route afterwards. Counter out the Luna. Because, yeah, Luna might struggle a little bit in terms of damage, but if they can sustain on SMG, they can turn a fight. They just smoked right
Hector's going
underneath
Blood
Vision.
Torn, which is the way to deal with Butterfly on Illusion Heroes. You don't want to buy the MKB, so you buy Blood Torn to have the True Strike. There's a DD bottom, so hopefully this smoke's gonna find the DD through SMG. If they bottle this DD on Luna, maybe with an early Roche, that's what SMG would be looking for. Moon spots the DD. I don't think they have a bottle though, so he instantly catches it. In 13 seconds, we're gonna find the timing on the Roche. If it's a very early Roche,
DK's pretty much
Get lucky.
done with his Zags as well. And he's level 18, so you got Black Dragon.
yeah, that's scary.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
SMG needs to be careful. This K1 is growing and growing and growing. Bloodthorn
Yeah,
is
he
getting
got a
closer.
tier 2 tower, while they, with 5 guys and a DD, managed to get also a tier 2, so... Biscos plays really well the map.
Well, let's see. There's going to be a fight brewing soon enough. Their Tidal Wave sends Schofield back to the low ground. Makes a chunk of damage. But that's all it is. A bit of damage. Sacred getting 4 staff down to the low ground right there by Afu. Will not be caught by SMG. And K1 just frontlining, has nothing to fear. They force K1 back. That's at least a big plus.
That's good. Forcing K1 back, they get a time to reset the silence.
Roche's up in 15.
But now is the time that Biscos basically knows the enemy team will reset the silence and they go for the kill.
They are looking
Oh,
to
it's a
head
very
towards
early
Roche.
Roche.
But,
They are
interesting.
pinging it. And they're gonna spot it.
Well, Dark Mago is giving away his position and the rest of his team.
Okay.
So they won't
There's
sneak
a
it, at
smoke.
least.
They got the Watcher on Stinger. His spots. Sentry put down. Schofield. Probably like Schofield is gonna give the Roche to Biscos. Like he's gonna just bait the
Yeah, they're in the
SMG
pit
team
right
into
now.
him.
And Schofield, yeah, he's running
Schofield's
away.
gonna do day Schofield. Where
Well,
he
they
wants to
canceled the
bait
Roche
the
day.
enemy team away.
They're close. Rana Invis, Polson's right next to them. There's going to be
Black
the scout.
Dragon.
Stun onto Polson. In comes Chidori, but his entire Eclipse gets tanked by the illusions. Mid one needs to get himself out of there. He's going to get stunned for a very long duration. Doesn't even have the Timber Chain to get thrown out. Does eventually finally manage to get himself back. Force staff as well by Alpha to keep him going, but this is just a disengage coming out from the side of SMG. They don't have the damage. Chidori's not even in the fight anymore. The control comes through. Buyback by
Buyback from
Alpha.
Venom.
Nice torrent connection, but they're not taking any damage on the side of Beast Ghost. Black Dragon, Dark Mago, Scary. They all get sent with the tidal wave
Luna
on
dead.
top of Chidori. Luna falls.
Need
Sign
one.
of the Siren. K1 and the rest of the team are trying to reset this fight. There's a bit of toxic goo being spread all over the place.
Dark Mago
Chase for
TP's
more.
out.
Sacred
X
in the
back.
trees will fall. And Dark Mago does get himself X-marked back into the fight. If they find the kill onto Dark Mago, that's actually a remarkably well-recovered team fight. Granted, it did cost them 2 buybacks, but somehow they managed
Yeah, they tried to
sustain.
kill 3 times mid one. That they focus all spells and he barely survives. He kited really well the team fight. Moon.
Oh, K1. Schofield, they're going in for Moon, but K1. Nice zap coming out from Schofield with that new Mind Flare spell. K1, he's still gonna get stunned up. Mid one, full HP, full mana with the Bloodstone. TP out. They did not manage to connect it. That's Schofield sacrificing himself to make sure the arrow does not land on the Naga. Great stuff from
Gem picked
Schofield.
up.
But it is going to be Stinger afterwards dropping next. And a dieback onto Schofield as well. How does he actually heal so much that he still doesn't die after 3 heroes are badgering him?
It's the shard. Hector is back to the fight. He still doesn't have the BKB. Oh, feels like they cannot kill the Timber.
I mean, they
Timber's just
can. They
being
get
a
very
better
close,
carry
but
than the Naga. Yeah, maybe they need Viper to get a Scotty. But Viper is being so slow into farming.
Midone just needs to get Ags, and then he's actually unkillable. That new Ags is
Yeah.
pretty ridiculous.
He's going Shivas for the armor and to deal with the illusions.
He's
That's good.
15, 2, and 5 on this Timber Saw. Mid one
And Roche
is
still
a
up.
monster. Yeah, they're going into
Luna
the
is going for it.
Chidori needs someone to tank it though. And no one's actually coming through. They could TP through top towards bottom with the Twin Gate.
Yeah, they're going for it. A bit late.
They have Song. And with the Song play, you can steal Roche very easily. If
Oh,
they
the
would
Moonlight.
continue.
They're gonna see everyone coming one by one.
Oh, Schofield. They know he doesn't have buyback, but in from behind, it is K1. They know that they were TPing through. They know that they're this close. Song of the Siren comes out. Murano ulti still going. K1's actually going to TP out of there with the Song, and that means Roche should be SMGs.
Yeah. Guess since Schofield died without buyback, they realized they cannot take the fight. He don't want to risk it. He just want to play a bit more of this Biscos game of shoving waves, get them the furthest away you can from your base, survive this 5 minutes of Aegis, get 1 extra item. But I'm afraid they might not be able to do it, because Luna is a hero that pushes so fast. Kunk already tipping to deal with the mid wave. Dark Mago on top.
Mid one's
Taking
got
out
the
the-
Chivas.
Watchers.
Ah, yeah. That's the one thing that is fairly
Shard for
annoying
Nyx.
with the Watchers, is that now you have to keep an eye on the enemy's timing of killing the Watcher and your timing of killing the Watcher, while also keeping track of Roche respawn timers. So there's so much more
Yeah.
that you have to write down every single time. 'Cause they killed theirs, I think, at 24, 25 minutes on SMG. They took it pretty late.
Yeah, it doesn't show the timing, unfortunately, but was around the timing. Because they took the Beast Coast one really soon, really early on.
Then they took the racks in the top lane, and then afterwards, I think they died in a fight, and then they went for the Tormentor.
They are gonna go for Schofield. Probably he gonna die for this wave. They can definitely dive him. Shiva's used.
Mid one can dive
Can
anyone,
get the vision.
even as the cheese, just in case it still goes wrong.
And I feel like SMG, they should just keep pushing this wave. Don't get baited on to like answering the top lane. Just go straight this lane. And then they force the TPs. They already forced DK back.
Mid one needs to shard for extra push. Nice two-man stun by Schofield. But can they work
Naga
with
TP.
that engagement? Mid one's just gonna timber chain back to low ground. Ghost ship comes flying in. Nice
Oh,
two-man
nice combo.
catch. But in response, can they get out? Schofield's gonna get bursted. No buyback available. And in comes mid one. Still has his bloodstone at the ready to heal up back to full if he wants. He's looking for the Oracle. Knows that he's the better target. Forces out the false promise. Now they don't have a save. But on the other side,
Hector
it's gonna be Luna's
BKBs.
Aegis dropped. Chidori loses
No
first
buyback
life.
on Hector.
K1 TP, Song of the Siren to get himself out of there, and they're gonna continue the push towards the bottom set of racks.
Oh, if they kill Hector there, that's the game. Now he's able to reset with the song.
Mid one
Dark Mago.
still has the cheese.
Dragon's running out.
It's a bit annoying, but they're surviving for now. The problem is they gotta keep Chidori alive at all costs at this stage. Gonna go in mid one. He's looking for a big chomp with the bloodstone. Can he find enough damage coming through? In comes Schofield in the middle of the fight. Mid one eats the cheese. Back to full HP he goes. Chomps down Schofield in one fell swoop. K1's gonna be the target
Hector.
here. He doesn't have a song. He doesn't have a save. Xmark drags him back. No false promise. No chance. Great job. Mid one is unstoppable. Bottom
No
center rack
Hector.
secured.
Here comes the toaster.
And this is Megas at the very least, and probably even the rest of the base. 60 seconds, no K1, just fully bought out, stun onto Sacred. They have no save afterwards. Sacred dragged back in the clutches of SMG, does have a buyback. Naga, technically speaking, is great against Megas, but Luna is great at pushing. Look at those glaives bouncing all over the place. Sacred's trying to keep Chidori at bay, but Chidori still has the Satanic. He's trying to heal up back to full. Mid one with the shard now for the extra pushing power coming into play. Naga in 30 seconds. Chidori is losing a bit of HP, but mid one is the scary one. Dark Mago gets chopped into. Mid one is a monstrosity. Timbersaw Gaming forces the GG onto East Coast, and ladies and gents, obviously Astini is a toaster.
You see, I didn't know how this SMG team works. Mid one, the true carry.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't see how the SMG works. Didn't you see mid one game one in the previous series? Game two, he was always the carry. It's Chidori that's just...
He was warming up to carry everything.
Yeah, and he carried them significantly. Great job mid one on that Timbersaw. Pretty much unstoppable. Had a couple of close calls with death, but did manage to just get out, pop the Bloodstone, back to full HP, pop the cheese, back to full HP. And especially that last fight where he chased after Stinger the entire time to force him to use False Promise was really well done. This was as well. This fight was so close. If he drops there, it's everything. He is just at the very edge, heals up just enough, and then afterwards comes back into the fight. He gets one kill. Dark Mago is like, oh no, I need to run away. Mid one's like, my kill. And then the third one, Stinger, I'm gonna burst down mid one. I can kill him. Nope. Third kill. Thank you very much. Please come again. See you next game. Bye bye.
And especially the fight on the Roche that they tried to kill mid one 3 times and he didn't die. Maybe if they focused the rest of the team and left him as the last hero, but mid one was always baiting spells on him. So really well played. He tanked 84k damage. So the second hero that most tanked on his team was 38k on Kanka.
That's
just
remarkable.
really the true carry, which is cool on this SMG style that they go 3 cores that should scale. Felt like Timber was the one most scaling, but the other 2 cores were also really strong doing damage on the fights. And on East Coast side, felt like it was only Hector soaking up the damage while the team tried to do damage, but this Viper hero playing from behind, not really effective to kill targets.
I have to say, Stinger and Schofield looked very nice in their approach. A couple of times, though, Stinger chose to save himself over his allies. A little bit too much, maybe. But Schofield played a remarkable Nyx Assassin game. It wasn't enough. They just got overwhelmed. Viper is still a hero that once you get to the late game, it's kind of useless. So unfortunately, they did not win the laning stage as hard as they would have liked with that Viper pick. Nonetheless, that was game number 1 in this best of 2 series. We'll be going towards a short little break before game number 2 starts. And we'll see you then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Game number 1 was exhilarating. SMG managed to take down Beast Coast. Astini turned into a toaster. Everything was perfect. But game number 2, what needs to be changed, Astini?
Probably like Bisco should play more comfort heroes, playing a hero that Dark Mago hasn't played in 3 years, and also Viper on Sacred. So they played 2 heroes that the players do not play, and Biscos always like to repeat heroes. So it's super strange to see this coming from Biscos. I believe they should just go back to their comfort. Maybe the Batrider Amber hero on Dark Mago, Timber Snapfire hero on Sacred could be a better change, but also pay a bit more attention on mid 1 heroes when banning second phase, because it feels like mid 1 is the true carry on this SMG strategy, and I don't say it to mean something against their carry. It's just the way they play the map, the way they split resources. Like you've seen, Luna was taking team fights with 12 minutes, while Timber was farming ancient stacks. So the way they play, you should be a bit more worried about mid 1 getting online and getting a hero that's a win condition. And this Timber really looked like a win condition against Naga. With the Eternal Shroud, it feels like Timber is back to be the counter to Illusion heroes. Because Illusion heroes, they would just go Diffusal, you would run out of mana on Timber and you become kind of useless. And with Eternal Shroud, you always have mana up. So felt really good to see the Timber against Naga.
Yeah, I had a couple of close calls, but he did look really good. Another player, of course, on SMG that looked good was Moon. I think he looked phenomenal on the Kunkka. Definitely a big increase from the previous series that they had against OG, where his Lesh had some struggles, but his Kunkka felt really comfortable, especially in the early to mid game. Of course, late game as well with the tidal waves and his Ghost Ship torrent connections that he constantly got. But in the mid game, his whips every single time, finding the supports in the back end, and dealing tons of damage in team fights was pretty remarkable from him coming through. So we'll see what the rest of the draft is going to entail. This time, there is not going to be that Schofield Nyx assassin, and that does not surprise me at all. He was terrifyingly good.
Yeah, especially because they're second pick now, so they could partner up with Darkseer here. And SMG, not surprisingly, they keep with the Mirana. It was very effective. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Kunkka on 8 or Ember Spirit on 8, a hero to combo with Mirana, have the same idea of playstyle. In Biscos, we see some change. Disruptor, a hero that plays really well, snowballing and just glimpsing targets back. Dusk is a hero that they finally flex. Dark Mago started playing this hero 1 month ago. So it's a hero that's on Dark Mago pool. A bit more comfort oriented.
We'll have to wait and see. The Disruptor, of course, has been slightly nerfed. I think his glimpse damage was primarily the tool that was nerfed in the recent patch, but with, of course, the global bigger map that we see, Disruptor is still pretty scary to deal with, all things considered. You try to run away, you get caught. Some teams tend to pick a counter to that, a la Shadow Demon. I've seen a couple of Shadow Demons pop up recently. OD has also been a hero to try and deal with the Disruptor, but We'll have to wait and see if SNG is going to go any of those heroes. I know that Moon does sometimes play OD, for instance.
Yeah, OD was looking decent on the previous patch. They banned OD last game as a counter to Timber. I wonder how the hero looks like on this patch. They go Kanka, the same strategy. Kanka is decent against Disruptor. You can axe the hero that's gonna be glimpsed. That's not so realistically true, because it's really hard to pull that off. But it's decent against Tusk. You can set up the Torrent against the Snowball. Also the combo with the Mirana arrow. So they keep the same approach as the last game. Wonder if they would choose to play the Tusk mid or to flex it.
5 seconds.
I would assume it's most likely just going to be Schofield so that he can save people from the arrow / Kunkka wombo combos with snowball saves. Though, with that Kunkka pick, it still doesn't mean that it's a mid Kunkka for Moon. They could use this as a scare tactic and still flex it towards mid one in the off lane, or I'll even Chidori in the safe lane if they really want to adjust their picks. But they're getting rid of Dark Mago heroes currently, or at least a Dark Mago hero, the Bat Rider, which did get a pretty nice buff, even though they fixed the Blood Grenade changes. But the rest were pretty hefty buffs to the Bat Rider.
Yeah, also the PL respect, so respecting best Dark Mago hero on the Bat Rider, respecting what might be Actor's best hero considering the patch. I would say PL. If it's a Wraith King patch, it's Wraith King. If it's a Bloodseeker patch, it's Bloodseeker. If it's a CK. But I'd say PL is so strong, and Actor was playing PL even when the hero was weak. So it's a decent ban, even if you have Kunkka, especially because they have the 18 pick. So they can go for this PL, this Naga on 18 and ban the Timber. And can be pretty scary. I feel like Beast Coast's probably gonna get the hero from Sacred here, so they keep the flex on Tusk. They have the Snapfire, is usually their favorite hero to go for Sacred. Also, he plays a lot of Lash on the offlane and just build Greaves. I wonder if they are gonna keep the same approach in this current meta. But that's where Beast Coast should be leaning toward, a Lash, Snapfire hero that they can keep flexing here.
Yeah, it's still less heavily picked up in this patch, or at least what we've seen so far. Second most picked hero at the ESL Berlin tournament. And there's the K1 hero banned as well. Naga sign, I honestly am surprised it took them so long to ban it, because I would immediately get rid of that. You saw it last game. They were falling behind further and further, and it was pretty scary at certain points once the Naga started joining his teammates.
Yeah, the first fight when Naga got Tarask, they won the team fight. I'd say it's surprising that they actually managed to win a team fight after losing the fight on Tarask that won on top. So even with the right counters to the hero, it was, let's say, difficult to close the game. Although felt like SMG was ahead all the time. And maybe it's better get rid of this Naga.
Well, it's also mainly a nuisance that you don't want to deal with, because it's going to farm the entire map. Even if you bully him out of the lane, he's going to be in a pretty comfortable spot. He can soak up Mirana arrows and the like. Nonetheless, what is Beast Coast going to ban here? What do you fear on SMG's side? I still see that Muerta was not banned, so that one is available to be picked up currently.
Yeah, I feel like Muerta is a good pick. Is a hero that mid one can be the carry, and is a hero that's so strong that it can pick blindly. So maybe Muerta could have been the hero to be banned here. Beast Coast needs to show a core here, or to show that Tusk is a core.
Oh.
So, okay.
That's a hero that they flex between K1 and Dark Mago.
Yeah.
So we still don't know exactly what Beast Coast are doing, because I would assume Sacred can also play it now that it has innate money gathering. They even banned
I like
the
to see
Undying.
some fast tempo from SMG, a hero that maybe like a Zoo hero, Beastmaster. Take the towers, take the map out of this Alchemist. Or a Ursa hero that plays really fast also as a carry. I don't want to
Ursa's not
let
bad.
this Alchemist get online.
OD still springs in mind. I'm just hoping for that OD pick. One of these days, I will be awarded with an OD. Have you seen the new Aghanim Scepter on OD? Where he gets,
No.
if he gets dropped down, if he has
Good
Ags
action.
and he gets dropped to I think 20% HP, he gets like all of his mana turns into like HP on top. At that point, you essentially have games where you have to deal with like a 10k OD to try and kill him. It's insane.
Well,
10 seconds remaining.
yeah, I haven't seen it on competitive to have a good idea of how strong it is.
It's fun though.
But yeah, I can see it working.
Well, the
Oh,
Phoenix.
Phoenix and Monkey. Probably a Monkey carry. Troll, a hero that is definitely really good against Dag.
And a K1 hero that he, again, plays no matter what the meta says every single time. So, okay, so Phoenix
Maybe
finally...
ban like Razor, although like Razor Mirana sounds like a weird lane. Maybe OD now is a good pick.
5 seconds.
I mean, mid one is also a monkey player.
Beast coasts turn to ban.
And depending on what you're up against in mid, you could also put the monkey mid. Moon also plays monkey, so... I mean, I assume it's just a Chidori safely monkey, but there is a bit of flex behind them. They finally get to play the Phoenix on SMG. It was banned twice so far, and it was picked by OG against SMG, so they weren't able to pick up the hero, but now they finally do have the big old Phoenix in their grasp.
Yeah, I think on troll counters, AA, Wyvern, SD, but feels like they cannot pick a support unless they want to play Mirana core. On cores, there's Razor, OD, Necrophos, Bugna. Actually, a decent Bugna game. I haven't seen the hero, but like the Cryptify is so good against all this physical damage.
10 seconds remaining.
You can take the map fast.
5 seconds remaining.
But they have... Yeah.
Ricky was nerfed, but I'm surprised that no one even touches it.
What? They can go Muerta, actually, like, it's all physical.
SMG still has kind of a pretty heavy flex. Biscos could also still change things up. Alchemist mid, Alchemist off lane, Tusk mid, Tusk off lane, Tusk 4. I don't think I've seen many Tusk
Dire
off
team
lanes anymore.
Yeah, they banned Luna. It's just like, oh, what did we lose last game to? Oh, we lost to Timber Luna. Okay, just ban it.
And that shows exactly how little they know exactly what team SMG is planning. Whereas SMG are like, they need a Sacred Hero. They need some
10 seconds remaining.
big off laner that can deal with a Monkey King pretty effectively.
Seconds remaining.
Come on, OD. It's so good against Troll as well. I believe in OD.
I would go Muerta. Or did they lose trust in the hero?
I mean, Muerta is also just a straight up good choice.
Or something to set up Dag, like Mars, Arena, Faces Void Chrono, Pangolier, that you can just like stun around Dag.
Muerta.
Yeah, Muerta.
Yeah.
That was like the obvious first option.
And they went for it. It's not too surprising. The question is, what's Biscos going to
There's-
do to counter the
There's
Muerta?
Snapfire here against Dag. Is a sacred hero.
Remaining.
What else do they got?
5 seconds remaining.
Uh,
Yeah,
he also
I think
plays
Muerta is a pretty
Weaver.
nice choice. Even though it does feel a bit weaker with all the extra magic resistance in the game.
Snap, Weaver, Necro. Snap.
Choose your hero.
Stevie kind of knows.
I don't know, it's
exactly
like
what they're
kind of-
picking.
Yeah, it's the obvious first choice, and I'm trying to. What else can they do? But Yeah, the Muerta snap.
Well,
Yeah, Bisco's draft looks a bit more Bisco's besides the fact that it's an Alchemist 5.
what? That I didn't expect. Also, that Alchemist skin is super sick. My god, I love it. But yeah, so it's going to be a 4-position Tusk, 4-position Disruptor mid Tusk and a 5-position Alchemist. Unstable Concoction is pretty nice, and it's a melee plus ranged combination. I'm curious to see how that's going to pay off this game. Are we going to get to see some gifted Ags, for instance? I doubt it, but there is a possibility, especially with how much extra farm there is on the map. Like, if you're not going to get pressured by Team SMG, you just go into a corner somewhere at the top of the map or something, and you start farming a couple of camps. And all of a sudden, you start giving an Ags to Troll, an Ags to Tusk, an Ags to Snapfire, an Ags to Disruptor. They have a pretty good Ags lineup.
Yeah, if you're a position 5 Alchemist is giving Ags, probably you already won the game. But definitely they have really good Ags here. Yeah, feels more like a Bisco style draft. But also for SMG, they should feel happy with this draft. It seems like a really good Muerta game. And mid one showed 2 good performance on the hero, even when losing. Moon was really good on Kanka. Monkey King, even though they lost, was kind of convincing. So, yeah, I feel like both teams are under their comfort zone. Even with the win of SMG on game 1, I still lean towards Biscos being the better team. I would expect them to win with this kind of like even draft where both teams are on the comfort zone. But definitely a good game coming there.
Yeah, he already used his only toaster prediction of the day. So that's not going to be used anymore. We'll hopefully see another toaster prediction tomorrow to see if he's going to stick to being a toaster or if he's going to turn into a real boy once again. Nonetheless, this time around, kind of even draft. I can concur. I think both of them have pretty scary tools. Mid one on his Muerta against OG looked pretty scary, even though they were pretty heavily far behind. This time around, though, Stinger's item build at the start is brown boots and a blood grenade. So, a very interesting couple of choices at the start. But also, one plus about Alchemist is, as a support, you don't have to level Grievel's Greed anymore. So,
Yeah.
you're not going to level Corrosive Weaponry anyway, so you might as well just go for the Unstable Concoction max level with Acid Spray and be able to farm while also deal damage and support your ally.
Yeah, you get the gold from the bounties. Like, let's say you scale a bit more because of the bounties, on that sense. Because you're not gonna really right-click things to get, like, less hits, but definitely, like, you get some extra gold from the bounties.
I'm gonna try and get aggressive, but it's a straight up 2-for-2 bounty room trade. Mid one in the bottom lane, they're just gonna swap sides. Pulson might try to set up an arrow in that top lane, which they have to be a bit wary of here on the side of Beast Coast for the first blood attempt, it seems. Same with Stinger bottom.
It's quite hard, right? Because they don't really have a reliable setup. The Boundless Strike stun is 0.8 seconds.
There's a bigger chance mid one dies in bottom. Yeah, they're already TPing right through. But mid one is staying very far back, knowing that he does not see Stinger at all. Or Schofield. Now they do spot out Schofield. Speaking of which, they're going to find
Yeah,
Paulus
they
on
see
the air.
Paulison.
He does have leaps, and he will level leaps to get himself out of there. It's going to be early harass. No first blood being secured, and actually, Stinger is going to TP top instead of using the Twin Gate. Huh.
Yeah, so... okay. I thought it would make sense if he's there to clear the pool in time, but no. Like, just on the minute mark.
So, some mana and the TP scroll use. Bottom
Glimpse
lane, a
into
lot of
mid
damage.
one.
Schofield.
Hector's to level 1.
Yeah, Olsen also doesn't have Sacred Arrow or Starstorm, so they don't have necessary damage. Oh, nice one there by Schofield. He gets rid of the Sentry Ward before they can get rid of his sentry. Making sure that there's no problem.
Stinger.
Top lane, Stinger is going to get first blooded by Chidori. Significantly better than, of course, he had in this series against OG.
Bottom.
Pulsar
Mirana.
dropping low. Mid one. Can he keep him alive? No, he cannot. It is going to be a kill in response. A support for support all over the map.
Yeah, but Hector seems to be doing a great job zoning out the Muerta. Lane's gonna shove into his tower, so he's gonna get a few less hits, but it's looking great for Hector against mid one.
Yeah, Stinger also forced to pop a smoke run back to lane because his TP was still on cooldown from that death previously.
Yeah, he's gonna try to stun from the smoke.
He also has Acid Spray going in onto the Phoenix. Does have the dive. Dives in an interesting position. Won't be chased down to be killed. But Stinger, Evil's Greed coming in clutch right there. With the creep kills coming his way. So Stinger's getting a bit of farm added in. 6 creep kills already on the Alchemist. And he isn't even trying.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I guess from the 6, it's like
Dire's courier
4 sentry wards.
Yeah.
Now cool here.
He's got Grievel's Greed currently the passive at 15. So any creep he gets is extra cash. And
They're going for the stun again.
more, the Phoenix is going to get stunned up, but a
Fix
kill
that now.
comes through. Afu falls. And the Monkey King is being forced back as well. Stinger's playing this pretty well.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, it seems like both side lanes are going towards East Coast direction. Mid is just like drawing, both heroes farming. Bot, Polison, glimpse back, has one lip.
Again,
Nice.
leap into the last hit that just connects, takes him down. Beast goes with a 1k lead. Of course, you know, it's inflated because Alchemist, but he's using the acid spray as well onto the small camp from SMG, so you can use that a little bit of extra to farm up. And do a good job towards mid. Dark Mago versus Moon. There's no ice shards. Moon will be able to... he doesn't actually have the bottle, so he doesn't have to refill anything. But the 6-minute runes, I assume, is when Polison will be making his move towards mid once he gets his arrow, because of course he's not level 3 yet, so he doesn't have Sacred Arrow yet.
Yeah. You pick Kanka with Mirana, you really want to use that setup, but this lane is so difficult for Muerta that he needs to stay there.
And even then, it's pretty tough to get done against a Tusk, because he can just snowball dodge either the X Torrent combo or the arrow. So Dark Mago, they're just playing a bit of a duel here towards mid. He's taking a hefty amount of damage though. Sacred's queued up 2 pieces of the Aghanim Scepter, so that would be fun, throwing in the Alchemist on his enemies. Chidori taking some nasty harass. There's so much magic damage between those two as well. The Unstable Concoction, Acid Spray, Fire Snap Cookie, Scatter Blast combination is
Stinger
nasty.
already has Arcane Boots for that combo, which is the most important thing, to have mana to actually use it.
God.
Here it comes again.
Going in onto Chidori. Stun comes out. They even throw the blood grenade. The Monkey King's actually going to stay alive for now. Turn around onto Sacred. That's a big problem. Chidori looking for more onto Stinger. The dot comes through. Can Stinger keep them at bay? He does have the tree dance, but the vision from the Watcher gives it away. And Stinger, can he get out of there? Chidori for the chase. Needs to get the movement speed going, but the Alchemist is just ever so slightly further ahead. Arrow lands
And
onto
Dark
Dark
Mago
Mago
mid.
towards mid. Ghost Ship, is it going to be able to connect? No, it's not. Nice snowball dodge, but underneath the tower he goes, and a lot of damage he takes. Does have an ice
And he
shard
has the
block.
region rune.
Can he get himself out of there? No, he cannot. Moon, actually, I think that tower killed him? Must have been.
Didn't try to use the shards, probably he thought he would be alive for a while more. Top, they're going to Sacred.
That would be a pretty neat kill, because he just TP'd in. Chidori's actually going for the dive, but does decide against it. did have the Boundless Strike at the ready. Just barely.
Yeah, Stinger wants to stun Moon mid. Dark Mago.
Let's
It's
get
a
the
shard.
stun. Can they get the kill is the question. He
I don't
is
think
very
there's enough
tanky.
damage.
Double bracer, plus
There's no
infused
tag team.
raindrops. He ain't gonna die anytime soon. So Stinger's just being a nuisance. Just straight up nuisance. Well, Sacred dies topside. That's actually pretty much perfect here for the Monkey, who is now top net worth. K1 is second right behind him, but Chidori is having a
He's
pretty
probably
good
gonna
time.
kill Stinger also.
Could be nice, though needs to be a little bit careful if TPs would come through. Phoenix is gonna see if he can steal the Wisdom Rune. Yes, indeed, he steals it. Also grabbed his own team's Wisdom Rune, and that's a lot of experience right there. Just yoinked away.
Yeah, now Stinger is sad. Denies the Watcher vision. I felt like this top lane was doing so well till they tried the kill under the tower into Monkey King, and then the tides just turned against them. 8-minute rune, it's bottom, haste for Moon. Paulson has a smoke with him.
Dory topside, but there's Moon running through. The stun actually lands onto both of them because Chidori jumps onto Moon. Ghost Ship comes flying through. It does get dodged.
Snowball.
Walrus Punch in. Chidori, is he going to be able to stay alive? Is the question. He doesn't have the Boundless Strike available anymore, so the healing is a little bit problematic. Chidori ticking away by the dots eventually does get taken down. Dark Mago is not even dead either. And they're going to go for the Phoenix next. And the Phoenix has no disengage available. Sacred gets himself a double kill. That was the saddest moment of his life. Monkey King leaping forward with the the Primal Spring on top of his teammate, and they both get stunned with Moon's haste being popped.
Yeah, like the Tusk Snowball was so great. Dodges the bolt. All the spellcasting on Biscos was on point, and the Monkey King was unfortunate to say. Can't really blame him on this play.
Yeah, they also didn't have vision of the Alchemist getting his stun ready right behind
Bottom,
the tree.
mid one.
Yeah, mid one's going to be just
Silences.
fine. Is building up into the Mask of Madness build. Dory starting to farm the jungle. Both safe laners looking to build the Battle Fury.
We'll smoke with Paulson.
Oh, actually, day one. Moon comes through. Arrow is going to fly out. Moon gets stunned. Does have the battle chance. Can he even get it off is the question. Does he even want to use it? No, he does not. He's going to get taken down. They find a neat little kill there. While in the meantime, top lane. Underneath the tier 1 tower, they're diving. Chidori is chasing. No Boundless Strike, but Paulson has rotated through and Sacred's going to fall. That is a killing spree picked up by Chidori. Stinger is going to be the next target. They have X-Mark. They have Torrent. And they have most certainly Stinger as well. They don't even need to use the Torrent just yet. Nice arrow, but Stinger with the stun thrown out keeps Moon at bay.
It's a tanky 5. It's an Alchemist.
Yeah, he's
Eventually
on the run.
gonna
Nice
die.
dodge. But once a whip
No,
comes in,
Dark Mago?
oh, that ice shards from Dark Mago perfectly blocks any entry or chase onto Stinger and keeps his Alchemist alive.
Yeah, the eventually gonna die didn't age well. He's alive.
In return,
And he's going back.
The kisses come through. Moon is in a world of hurt. Doesn't have the Ghost Ship to soften the blow either. And they get themselves a kill onto the Kunkka heading towards mid. Glimpse
Glimpse.
back the Phoenix. He doesn't even have the egg available, so can't pop it. Goes for the dive deeper. Dark Mago chasing in for more. And now needs to disengage. Mid one with half HP TP through. Fear onto Dark Mago. The chase from Chidori. Boundless Strike. Hits it just on the very edge and will be able to secure the kill. While Paulson immediately stacks the Ancients once over.
Yeah, they connected 5 heroes, transferred to this dive from Biscos. Good kill into Dark Mago. Hector farming the Battle Fury, so I'd say all this trade looks even when you look at the full picture of it. Yeah, they got a kill on Tusk, but they bring 5 heroes. Troll is farming. Snapfire close to the Agonies. 2 more pieces to go.
Moon bottom lane. Snowball in. Dark Mago for the catch. Can the Kunkka get himself out of there? Pretty survivable. Phoenix Egg gets dropped. X mark. Ghost Ship. Phoenix Egg. not really going to result in much. Big cooldowns used, no kills secured, and a little
Yeah,
bit of a
Moonlight
tickle.
also used. Interesting part is Disruptor didn't ulti on that fight. You know why?
He doesn't have it.
Because he doesn't have it. It's 12 minutes in, Disruptor still level 5.
No tome, no fun.
Is under attack.
Yeah, no tome. Steal from the tome from the enemy team.
Welcome to the new patch
That's-
where there's so much experience on the map and support still can't get it.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, experience is a big thing. Like, we're just looking at the gold graph. Yeah, Bisco's 1k ahead, but how about experience? You have a position 5 that's still level 5 on 12 minutes.
Yeah, it's-
Position 4, right? Because Schofield, not...
this is actually something you don't see too often. If you check out the graph, it is actually gold favoring the Radiant side, but experience favoring the Dire. Normally those two are kind of
tower.
close to being in sync.
Dire's structure.
Yeah, and I actually showed the level, so it's like plus 3 levels. I'd rather have plus 3 levels than to have 1k gold ahead.
Especially with these supports on the side of Beast Coast. Stinger stuns himself up. Schofield still not level 6. Just stand next to some creeps for a second. Get your static storm.
Top, the TP from Kunkka with a setup from Monkey. Nice snowball.
Tries to Wukong, Zid, control onto Dark Mago, and that Tusk. Then he get himself out of there. Body blocks
body
coming
blocks.
through from Afu, but the cookie actually keeps him going. And in response, glimpse back onto the Phoenix. Doesn't have his egg for another 10 seconds. Ghost Ship comes flying out. Now there's finally a level 6, but Stinger gets blown up. Moon with another X mark, this time onto the Disruptor, and he does not have a save for himself. So they still find themselves 2 kills on the side of SMG. So they're getting close to the experience and net worth lead. And
Yeah, again, they bring 5 heroes, but they're gonna take a tower now. So that's definitely really good for SMG.
And in 10
Doesn't
seconds,
matter if
the experience
Actor is farming.
spawns. So if
Yeah.
someone hurries there to make sure they can steal it, which is exactly what Afu is doing. So Dark Mago is waiting exactly for that move. Still, he manages to pick up
Yeah.
the Wisdom Rune. Icarus dive back. Ancients kill him. Oh my god, Afu! Yep. Throws out the tip right there.
Completely
Well done.
outplayed there, Dark Mago. He got a rune. He got the deny.
Plus 6 levels now. Advantage for SMG. If you check out the graph,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
F7.
Feels good for SMG.
Oh,
Hector
Moon,
joining
on the
tower
run.
defense.
Can he get himself out of there? Mortimer's Kisses come in. This would be a good kill to secure. Does have the Ghost Ship available. They're going to
Mid
go
one.
for mid one instead. And he cannot get the TP going. Nice stun comes through and they find
They still
mid
want to
one.
chase Moon. Dark Mago is connecting from behind. They scan. Gets Kunkka.
He's still really, really, really far away.
Will
but
they though? Like, it's kind of obvious just running into the tower. Oh, Moon stays there.
Gets himself some extra well-needed
Yeah,
XP.
gonna steal the camps.
Dire's bottom
I mean, are they? Because Alchemist 5, not so much damage. Yeah, they steal eventually.
Currently, K1 top net worth does have his Battle Fury done. Ogre Axe for his BKB done. Pretty much has his Mithril Hammer as well. Chitori on the opposing side. Battle Fury done. Is a little bit behind, but Sacred's actually really farmed. Sacred is done with his Aghanim Scepter. So you got the big ol' gobble gobble coming through from Snapfire.
Yeah, it's a big timing. I'm pretty sure they want to fight. Even with all the BKB on Troll, they are ready to fight. And they have really good vision on the top area. They have this cliff vision. Phoenix probably gonna go for the D ward.
Schofield. There's an egg, but Phoenix can't pop it because he's stuck inside. Oh, that's a nice arrow onto K1. And they're actually going to go in a little bit more aggressively here. Phoenix does drop his egg, and do they have the attack speed to get rid of it? Yeah, K1 pops his ulti, but not before Schofield dies to the burn from the Phoenix.
Well, they didn't get to protect their ward. Now the team with the ward there is SMG. So I'd say it's a rare trade for SMG.
Also,
Although you might say, oh, they popped egg.
Bottom lane. Moon. There are... Dark Mago is nearby. Dark Mago is actually really not that farmed on the Tusk. But once he gets Blink Dagger, he's going to be very scary. Top side, Schofield will finally get himself the counter ward. Glimpse is back to Mirana. One more leap available. He's actually on the other side of the wall. The Patvis trying to stay alive for a bit longer, but will be eventually caught out and taken down. But
And bot.
K1's looking
Dark
so scary
Mago,
right now.
Zinvis. There's a sentry.
It's a Radiant Sentry.
Yeah, but there's a sentry on the Phoenix. Why he didn't drop? Okay, drops now.
Okay.
Bit delayed. This is like this small instance where SMG again is not on the same page, which happened a lot against OG and didn't happen so much on the first game. That they are not on the same page. Mirana was protecting the ward, which I think is the right thing to do. But he was alone protecting the ward.
They're going
So
rogue.
Disruptor just comes, get a free D-ward, get a kill on Mirana, and they get control of the Roche area. Because
They
they,
do
just
get
gave away on
scammed.
that ward.
And they could TP towards the outpost.
Roche so fast, withdrawal.
The rest of the team... Yeah, they're going to use the Twin Gate. Phoenix and Kunkka coming in. It's next to the pit. It's a perfect place for an egg. They don't have egg yet for another 10 seconds. Arrow almost hits K1. The glimpse being used. Sends back. Who did it send back? I think Muerta got TP'd back. Mid one... Oh no, never mind. Mid one's now joining. So everyone is here to fight. With the Phoenix Egg on the high ground, it is pretty scary. The Sunbreak comes out, Phoenix Egg gets dropped, K1 pops his ulti. They're all cleaved together with the Battle Fury. K1's doing a ton of damage. Phoenix Egg doesn't get taken down. No, not in time. It explodes.
From
Just
one
in the
hit.
time by Sacred jumping in. So much damage to be pumped out. He's man fighting mid one. Does
Mid one
lose
very
eventually his
alive.
life in the end. With Stinger rotating through. Double kill for Schofield there with a level 2
The
Thunder
support doing
Strike.
so much work.
And on the run is SMG. The only two left standing are the supports, and it should be finished easily. Phoenix going out of the map.
Phoenix
TP
out of the
slightly
map.
later. But it is going to be nonetheless a huge engagement. They don't have the troll, but Roche is pretty low currently. That fight actually went significantly better for SMG than I thought it would when the troll popped his ulti, because they were all
Because the egg
stacked up.
popped also, right? Yeah. I felt like they would all die if the egg doesn't pop, and it was for one hit. Snapfire almost get it.
Scary fights. These Twin Gate TP spots where you're like in the a tiny little area when you TP in are terrifying for all these teams.
Oh, they want to contest Roche.
Smoking up.
No BKB on Actor yet.
Roche is...
Gonna be a fast Roche.
Oh, Roche bashes
Yeah.
up K1. They're close. Ooh, a little bit too late. K1 has the Aegis already. BKB is up as well.
And it has BKB. I would assume he will use BKB.
Try for more.
Glimpse
Paulson gets
back.
glimpsed. They'll find a freebie. No. Biscos feel a little bit more in
Dark
control.
Mago,
There's a leap
Suchezi.
forward. K1 being yeeted after the gobble.
He cannot get out of the map now. It's a cooldown.
Phoenix a goner, and the rest of the team trying to disengage.
Oh, Monkey popped the
Chidori
ulti.
getting glimpse out of his Wukong's command as well. The kisses come up on top. K1 pops his ulti. Double kill secured. Moon's now disengaging. Still has a BKB at the ready. Ice Shard's blocked. Nothing you can do there when they surround you completely. And in comes K1 popping his BKB, trying to go for the man fight up against Moon. Mid one does have a lot of damage to pump out though. However, it gets held at bay. Dark Mago dropping so low, but now it's mid one alone. Mirana does have his ulti pop, keeps mid one invis.
Sacred 30 HP.
I mean, all of them so close to dying. Dark Mago as well.
Yeah. Disruptor just EP in front of Phoenix face. He cannot cancel EPs. Everything's so on point from Biscos. The snowball saved into the Schofield. He would auto stun. That created so much time. Troll surviving with 300 HP. Snapfire with 30 HP. The team fight of Bisco is so pretty to watch. How they kite all spells. With a cookie, with the snowball. Even with Snapfire throwing heroes.
Yeah. But they're still not out of the woodworks just yet. Because mid one is building up the Chrysalis. And it's another situation where if he gets the time to actually right click he does do a lot of damage, even if he's not the top net worth of the game just yet.
SMG going for the Tormentor. Hector is also pinging. Going from pistols.
And a free shard for the Phoenix. Always nice to have a Sunray during the egg.
Will Stinger survive? Yeah, he will. An Alchemist. Barely.
Disruptor shard. The new disruptor shard is a little like mine that you place down on the floor, and then if any enemy hero or creep walks close by, they get Thunderstrike on them. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's good to
It's a scouting tool.
Yeah, it's good to spot rotation, cancel daggers.
Counter warding as well, because you can use it on the high ground and get vision. It's actually pretty nice, because you don't want to use kinetic field all the time to scout wards, because if a fight breaks out and kinetic field's on cooldown, you don't have the Sackstorm kinetic field wombo combo. And especially considering he is almost done with Ags on Disruptor, you really want to be able to use those spells.
Wait, is he almost done?
Yeah, he's 500 gold off.
Okay, has the pieces in the here. Waiting on the Roche, on the Secret Shop.
Radiant's bottom tower
That's a scary prospect, because the team fight's already pretty scary. Alchemist he's done with the mech, he's going for the pipe next. This is a very farmed Stinger. Schofield's also insanely farmed, obviously with a free shard as well. But these two supports are scary on the side of Beast Ghost.
Yeah, feels like Alk is still gonna scale as a 5 that can become a core. Disruptor with the BKB piercing. Yeah. Or the item muting. Yeah. Which is
Dire's middle tower
more or less the same.
Chidori going for the Aghanim Scepter on the Monkey King next, so that he has some of those monkey soldiers to fight for him. I still think that Monkey Soldiers is the weirdest name of a spell. Like, I don't know. A different name would have been probably slightly better sounding. Catch onto Moon, can't pop the BKB. Sunrays are going to be enough to heal him up. It is not. He will lose his life there, and no Moon for 45 seconds. He can knock on the high ground with K1 especially behind them. Still has 20 seconds on that Aegis. Though they do need to be very careful that they don't time it and kill him in time. Because, okay,
They're gonna take the first.
Oh, actually, no! This might have been a big mistake. K1's going pretty deep. 5 seconds for his Aegis. Mid1 pops his ulti. Dark Mago, that was a scary one. You should have probably just let him pop that Aegis. That almost went horribly wrong.
I don't call this a snowball save. I call this a snowball kill. Dive.
Yeah, that was almost a very suicidal move there from Dark Mago. But did not do it, so crisis averted, Astini.
Radiant are scared.
Game still under control for Discos. That was a good usage for the first Aegis.
K1 though, they're going in, and they get the catch. They need to find him. He has vision of them with his illusions. Actually, they're gonna go on to Polison instead. Glimpse available for Schofield. There we go. The catch is secured. Polison is surrounded. Or K1 is all that's required to surround him with the infinite roots.
And he's going for the Basher. He already has Vanguard. So once he gets the Basher, it's kind of a fast Abyssal. Still gonna hit high ground. That's how strong he feels.
Well, that's not too surprising at all. Mid1 does have his Chrysalis. He's going for the Silver Edge, which would be nice. Look at those illusions go ham. Moon needs to be careful that he at least pops his BKB in time. Because they need his Go ship and also his Tidal Wave for any of these fights.
Hector still hitting the high ground. They're doing the
Jump
safe
forward,
push.
Dark Mago going for Pulson. They did use the Disruptor ulti for that one. Kisses as well. Dire still has plenty of usages here. They don't have the Mirana. 5 gold away from being able to buy back. K1 running away. Pipe is so good value. Stinger actually gets almost dragged back in the clutches of SMG. Hopefully it will be a nice catch, but they're going to go in for Moon Phoenix. Egg does get dropped. And that's going to force Beast Coast slightly further back than they would have liked. Looking for the range racks. Glimpse back onto Moon. Moon does not have a BKB available anymore. Didn't even use the ghost ship there. It's going to get taken down again. No buyback available on Moon. And the mid set of racks in the clutches of Beast Coast. Up towards top they go. Can they defend whatsoever here on the side of SMG? Because A1 looks unleashed.
He lost Aegis and he just keeps
Phoenix
pushing.
caught with the tiniest glimpse. Dark Mago's on point as well with these aggressive jumps.
And Monkey still farming, trying to get that Agonies that honestly I don't think is gonna change much in the game. Well, Actor's going Tron, no.
Backdoor
Don't have a
protection.
wave.
So at least keeps them from losing tier 4s, but I mean, I see this game slightly less so, but I can see the threat of mid 1 Muerta, but if your score at the ESL Berlin major is going to be 0-3 with offlane Muerta, maybe something needs to be slightly altered.
Yeah. But I don't think it's so much on him.
Yeah,
to
no,
be honest.
neither do I, but it is
But
what
maybe
it is.
if he gets a more active hero, they can be more on the same page on the early game. He being very experienced.
And onto
they
K1,
got a
Wukong's
draw.
is down. Can they keep him alive? And he will be able to run it off. BKB, TP. Never mind, they don't have any way of controlling him. He's not even going to finish his TP. He's just going to cancel it and continue in the area with the rest of his team. Huh.
Yeah.
That's a real safe laner right there. He's like, if I TP back to base, I'll miss farm. Like, I can't miss farm. Come on, guys.
And he's gonna eventually recover his HP. Alchemist has all the auras he needs.
They're smoked up, heading through. They have the egg available. Mid 1 smoke is gonna get broken. Continues to run, spots out Dark Mago, but Schofield's the scary one. He's hiding inside the trees. Already used his blink though. Jump forward onto Dark Mago. No BKB parked by Chidori. This is problematic. The Phoenix Egg nearby is going to get blown to smithereens. Chidori does still have the BKB at the ready. Can he pop it and stay alive? They're chasing after Stinger. The Alchemist is going to get feared to a different direction, and the Alchemist will fall. Dark Mago is dead. Actually, will the Alchemist fall? Stinger is very elusive, very freaking fast. And the rest of the team is waiting on the other side. Chidori needs to be careful himself. Still has a BKB. And there's Stinger being yeeted
troll,
forward.
Stinger.
Glimpse back onto the troll. Chidori doesn't even pop the BKB. Got stunned, got caught, got killed.
Yeah, it's just Bisco's outplaying on team fights. Hector didn't have the BKB, so he never fully committed. Was just playing on the sides of the team fight and ends up getting the Monkey King kill. Kanka is gonna cut waves, but they're gonna get Kanka. Support duo with the glimpse.
Oh no. Moon, that's... He can't even help out his teammates. That's going to be mega
Nah, I
secure.
don't think this...
How are you
Yeah.
going to kill off K1 without your Kunkka? Moon is going to die. Does have a buyback. And they're actually going in onto K1, but he does still have a BKB and the Battle Trance. Sacred, though,
Mid
gets
one.
chopped by mid one's ulti. K1
Oh!
next! Yo!
He did an
Don't
ulti.
walk next to the Muerta! He does damage!
You see, this Muerta hero is actually good. I don't think it's on the Muerta what they need to change. Singer auto stuns himself.
Backline, Dark
Mid
Mago
one.
jumps
Gonna
in.
go for Dark Mago.
No Phoenix Egg available. They're going to catch out mid one. They don't have the kinetic field, but in comes Wukong's from Chidori. Gets a stun. Onto Schofield he goes. Gets the kill secure. They're chasing him for Stinger. He's been very elusive last time, but no Chemical Rage this time around. And they might just get themselves a 4th as well. Big plays coming
There's
out.
a Pike on mid one to connect.
Dark Mago's nearby.
Has
They
a dash
cut
shot.
the tree by accident there. Mid one is playing sneaky gaming to make it problematic for Chidori. Speaking of which, he's going to get jumped here by Dark Mago. And Chidori pops the BKB, heals up pretty quickly, still hunting for more, but Stinger is so strong. This Alchemist is unkillable.
Yeah, this Alk 5 during the ultimate feels like you cannot kill him. He could go the Shard also to have more regen, also help the teammates with the Dispel.
Ooh.
Yeah, Muerta looks good as a hero.
Yeah, if you're not careful. Pierce the veil with Silver Edge crit, 3 seconds is all it takes to burst down 2 cores. They are gonna go for Roast though. Aegis plus Cheese should keep them alive a bit longer, but they're gonna be, no, they're not gonna move in for a fight here. They're a bit too slow on the move, and Roshan has
Tag
fallen.
team with throw attack speed.
Oh, they're trying to bait them out. Troll is probably the worst target to go for. They're gonna go for someone else. Dark Mago jumps in. Phoenix does not get his ult off. No egg in this engagement. Troll Warlord
Buyback from Phoenix.
going in onto
Has no
Moon.
TP to connect.
And Moon, can he even find anything? Mid one does still have his ulti at the ready. They find themselves a disruptor. Wukongs comes down from Chidori. But there's just no control inside the Wukongs. K1 even runs
go
back
inside the
into the Wukongs to
They
go
don't
for the
care.
fight. Mid one still has Pierce the Veil, but he's going to get jumped. So much physical damage coming in. Dowie is going to try and pop as much damage as possible, but Dark Mago takes him down with the Ice Shards damage. Phoenix Head gets dropped, but
The
they're
Dex
surrounded by enemies. Everyone is dead on the side of SMG. Ultra kill coming out from Dark Mago, who honestly had a pretty rough game and all of a sudden jumps to second in net worth.
Yeah, after the ultra kill. Then 3.
And Megas to be secured. Even yeeting forward K1 to start attacking the Ancient.
Hector just going the throne. He doesn't care.
It's hard to defend without any buybacks
GG
available.
called.
GG gets called, and that is it, ladies and gents. We have a 1-1 tie. Beast Ghost has tied against both the Southeast Asian teams in Group B, or Group 2. Now that's an interesting statistic there. They struggled a little bit against Allen, and they struggled a little bit against SMG in Game 1. Game 2, mid one, looked pretty scary at certain times, but Beast Ghost they played, as you said, comfort, and they definitely looked very comfortable, even though Stinger, would you say Alchemist is his comfort?
Yeah, definitely not. But having Snapfire on Sacred, having Dark Mago with a rotation hero, that looks way more like their comfort. It feels like Viscos, they always do that at majors, that they start kind of slowly the group stage, and they almost always they make like this one position to upper bracket, but always lower bracket. And around this type of matches that they try to innovate so much. If they kept the comfort, I feel like they should have won with drafts under their comfort in game 1. This DK on Dark Mago after 2 years on not playing the hero. This Viper being picked on Sacred for the 4th time. This is one thing on Bisco's side. On SMG side, I actually trust this Muerta on mid 1. He looks like the carry of the team, and I strongly believe he can carry matches if he's given the right hero. Muerta can be the right hero at some games. I would not say a first pick hero, but definitely on good games for the hero. The team just needs to be more on the same page, this type of games, where it has Muerta.
I think a big problem for the side of SMG comes down to the lack of control. Like, they just had no way of catching there. This was such a nice play. Throwing Stinger one direction while glimpsing back the Monkey in the opposite direction to spread out the team fight. I think Stinger, in my opinion, I'd give him MVP in that one. He distracted the enemy team so much. He did a lot in the early game as well, in terms of like harassing, chasing down enemies, just being a nuisance all the way through. His item build as well, Auras, kept his team going so that the Snapfire could rush Ags. So he went for the Pipe plus Guardian Greaves build, and that was also really hard to deal with for mid one. But I think the biggest problem for SMG was they had Wukong's command, they had Phoenix Egg, they had Muertas pierce the veil, and the only tool they had to hold the enemies in place was Torrent/Ghost Ship. So if Moon wasn't there, they pop any of the ultis, and Beast Ghost was gone. They just ran the opposite direction. There was no way to hold them down.
It's the second game that we see them with the Monkey King today where they lack setup for the Monkey King. He presses the ultimate and everyone just runs. They don't have this initial stun that you set up for spells or this AoE control for when you press the Wukongs.
Yep. Of course, there were a lot of games today, so we'll be quickly checking out the standings of Group B. Not all of the matches have been concluded, so you don't see everything just yet, but it seems that OG has gone 4-0 today, of course, with Mind Control as their substitute together with their lovely US Pulse 5. Nonetheless, it's pretty remarkable with 2 substitutes regardless. The other scores, interesting. Are there any big surprises here that you see on the list?
Not really. Not really.
There are, of course, a lot of games still to be played in the group stages, ladies and gents. And for that, we will quickly check out what our schedule is for tomorrow. And we'll see... opposite direction. There we go. As you can see, Execration versus Asta first, then Execration versus Gaming Gladiator. Then afterwards, 2 Chinese teams taking on SMG. There's going to be 4 Southeast Asian matches on the D stream. This is officially the Southeast Asian stream, of course. I think the first 2 matches are going to be handled by Purge and Trent. Purge and Trent are going to do the first 2 matches. We're going to be back for the second 2, so we're going to get to see some emo shenanigans coming in from the IG side. But it was a blast so far today. We saw some struggles for SMG, but we also saw some lights, with especially mid one looking sublime in the just in his performances today.
Yeah, the Timber carry really made me joyful to watch. Hopefully tomorrow they bring a better lineup to combo with him. I definitely can see some hopes for SMG. Since we're gonna watch so much SMG on this stream, trying to see what's their path towards success. I can see a good path on trusting mid one to carry the game.
And we'll see what the Chinese will be doing tomorrow against the Southeast Asians. For us, that is it. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. There are some more streams going on still with a couple of matches that you can, of course, witness right now. So don't forget to check out the Earth channel, the Storm channel, and the Ember channel, which are, of course, the B, C, and D streams. And you still have the A stream as well, which is the ESL Dota 2 channel. My name was DK Truman. I was joined by Estini. Hopefully you enjoyed the show again. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity.